Chapter 1142. In the latter half of the night, all was quiet. The stars and the moon were gentle, and their light shone like water. Yifan's bamboo garden was filled with all sorts of strange phenomena. The ancient galaxies of the universe shrunk and floated, surrounding him. The chaotic light of creation fell, protecting him in the center. This was a pure land overflowing with light. He had become the unchanging one. He calmed his mind and focused, comprehending the unchanging path of the past. He used it as a reference to realize his own ascension. In the darkness, in the sky, among the clouds, there were people watching in secret. They looked at everything in amazement, feeling that it was unbelievable. "We have to stop him, or else this guy is going to break through," Chao Qing said to himself. His expression was cold, and his face looked like it had been carved out of marble. Beside him, the old servant in gray robes spoke in a cold voice. "Let this old servant go. I'll just kill him directly. His current state is clearly extraordinary. Otherwise, he might become a great enemy in the future. No, there are so many eyes watching. If we kill him, there will be big trouble. Maybe there are people who can't wait any longer than we can. Let's wait and see," Chao Qing said. The old servant's eyes flashed as he said, "Then create a huge disturbance and interrupt his state of enlightenment. Make him fail at the last step. The most taboo thing to do after consuming the strongest evolutionary fluid is to be disturbed by outsiders. Let him nurse a grievance." Within the gray mist, Fan Zhou's expression was cold. He watched as Yifan was surrounded by several ancient universes, becoming a deity-like existence that released endless light. The corners of his lips curled up into an unfathomable smile. His eyes were like two divine lamps, but he didn't say a single word. "My dear sister, are you not going to accept my suggestion? This kid from another galaxy is really extraordinary. He is a good choice. If the two of you can produce the strongest combat body in the universe, the Brahma race might be able to enter the Eternal Lord Star and become the leader in the future instead of staying in a remote corner of the universe. We will no longer have to retreat to the fairy feather star ocean," Brahma said with a sinister and cold voice. "I feel that this person is getting more and more difficult to control. No, I have to think of something." Fan Xian walked gracefully on the clouds. Moonlight shone down on him. His slender body was as white as jade, and he looked like a beautiful fairy. His red hair shone brilliantly. Boom! Suddenly, a huge beam of light shot down from the sky. It was as thick as a mountain, and it wanted to flatten the bamboo garden and turn it into ruins. This was an attack of the Grand Tao. It was like a gorgeous yet dangerous display of fireworks, and it was sufficient to annihilate a half-saint. Someone had used a terrifying warship to launch an extremely powerful attack. Bang! Fan Zhou made his move, and a purple ball of light appeared on his body. Then, it quickly turned into a purple gold mecha. It was dozens of feet tall, and it swung a purple spear horizontally across the sky, blocking this world-shaking attack. B***starred, "He's working for my clan, but you want to kill him. How can you be so petty?" Kuan Zhou's face darkened. He sent his soul consciousness to a battleship in the sky. This was a relative of the Brahmin clan, young and powerful. His name was Luo Luo, and he was valued greatly. Right now, he was secretly taking action, wishing to get rid of a future competitor and eliminate a great threat. Luo Luo liked Fan Xian, and he hated those who were close to her. First, there was Chao Qing, and now, there was this Yifan of unknown origins. This made him feel a powerful sense of danger, and he wanted to eliminate him at the crucial moment of evolution. Evolution was the most dangerous, and it couldn't be disturbed by outsiders. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in eternal damnation. Yifan's mind was clear. His body was within the ancient cosmos nebula, comprehending the Grand Tao. The past, present, and future. All types of Tao marks appeared, and primal chaos energy surged. He didn't fear being disturbed, because his main cultivation was precisely the flesh treasure. He wasn't like the people of this star domain who relied on external artifacts. From his flesh to his consciousness, everything was as sturdy as iron, unshakable. In this short period of time, his cultivation advanced greatly, and he actually touched upon the 8th small step of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. If he could comprehend it, he might be able to immediately break through. Heavenly mandate divinity, absolute beginning life and death method, appeared one after another. The profound mysteries were imprinted on his body, turning into undying traces, allowing him to comprehend the Tao from his spirit to his bones. Still a little bit off. He frowned, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was just a little bit off, yet he still couldn't touch that threshold, unable to cross it. Yi Fan felt helpless. The evolution liquid this time was even more mysterious and powerful than the most powerful precious liquid he plundered from the purple-eyed woman, but it still wasn't enough. Could it be that the most powerful evolution liquid is already useless to me? The ancient cosmos nebula slowly faded away. The undying divinity imprinted itself into his frontal immortal platform, and the absolute beginning chaotic light also disappeared. In the end, it engraved itself into his flesh, and the power of long life spread. The divine essence of the most powerful bloodline precious liquid was completely absorbed by him. His flesh and spirit were both tempered and baptized, but he was still a step off, unable to advance. Hong. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a tremendous fluctuation transmitted over. This was the attack of a saint, and it submerged this entire place. A green hand that was incomparably terrifying pressed down on the bamboo garden, completely covering it. It could destroy everything, and no one could stop it in time. Boundless smoke and dust rose up, and a bottomless abyss appeared in this place. Boundless darkness formed the shape of 5 fingers, completely destroying this vast region. Who was it? Who actually dared to use such a destructive method to slaughter him? Fan Xian's countenance turned cold, and she was furious to the extreme. Yi Fan was brought back by her, and they had just started to polish him, yet he was killed before he could even display his brilliance. This was truly ruthless. Fan Tian spoke, how decisive. To act while he is in the process of evolution, even if he doesn't die, he will still be crippled. Just this huge disturbance alone is terrifying enough. In the distance, Fan Zhou's expression was cold. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, and he instantly soared into the sky. He only saw a sacred ship performing a spatial jump and vanishing. In another part of the sky, the ruthlessness on Chao Qing's face disappeared, and he regained his calmness as a cold smile appeared on his face. Beside him, the gray-robed old servant said, "No one discovered it. It's just a pity that this sacred ship has no choice but to leave the pure lands of heaven." Even if he didn't die, his heart must be stifled and uncomfortable. His state of Tao comprehension has already been forcefully interrupted. Chao Qing indifferently said. This series of unforeseen events happened in an instant, causing chaos in the pure lands of heaven. In the latter half of the night, there was a commotion as many people flew over. What happened? Is there an enemy attack? Heavens, such a huge and deep hole must have been created by a saint. Who could survive such a tyrannical attack? The scene was in a clamor. Many people in the pure lands of heaven were spectating, and they all exclaimed in surprise. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Yi Fan climbed out from a large crack in the distant abyss. Although his clothes were tattered, he didn't die, and his expression was extremely cold. Someone wanted to kill him by hook or by crook, and this place might not be able to stay for long. Those who had enmity against him couldn't hold back any longer, and he couldn't help but want to start a massacre and launch a cold-blooded counterattack. He really is lucky, actually surviving. He just happened to fall into the large crack. If he was covered by that attack, he wouldn't have been killed even if he had 100 lives. The people who arrived later were all discussing, and the scene was noisy and chaotic. They didn't know what happened, and they only thought that Yi Fan was extremely lucky. Only those who understood the inside story would understand just how extraordinary this was. This was an attack from the sacred ship that contained magical power and divine marks of the great Tao, equivalent to the full power of an ancient saint, yet it was actually avoided by him. This was an inconceivable miracle. He survived and escaped with his life from a saint's attack. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes released multicolored light, and her beautiful and fair complexion was full of excitement. This fellow really isn't simple. I say, cousin, if you stick together with him, the one who will suffer in the end might be you. Brahma frowned, and for the first time, he put away his evil smile and became incomparably serious. Without a doubt, to avoid this attack required an incomparably sharp spiritual sense and astonishing talent. This was most likely a kind of divine ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. In the sky on the other side, some of the direct descendants of the Brahma race witnessed all of this with their own eyes. Their expressions were all different, and only Fan Zhou's eyes were frightening. With a flash of divine light, he disappeared from the void. I want this person to die immediately. His instincts are too terrifying. Once he breaks through, he will definitely become a great disaster in the future. Chao Qing's silver hair was scattered, and his expression was cold. His face was full of coldness as he muttered to himself, those few people in the eternal kingdom are enough. Once this fellow appears, it will be very troublesome. This old servant knows what to do. I won't let him live for too long, the gray-clothed old servant said sinisterly. After a long time, this area finally calmed down. After the sky brightened, many people were discussing this matter, and there were many different versions of it. Hey, did you know? That outsider brat was actually lucky enough to obtain the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, but a chicken is still a chicken in the end. He didn't become a phoenix, and the evolution failed, and he even caused such a commotion. What right does he have to obtain the most powerful evolution fluid? He wasted an opportunity for nothing, and it was completely useless. Truly hateful. A group of people were dissatisfied, and they all spoke words of ridicule. They felt that using this kind of thing on Yifan was too excessive. However, one of the giants of the Brahma race, Fan Zhou, made a shocking decision. He secretly sent over some more evolution fluid for Yifan to use. Even Yifan was a bit astonished. He didn't expect the Brahma race to be so generous. However, the result was disappointing. He still didn't break through, and this level of evolution fluid was useless for him. How could it be like this? This fella's talents are astonishing. Last time, he was interrupted, and this time, it went smoothly. How could he still fail? Fan Tian revealed a strange expression. Fan Xian was incomparably disappointed. His face was full of confusion as he said, he actually didn't evolve successfully. I was originally looking forward to him blossoming with dazzling brilliance. Could it be that he has a legendary trash body that is difficult to evolve? Could it be that he can only rely on himself to break through bit by bit and slowly cultivate? This matter couldn't be concealed. Soon after, it was leaked out. Many people were unconvinced, and at the same time, they began to curse viciously. A chicken will always be a chicken. It will be difficult for it to become a phoenix. He used it twice, but he still failed. Serves him right. Truly laughable. Even many of the Brahma race's direct descendants were dissatisfied. They all sought out the giant Fan Zhou to demand an explanation. Uncle, isn't this too wasteful? This is the most powerful constitution evolution fluid that was refined with a great price. Do you still want to continue? Even Fan Xian's devastatingly beautiful face revealed a look of surprise. You don't understand the inner secrets. This person's constitution is far more terrifying than we can imagine. Fan Zhou said. His terrifying eyes unexpectedly revealed a look of excitement. We must kill this person. We can't let him break through. Seize his blood for me. It belongs to me. In another secret room, Chao Qing's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His evolution has failed. The outside world is saying that he is a trash body that is rarely seen in 100 years. Do we still need to care about him? The old servant was confused. No, it is the opposite. This person is extremely terrifying. Moreover, I know what the fan universe is trying to do. This time, the fan race even extracted an even higher level of evolution liquid. I believe that this brat might be able to shine brilliantly and soar into the heavens. Before that, we have to kill him and seize his precious blood. Chao Qing said resolutely. Chapter 1143. Hey, did you know? That outsider kid failed again. He used up 2 portions of the evolutionary fluid. He caused quite a commotion, but it didn't have any effect. Yi Fan's failure made many people gloat and feel indignant. They thought that it was a waste of the divine mineral and an extreme waste. A feeling of dissatisfaction was brewing. Some people hated him, and when Yi Fan went out, he clearly felt this atmosphere. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, outsider brat, you really are thick-skinned. Do you still have the face to continue staying in the heavenly halls? Relying on young Miss Fan Xian's trust and favor to willfully consume divine elixirs, yet you can't evolve? Aren't you ashamed? Come on, let's have a contest. I think it's necessary to make you realize that a useless body is useless. An ant can never evolve into a dragon. Don't be delusional. Do you think Miss Fan Xian can protect you forever? I think you will be kicked out very soon. Yi Fan ignored all provocations. Only those who dared to attack him would be punished. However, after the incident with Xian Mo, no one was tired of living and would use force against him. Is his body that scary? Fan Xian could not understand her uncle. Yi Fan was not in a hurry to leave. He had received a hint from Fan Zhou to adjust his state. There might be some unexpected changes. Uncle, are you sure you want to give him the 3rd stage of the evolutionary fluid? This is the most precious divine fluid. Even the big shots are waiting for it. Not a single drop can be wasted. Fan Xian was skeptical. The strongest evolutionary fluid was divided into grades. Back then, outside Undying Mountain, the purple-eyed lady and the others had only refined a beginner grade of the fluid. They had said it themselves, and Yi Fan remembered it clearly. This time, the Brahmin race in heaven had used the method of the ancient gods to refine elixirs. Not only had the time been greatly reduced, but the grade of the fluid had also been greatly improved. Hence, the first refinement had produced a 2nd-grade fluid. These days, they had been refining intensively. Finally, they were about to obtain the 3rd stage of the fluid, which was known as a rare treasure. The divine mineral was the most important thing. The Brahmin race had obtained a few of the rarest main materials, which was why they were able to refine the 3rd stage of the precious liquid. This was shocking, and it had not been seen in the Fairy Feather Star Ocean for many years. The Brahmin race's absolute beginning life stone and heaven's mandate divine rock were undoubtedly top-notch and unparalleled in this world. However, the other main materials with divinity were a bit inferior, so they couldn't be upgraded further. In addition, the method of refinement was also very important. Several types of deity-level ancient methods had already been lost, so even if some great forces had divine materials, it would be difficult for them to succeed. The value of the 3rd stage divine liquid was immeasurable. It would make many old farts come into being and break their heads for it. This person's blood will be even more valuable. Fan Zhou only said this to resolve all the doubts of the direct descendants. His eyes were extremely deep. Within them, there were mountains and rivers collapsing, grand scenes of stars moving about. He was incomparably expectant as he stared at Yi Fan's place of seclusion. Could his blood be from within the 10th generation, or even earlier? Fan Xian was shocked. In the outside world, there was an uproar. Everyone was discussing the problem of Yi Fan's physique. They all said that he had a useless physique and that it would be a waste to use the strongest precious liquid on him. However, Fan Zhou and the others were all waiting quietly, their eyes emitting frightening rays of light. Yi Fan didn't go out much. Otherwise, he would always be in trouble, and he didn't want to face those provocations. However, things didn't stop there. It was another cold night with gentle moonlight. Yi Fan sat on a stone cliff with his divine heart facing the sky, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. He had a premonition that a breakthrough was not too far away. If he continued to train like this, he might be able to break through in the near future. The 2nd stage of the strongest evolutionary liquid was still somewhat effective. The heaven and earth were boundless, and the universe was vast. He felt as if he was situated in the cold universe, absorbing and comprehending the secrets of heaven and earth, listening to the primordial voice of the great path. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of ice-cold blade radiance erupted. It was several thousand zhang in length, hacking down from the cliff. This was saint-level fluctuations, terrifying beyond compare. Yi Fan turned around to leave. There was someone who wanted to kill him, and they had made ample preparations. They used ancient saint-level magical force, using pure cultivation to suppress him, not giving him the chance to fight in close combat. Blade radiance flickered about. It was several thousand zhang in length, swift and fierce. A vast expanse of whiteness erupted, cutting off even the moonlight in the sky. Under the night sky, only it was releasing endless cold radiance. In the distance, a light blue metal mecha appeared. It was 8 zhang in height, not all that large, but it was incomparably terrifying. It released ancient saint-level fluctuations, and in its hands, a blue demon blade hacked down. This was forged from a type of mixed divine gold. The blue metallic luster flickered about, making the mecha appear sparkling and translucent. It was full of a type of power and beauty. Its attacks were threatening, powerful beyond compare. Yi Fan's expression changed. During these days, he understood that the stronger the person controlling a saint-level mecha, the more terrifying the power they could display. If a half-saint operated it, it would be enough to contend against an ancient saint. It was clear that this was a powerful half-saint, and it brought him great pressure. Now that he was in control of the blue mecha, the sky was filled with traces of the great Tao like water, imprinting itself in the eternal void. It was like a reborn blue phoenix, spreading its wings and tearing apart the universe. Yi Fan used the black arrow to protect himself and quickly retreated, but he also almost died. The only thing he rejoiced about was that the underground draconic energy was very dense. With the help of the heavenly origin divine technique, he traveled 8,000 li in one go, avoiding a fatal blow. Even though he was in a somewhat sorry state, it had to be said that this was a type of miracle. He had escaped an attack equivalent to an ancient saint. The instant he entered 8,000 li underground, the stone forest immediately turned into flying ashes. The vast area became a black hole, flattened by the flickering blue metallic luster of the mecha's blade. Who dares attack my pure land of heaven? Fan Zhou was furious and led a group of experts to chase after him. Unfortunately, they were a step too late, and the blue-gold mecha had already disappeared through space. This was another great chaos. Many people were making a racket, and a large number of people rushed over, breaking the silence of the night. In Chao Qing's courtyard, the old servant bowed and apologized. This old servant is guilty. I didn't think I would actually fail and let him escape. Chao Qing's face was gloomy. This person's instincts are too terrifying. He can sense danger ahead of time. It seems like the Heaven's Mandate Rock and the Absolute Beginning Life Stone have brought him great benefits. Worthy of being an ascetic, opening many divine doors of the human body, he can't be underestimated. The main reason is that this old servant is not familiar with this super saint mecha, so his movements were a bit sluggish. Otherwise, even if he avoided the first attack, he wouldn't have been able to escape from my hands. The magical power of an ancient saint is boundless. How could he resist? The old servant blamed himself. We can't let this person grow. Hurry up and contact people. We must eliminate him by hook or by crook. I need his indestructible golden blood, its value is immeasurable. Chao Qing said with a ruthless expression. Is his value really that high? The old servant was doubtful. Chao Qing was very certain, of course. If my guess is not wrong, he at least has the indestructible golden body of the previous generations. It is precisely because his physique is powerful and perfect that the second stage of the liquid is not very useful to him. If the third stage of the liquid is given to him, I think his indestructible golden blood will completely recover and become one of the strongest physiques in the universe. The old servant was aghast, that is to say, he will have the strongest ancient blood, almost perfect? If that is the case, his blood will be especially precious, comparable to the abnormal blood of the eternal Lord Star. That's right, he can only die. I must obtain his blood to cultivate my strongest physique. Chao Qing cruelly muttered. An ice-cold murderous intent filled the entire courtyard. The next day, all kinds of discussions arose once again, causing a huge uproar. All of this was caused by Yi Fan. This outsider isn't that good himself, but he always causes big trouble. Why is it because of him again? I think someone can't stand it and wants to kill him. If I were him, I would have left long ago. Don't tell me that even young lady Fan Xian doesn't pay attention to him anymore. Yi Fan returned with a cold expression. If not for his profound Tao, he would have been killed by that ancient saint last night. The only reason he stayed was because the third stage of the liquid was about to appear. Otherwise, he really wanted to counterattack and kill one person every 10 steps. In the next few days, he felt a serious sense of crisis. The person who wanted to kill him was like a ghost, and he could even hear the breath of death. He desperately wanted to become stronger. However, things became even worse. Half a month later, someone from the Eternal Lord Star came. It was an expert from Xian Mo's family who came to demand an explanation. This was Xian Mo's great-grandfather. A life for a life, a debt must be paid. It is only right and proper. Xian Linfeng was a powerful half-saint. He arrived in an ancient saint Mecca and was very domineering. He raised his sword and directly rushed to Yi Fan's seclusion area, wanting to kill him. Brother Xian, what is the meaning of this? You came to my Brahmin race to kill people. You are too unbridled. An elder of the Brahmin race appeared. Don't try to stop me. My great-grandson came here to pursue your Brahmin race's girl Fan Xian. You actually killed him. This debt will be settled in the future. Now, don't stop me. Xian Linfeng barged in. A powerful half-saint riding an ancient Saint Mecca raised his sword and wanted to cut off Yi Fan's head. This was a terrifying matter that gave the Brahmin race a headache. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He looked at the person pointing a sword at him in the distance, his heart rising and falling. There were many troubles now. He didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble had come to him. If I can break through, I will kill all of them. He urgently wanted to become stronger. He really didn't want to endure in this place anymore. Not only was he in great danger and could be killed at any time, but he was also constantly being pressured by others. His heart was already filled with disgust and hatred. Fine, I won't make a move today. I want to see how long your Brahmin race can protect him. I will stay here and not leave. When he comes out, I will take his head. Xian Linfeng said sinisterly. That night, even though Yi Fan was arranged to enter a safe place, there were still powerhouses secretly attacking him. They broke through his defenses and wanted to kill him. Now, even those who had been ridiculing him didn't dare to say anything. Many people were sensitive enough to realize that this foreign brat was not ordinary. How could he be ordinary when he provoked an ancient saint? In just half a month, several half-saints riding ancient Saint Mecca attacked him. The situation was extremely critical. Yi Fan was forced into a dead end. He could either leave immediately or break through. Otherwise, if he continued, his life would definitely be in danger. Fortunately, the third stage of the evolution fluid was successfully refined at this time. It was finally out. His indestructible golden blood belongs to me. I must obtain it. Chao Qing said. This old servant has arranged everything. This time, we must kill him and seize his precious blood while he is breaking through. Even the Brahmin race won't be able to protect him, the grey-robed old servant said sinisterly. The third stage of the precious liquid has been refined. I wonder if this guy can break through and what kind of performance he will have, Fan Xian said to himself. I want to see just how extraordinary he is and what kind of evolution his indestructible golden blood will undergo. I want to see if it is as terrifying as the legends say. Fan Tian said. Those who knew the inside story were all paying close attention. They all wanted to know the final result. Fan Zhou personally came with a 5-color divine bottle. Inside was the third stage of the precious liquid. Every drop was priceless, enough to make all the giants' eyes go red. There was a strange luster in his eyes as he stared at Yi Fan as if he was staring at the most resplendent jewel. Yi Fan opened the 5-colored jade bottle. With just a sniff, he knew that this divine liquid could help him break through. It was absolutely effective. In just a moment, he felt as if he had ascended to immortality. His entire body felt light and his hair stood on end. If I break through, I'll settle accounts with all of you, he said to himself. Everyone was paying close attention. They all wanted to know what the result would be. Chapter 1144. This outsider bastard, how can he obtain the third stage of the evolutionary fluid? Even I don't have the qualifications to use it, but he was chosen. Luo Luo was a blue-haired man. He was usually elegant and refined, but at this moment, his expression was ferocious. His white face was filled with hostility. He smashed his goblet on the ground, and the bright red wine spilled all over the floor like blood. He had already made a move before. On that night when Yi Fan was comprehending the Tao, he used the saint artifact worship to ambush Yi Fan, but he was stopped by Fan Zhou. He was a powerful relative of the Brahmin race. He was young and had extraordinary strength. He had already cut his Tao for many years. Because of his pursuit of Fan Xian, he was extremely hostile towards people like Yi Fan. An old woman stood to the side and said, "Young master, it's too late. Fan Zhou has already personally sent the third stage of the evolutionary fluid over. I think that brat will make a breakthrough soon. It's said that he has the indestructible golden blood, which will be very valuable. I really want to release all the golden blood in his body with my own hands. Damn it, which star field did he come from? If I find out, I will definitely flatten that ancient star field." Luo Luo paced back and forth in annoyance. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation came down from the sky. A huge star gate appeared. It seemed to be made of purple gold. Starlight flickered inside, and it was connected to an unknown star field. The star gate appeared. This is the Brahmin race's ancient saint ancestor summoning his descendants. Luo Luo looked up in shock. If that's the case, then Fan Zhou and the others are leaving. This might be an opportunity. The old woman's eyes flashed with madness. You mean, isn't it too risky? Luo Luo asked with a trembling voice. Two cold lights shot out from the old woman's eye sockets. She said, that is the third stage of the evolutionary fluid. Many noble lords will fight for it. Fan Zhou is about to leave, so he will definitely be worried about him breaking through alone. The opportunity is right in front of you, so why not fight for it? If young master can obtain it, then he might soar into the sky. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Brahmin race's descendants, especially the giants, all stood up and rushed towards the star gate the moment they saw it. Don't be in a hurry to break through. Wait for me to come back and protect you, lest any accidents happen. Fan Zhou said. Then, he frowned as if he thought of something and said, it's not good to leave the evolution fluid with you. It might bring about a great disaster. Put it back first. Moreover, you should also enter the secret land. Everything will wait for my return. Over the past few days, there had been many people trying to assassinate Yi Fan, and there was no lack of powerful half-saints piloting super-ancient sage mechas. If Yi Fan was allowed to make a breakthrough on his own, he would most likely be killed. All right. Yi Fan nodded. Fan Zhou and the other powerhouses did not waste any time. They immediately charged into the sky and entered the star door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Yi Fan entered the Brahmin Pure Land. It was a very important place, and normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Only Brahma Immortal and Brahma Heaven could enter. What? Isn't it too risky to attack the Pure Land now? Luo Luo was stupefied. The powerhouses had just left, yet they were already doing something so out of line. This shocked him greatly. He has just stepped into the Pure Land and has yet to enter the important area ahead. This is our only chance to seize the divine liquid. The old woman said in a deep voice. Standing here, she could clearly see the figures in the Pure Land ahead. This is too daring. Luo Luo was very uneasy. I am willing to take action. If something happens, I definitely won't implicate the young master. The old woman said. Good, kill him all and seize the third stage of the evolution fluid. Luo Luo said coldly. His expression quickly became cold as he said, I will ask grandfather to come out of seclusion. When the time comes, I will have him clean up all traces. Perhaps it's time to leave the Brahmin race and seek refuge with that person on the Eternal Lord Star. As long as we have the divine liquid, everything is negotiable. He was going all out. This kind of divine liquid would make even half-saints go crazy. It would even make the most powerful nobles bow down. If he could seize it, everything would be worth it. The Pure Land was extremely peaceful. The spiritual essence of the plants was abundant. As he walked through this region, the clouds were dense and mists rose. It was as if he had arrived at the residence of immortals. Between the stone mountains, divine springs gurgled. A few auspicious beasts roamed about. 3-footed golden crows streaked across the sky, dragging long streaks of fiery light behind them. Divine Wan's wings were beautiful, filling the sky with brilliant radiance. There were also all types of ancient medicines growing everywhere. Their fragrance assailed the nostrils. As Yifan walked through the Pure Land, he discovered a few strange creatures roaming about, adding a layer of mystery to this place. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He felt a powerful sense of danger, as if something bad was about to happen. He didn't even think about it and immediately shifted several thousand zhang outwards. A streak of black light appeared where he originally stood, piercing through the place he was standing on. A several dozen li deep hole appeared there, and even the underground magma was blasted out. What a terrifying sneak attack! Someone wanted to take his life. A black mecha appeared there. It was only 7 zhang tall, and its entire body seemed to be cast from black iron. It flickered with an ice-cold black golden luster, and in its hand was a pitch-black dagger. For a normal person, it was still extremely large, several meters long. Brat, even someone like you wants to have this type of precious liquid? You should just hand it over. This was an ancient saint-level mecha. Someone used it to carry out an assassination on Yifan. It was equivalent to an attack from a saint, terrifying beyond compare. Who dares intrude into the Brahmin clan's Pure Land? The elders in front were furious. Bloodshed happened from time to time in this heavenly hall. They were plunderers, all of them brave and fierce. If they didn't agree with each other, they would often settle disputes with duels. However, no one dared to take action here. Today, they broke this rule. Pooh! The black mecha was decisive and fierce, its attacks ruthless. The pitch-black dagger spun, removing the head of the elder who roared out, blood splashing everywhere. This was an ancient saint-level method. Even though these elders were unordinary, extremely powerful, Brahmin clan elders, they still weren't enough. Dang! The black dagger tore apart the void, completely shattering the elders' armor defenses, instantly killing 4 elders. Their bodies were blasted apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Every single one of them died with remaining grievances. Enemy attack. Men. The elder who held the 5-colored divine bottle cried out loudly, feeling extremely shocked. There was someone who dared to do this. He ran with all of his strength, calling out to the experts in the depths of the Pure Land. Yifan shivered inwardly. The third stage of the evolutionary liquid really was precious, rarely seen in this world. This was definitely a traitor, not hesitating to gamble with his life, wishing to rebel against the Brahmin clan. The black mecha was 7 zhang tall, a colossus compared to normal people. However, its movements were nimble, like a streak of black lightning. With a pu sound, that elder's body was torn apart. Bone fragments, inner organs, and everything else flew out, the scene bloody and cruel. The eyes of the old woman inside the black mecha flickered with a crazy radiance. She leapt high into the air, grabbing towards the 5-colored divine bottle, about to obtain it. At the same time, the black dagger in the mecha's other hand hacked towards Yifan. The black light reached several thousand zhang, endless ruthlessness radiating from it. Brat, go die. There is no fate between you and this liquid, you shouldn't have it. The black mecha was incomparably domineering, incomparably awe-inspiring, carrying incomparable joy. It felt like it had cut off Yifan's immortal path. However, its voice quickly came to a screeching halt. It was because another mysterious mecha had appeared, flickering with sparkling radiance. It held a spear in its hand, almost piercing through its palm. It blocked its path halfway, snatching towards the 5-colored jade bottle first. She wasn't the only one who took action. There were others who took the risk out of desperation, attacking viciously at this crucial moment, wanting to seize the third stage of the evolutionary liquid. This was just too tempting, so they wouldn't hesitate even if they had to break off relations with the Brahmin clan. Hong. On the other side, a powerful mecha attacked. It held a sharp sword several zhang long, drawing out a cold and gloomy light. The fluctuations of a divine artifact were intense as it directly slaughtered towards Yifan. Kill. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. There was also a person holding a dragon spear, controlling an ancient divine mecha. Its attack power was astonishing, wanting to slaughter Yifan, destroying both his body and soul. The people who had previously attacked Yifan had all appeared, including the half-saints like Xian Linfeng. At this time, they were hiding in the mecha, displaying their holy might. This was a great disaster, and the situation was dire to the extreme. Yifan had been on guard for so many days, and if it wasn't for obtaining the third stage of the evolutionary liquid, he would have left a long time ago. But now, great enemies had appeared, and their attacks were coming one after another, putting him in a desperate situation. The black arrow defended himself, and the green bronze prepared. He immediately entered the ground, entering deep into the dragon vein, drawing upon the great power of the heavenly halls. He was just a hair's breadth away from brushing shoulders with the god of death. Several ancient saint-level attacks penetrated several dozen li underground, shattering many dragon veins and great abysses. Yifan felt a chill run down his spine as he narrowly avoided it. He needed to obtain the divine liquid to break through, and he didn't want to endure in this place anymore. This was too passive, and it wasn't easy to counterattack. His life was always in danger. On the ground, several mechas were fighting, almost sinking the outer perimeter of the Pure Land. They were fighting over the 5-colored divine bottle. Ding! Suddenly, the divine bottle made a sound, and with a slight tremble, it entered the underground dragon vein. Yifan borrowed the army formula to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. His true cultivation wasn't any weaker than theirs, just not as strong as the mechas. Several experts were operating precious artifacts. Although they could display the power of ancient saints, they were somewhat inferior in terms of technique. They couldn't compare to the destructive power of the mechas. Who dares cause trouble in the heavenly halls? In the distance, the Brahmin race's people roared angrily. A group of old monsters rushed over, and an expanse of destructive divine light swept over. The mechas didn't continue fighting and immediately fled. They didn't want to be blocked, and that would only result in certain death. Damn it, that brat didn't die. He didn't even get the evolutionary liquid. Luo couldn't restrain her anger. The old woman's eyes were cold as she said, several experts took action, and they all wanted to seize the liquid. They messed up the rhythm. In another courtyard, Xian Linfeng said coldly, "This little bastard escaped another calamity, but you won't live for much longer. As long as you are still in this star domain, you will die sooner or later." In a secret room, Chao Qing's expression was gloomy, and his face was like a carved stone. He said, "I wanted to obtain his precious blood, but I failed again. This time, it was too hasty. There won't be any mishaps next time. Not long later, his every move will be in our sight. He will undoubtedly die," the grey-clothed elder said sinisterly. The Brahmin race's people were furious. They didn't capture the person, but they didn't act blindly without thinking. They only increased their vigilance and waited for the giants to return before making a decision. "He didn't die, did he?" Fan Xian frowned. She swung her elegant and slender legs like two snow-white snakes. In the depths of the earth, Yi Fan's expression was cold. He held the 5-color divine bottle in his hand and sat cross-legged for a long time. After confirming that there were no threats, he decided to immediately enter the starry sky to break through. I've already obtained what I wanted, so I won't endure it any longer. You guys, just wait, I'll make you pay the price in blood one by one. He arranged the chessboard formation and entered the starry sky. He continuously traveled, and after confirming that he had arrived at a place far enough, he prepared to cross the tribulation. This starry sky is too beautiful. It will become the place where I obtain the Tao. Chapter 1145. The boundless cosmos, the brilliant river of stars, was boundless and boundless. Yi Fan stood in the cosmos, everywhere was spacious and empty. The cosmos was sometimes dull and lonely, sometimes colorful. It was a contradictory entity. Yi Fan sensed the vastness of the boundless cosmos and didn't move for a long time. He was adjusting his body's state. Regardless of whether it was his physical body or his spiritual will, he had to reach the optimal state. It was because he understood that he could definitely break through this time. The shackles that had troubled him for half a year were about to be shattered, and he was going to break through today. According to normal circumstances, the further a cultivator advanced, the more difficult it would be to advance. If it took 10 years to advance a step, then the next step might take 30, or even 50 years. How long had it been since he last advanced? It had only been a year or two, yet he was actually going to break through again. It could be said to be a miracle. In the void of the cosmos, he took out the 5-color divine bottle and pulled out the stopper. A dazzling light rushed out, turning into an expanse of clouds and mist that surrounded him, turning into streaks of 5-color divine light. It's here. It's really too useful. Yi Fan was shocked. At this moment, the 5-color divine bottle continuously released multicolored mist. This was all formed from liquid, and it surged out on its own, entering his body. It was as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. All of the pores on his body opened and closed, and strand after strand of fine multicolored light entered and exited, swallowing and spitting out. It made him flow with brilliant colors, dazzling and resplendent. Hong long long. A tremendous sound rang out. The golden blood in his body surged, releasing the divine sound of thunder and lightning on its own, shaking this part of the cosmos until it resonated, producing all types of irregular scenes. Ka. It wasn't a heavenly tribulation, nor was it a fluctuation of divine force, nor was there any special divine ability. It was just the natural reaction of his physical body. His golden body was moving rhythmically, as if he was performing a mysterious body technique, causing the void to collapse. This was an extremely terrifying scene. There wasn't any destructive tribulation or punishment, only Yi Fan's physical body was trembling. Just this kind of normal shaking that cleansed his flesh shook the cosmos apart. Yi Fan's entire body shone, and golden lightning radiance shot out streak after streak. It was as if streaks of primal chaos lightning had struck him, but in reality, it was only his physical body that was shining. Soon, his joints also began to move, as if he was changing his blood and forging his bones. The rumbling in his body was even louder than the sound of a surging river or a surging tsunami. His body emitted boundless light, becoming the only thing in the vast universe. The sun, moon, and stars no longer existed. Only he remained, and he was the most dazzling. Rumble. The next moment, the rhythm of his body and the blossoming of the blazing golden light became even more terrifying. The instinctive power of his body shattered the vacuum, turning this place into a black hole that instantly swallowed all the light. The third stage of the evolutionary fluid was a mystical substance. It completely dissolved the divine substance of the destiny rock, the meteorite withered divine heart, and the absolute beginning life stone. It was also mixed with too many fragments of the great Tao. The effects were terrifying. This was a type of radiance that instantly made one feel as if they had experienced millions and millions of years. Yi Fan's body and spirit were all nourished. All kinds of Tao marks densely covered him as he observed the secrets of the creation of heaven and earth. Especially in the galaxy of the universe, he was even closer to this kind of Tao. Yi Fan closed his eyes and concentrated. He comprehended the Tao, tempered his divine senses, cleansed his flesh, and forged his divine bones. He walked step by step towards a unique great Tao, walking further and further. He observed the path of those before him and walked his own Tao. He looked at the secrets of the universe and experienced his own results, forging his own extraordinary physique and Tao skills. Pung! The five-colored divine vase exploded. All of the evolutionary fluid rushed out and turned into a dense expanse of immortal energy. It was truly like an immortal pill refined by an ancient deity, mysterious and powerful. Milky white immortal energy curled about, and then it suffused with all types of light. It submerged Yifan within and released the sonorous sound of the great Tao. It shook this part of the universe and rumbled with noise. In the end, the black hole disappeared. All of the bones in Yifan's body were releasing sounds. His divine senses were incomparably condensed. The small golden figure sat cross-legged, the space between its brows flawless, sparkling and translucent. A terrifying streak of lightning descended from the heavens and hacked down on his body. The tribulation had begun. He finally broke through. None of this was unexpected, because he had long had this type of feeling recently. He just needed a bit more to break through the shackles. And now, the third stage of evolutionary fluid was in his hands. There wasn't the slightest bit of suspense left. Advancing another level was immediately a reality. This was a terrifying world of lightning. It covered heaven and earth, descending from the boundless cosmos. It was as if there was a divine realm that was closely controlling everything, making it seem so terrifying. Lightning was endless. Every single streak tore apart the void, illuminating the dark cosmos until it was resplendent, turning it into a divine country world. Yifan began an incomparably great tribulation, but he faced it calmly, not feeling the slightest bit of alarm or danger. He tempered his flesh within the lightning storm, cleansed the small golden figure, and forged his own cauldron patterns, continuously becoming stronger. Correct, he could clearly sense that he had become many times stronger. Regardless of whether it was his spiritual senses or combat strength, they all entered a brand new realm. There was actually a trace of a saint's aura and might. The Great Tribulation had begun, and it was boundlessly domineering. This was a strange scene in the starry sky. It was as if stars were exploding one after another, forming a terrifying and magnificent picture of the universe. God, what am I seeing? Is there a battle between gods? Are there many galaxies destroyed? Why is it so brilliant and terrifying? On a grand astronomical observatory on the Eternal Lord planet, a man cried out in shock. He had inadvertently captured this scene and was incomparably shocked. Although it was extremely far away, their technology was unrivaled. They captured the magnificent scene of interweaving lightning and surging galaxies. It's really unbelievable. Those are bolts of lightning that are happening in the void of the universe. God, am I dreaming? It's really happening. Oh, no, there seems to be a figure within that light. Is he a demon? How can he withstand that kind of power? At the same time, in other places on the Eternal Lord planet, there were also some people who saw this scene. They were all shocked and began to discuss it. Unfortunately, no one could clearly see the person within. The heavenly tribulation was terrifying and contained the divine patterns of the great Tao. No matter how much technology was used to restore it, it was useless. Even an ancient saint wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Could it be that the legends are true? An ancient god has been resurrected from the dark universe and is now returning? Many people on the Eternal Lord planet were suspicious. Some people uploaded the scene they saw to the star web. It quickly spread throughout the world and caused a huge discussion. The true experts were all shocked and horrified. They were sure that someone was undergoing a tribulation. If they weren't wrong, it should be the most terrifying chaotic tribulation, the 5 elements tribulation, the Great Tribulation, and all kinds of other great tribulations. Even saints could fall. Let's go take a look and see what kind of amazing person has appeared. We won't disturb them. We'll just watch quietly. Yifan's tribulation had alarmed the people of the Eternal Lord planet in another distant star region. They were separated by the sea of stars and were extremely far away, but it still caused a huge uproar. He didn't know that he had become the main character and had attracted the attention of countless people in the center of this universe. That huge star was vast and boundless, with a population of hundreds of millions. The civilization was extremely powerful. Whether it was the great Tao or technology, it was extremely prosperous. Therefore, some people could see the strange scene in the deepest part of the universe. Young master, we have invited the Black Shadow Man. His tracking skills are the best in the Fairy Feather Star Ocean. He has a strange ability that allows him to sense the enemy's location. He has never failed before, the gray-robed old servant reported to Chao Qing. The Black Shadow Man was a mysterious expert. He had an innate magical power that allowed him to sense the location of anyone with his heart. Many people had hired him. Over the years, his price had increased, and very few people could afford it. Chao Qing and the others had hired him at all costs in order to obtain the indestructible golden blood. In fact, he was indeed a mutant. In the field of tracking people, he was not far from being the best in the Eternal Kingdom. When Yi Fan was undergoing the tribulation, he was performing a space jump and exploring this star region. He was a super expert. When he appeared in the ancient sacred Mecca, he naturally caused some disturbances. Such a strong aura was suffocating. However, in the face of the heavenly tribulation, it was not very important. Yi Fan sensed it immediately and saw the Mecca that was 10 feet tall in the distance. It was extremely advanced and frightening. There were many patterns of the Great Tao carved on it, and it was equipped with the most advanced space jump technology crystal board. Boom! Yi Fan rushed over immediately and attacked. The person who was riding the ancient sacred Mecca was definitely a strong deterrent. Yi Fan instinctively felt a sense of hostility. The Black Shadow Man was stunned. He saw such a vast heavenly tribulation when he came out of the star door. He was stunned for a moment. When he saw the heavenly tribulation approaching, he immediately retreated. However, it was too late. The heavenly tribulation was like the sea, covering the sky and covering the earth. On the spot, the ancient sacred Mecca was hit hard, and sparks flew in all directions. Bang! Yi Fan turned into a golden lightning bolt and tore through the void. He came to the side of the Mecca and used the heavenly tribulation to blow up the Mecca. It was simple and violent. The Black Shadow Man was beaten half to death and was captured. The Mecca was broken, and the Black Shadow Man was killed. While many people on the Eternal Lord planet were paying attention and discussing it on the star web, Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was coming to an end. He had moved a long distance in an instant. When all the lightning disappeared, he crossed the sky with a broken Mecca and disappeared completely. Because he was afraid that the heavenly tribulation would cause too much of a commotion. It would be troublesome if some people were alarmed after such a long time. In fact, not long after he disappeared, a holy ship from the Eternal Lord planet jumped through space to observe and investigate. Unfortunately, they missed him. Chao Qing. You want to kill me and take my precious golden blood. This time, I will accompany you to the end. It had only been a year or two since Yi Fan's last heavenly tribulation breakthrough. He successfully broke through again and stood on the 8th step of the Tao's severing stair. It could be called a miracle. Because, normally, he would need another 30 years, or even longer. At this moment, every inch of his flesh and blood was shining with precious splendor. He was full of power that could destroy any Tao's severing stair. He even felt that he could challenge the ancient saints. After successfully crossing the tribulation, his strength reached a new peak. Yi Fan felt that this star domain was the place where he obtained the Tao. If he could find the 4th or even 5th stage evolutionary fluid, he might be able to continuously advance and break through endlessly. Yi Fan brought the tattered Mecca back to heaven. He didn't say anything and directly slaughtered his way towards Chao Qing's courtyard. He didn't hide anything and was about to unleash a massacre. You're still alive. You disappeared from the pure land of heaven. I thought you were already dead. Along the way, a loathsome voice sounded. Yi Fan encountered Luo Luo as soon as he returned. This was a provocation. Beside her was an old woman. Killing intent flashed past her eye sockets, and her gaze was extremely cold. Yi Fan's expression immediately became gloomy. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. He was sure that this old woman was the one who used the black mecha to intercept him in the Pure Land. You really are lucky. I just don't know if you'll be able to survive next time. Luo Luo laughed unbridledly in an extremely arrogant manner. He raised his chin and left, only showing the back of his head to Yi Fan. I've endured you for a long time. Now, I can finally make my move. Yi Fan forced his way over. What do you want? This is the Pure Land of Heaven. I'm Fan Xian's cousin. You dare to harm me? You're courting death. Luo Luo looked at him vigilantly, but he was still domineering and arrogant. Pooh! A streak of bloody light flashed past. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. A golden bolt of lightning streaked past, and the head of Luo Luo, who was at the third layer of the Tao Severing Realm, flew high into the air. Chapter 1146. Ah Woo. Luo Luo only had time to let out a short scream before his head flew into the air. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. His face was still filled with fear. He didn't think that Yi Fan would really dare to make a move. There was no hesitation at all, it was decisive and thorough. His headless body fell forward, his corpse lying in a pool of blood, looking extremely miserable. He was killed just like that. His head flew out diagonally, and during this process, a lot of blood flowed out. The expression of fear on his face froze, and disbelief was written all over it. No. His primordial spirit flickered within his skull, wanting to rush out in extreme fear. He howled, screamed, and wailed. The old woman at the side was also quite shocked. This was the Pure Lands of Heaven, and Luo Luo was an extraordinary relative with boundless potential. He was the distant cousin of Fan Xian, yet his head was actually cut off by someone. She immediately summoned the black mech and entered it. She frantically attacked Yi Fan to stop his next move, but it was already too late. Yi Fan's golden fingers shook and smashed into the flying head, causing it to explode on the spot. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and that panicked primordial spirit lost its support. The moment it revealed its head, it was instantly sliced apart by a single finger. It let out a mournful scream and died on the spot. You killed young Master Luo Luo, and you actually dared to do this. You must pay the price in blood. A life for a life, blood for blood. The old woman went crazy. She couldn't absolve herself from the blame for such a thing. Yi Fan was very decisive. The moment he killed Luo Luo, he immediately took out the tattered black mech and entered it to fight against the old woman. This was an ancient saint-grade war tool, and its cost was extremely high. Even the top powers didn't have many of them, because if they wanted to refine it, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. Just the materials alone were enough to make a clan fall. Pung! One of Yi Fan's mechanical arms flickered with green smoke, clashing head-on with the old woman's hand. This was a contest of close combat and magical power. Even though this mech was tattered, it could still display a portion of its power. At the very least, it could fight for a short period of time. Wang! The great Tao rumbled. The old woman controlled the black mecha, and a dagger that shone with black light appeared in her hand. The moment it slashed through the void, all sorts of great Tao runes flashed, and its power was as great as a tsunami. A true ancient mech was extremely mysterious and powerful. Only the direct descendants of nobles could control it, and it was extremely terrifying. Even though it was a metal mech, it was engraved with the most complicated and mysterious runes of ancient deities, allowing it to display holy might. Clang! One of Yi Fan's mechanical arms had been cut off. This tattered mecha was no match. It had no weapons, and even more than half of its great Tao runes had been destroyed. Its defensive power was greatly reduced. Brat, go to hell. I'm going to use your blood as a sacrifice to young Master Luo Luo. The old woman's eyes were blood red, full of hatred. She wanted to tear him apart immediately. Old hag, it was you who wanted to kill me last time and seize the third stage of the evolutionary fluid. Today, I will take revenge and send you on your way. Yi Fan dodged. Although his mecha wasn't a match, it could still unleash holy might and could hold on for a while. Dang! Yi Fan used his remaining mechanical arm to attack horizontally, sweeping towards the chest of the black mecha and forcing it to take a few steps back. Then, he continued to unleash heavy attacks and began his fierce counterattack. Great Dao runes flickered. Saint-level magical power confrontation was secondary, and close combat was the main focus. Yi Fan attacked continuously, focusing on a few vital points of the black mecha in an attempt to break through its defense. The old woman released a strange whistle to call for reinforcements. She wanted to stop Yi Fan and prevent him from escaping. She discovered that this brat was too difficult to deal with. He was able to fight her with just a tattered mecha. Kwang! Yi Fan's mecha was on the verge of breaking apart. Strands of green smoke rose from it as if it was about to explode. Because of the continuous high-intensity confrontations, it was already on the verge of breaking apart. Now, it was even worse. Brat, you're finished. The old woman was extremely bloodthirsty. She licked her lips and released a resentful voice. The dagger in her hand hacked over. Boom! Suddenly, the right leg of Yi Fan's tattered mecha swung up high and exploded as it swept across the enemy. It emitted a blinding light and blasted a large hole in the chest of the black mecha. All of this was done intentionally by Yi Fan. He borrowed the power of a saint-level mecha's explosion to heavily injure the enemy. The old woman's expression changed. This was equivalent to a divine tool exploding, and she suffered a severe impact. All kinds of great Dao runes flickered, and the black mecha's luster dimmed quite a bit. She staggered backwards and was almost shaken out. However, the sound of the explosion didn't stop. Another sound rang out. This wasn't an ordinary explosion. It was the terrifying fluctuations produced when great Dao runes were destroyed. They could kill exceptional experts. Ah! The old woman screamed miserably and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan's tattered mecha was also almost finished. It had broken into pieces. He rushed out from within and directly pounced towards the black mecha. Before the old woman could calm herself down, he rushed in through the huge hole in the chest of the black mecha. Using the black arrow to protect himself, he defended against the divine rune fluctuations. Brat, you! The old woman was sinister. She didn't expect Yi Fan to be so ferocious and be able to kill his way so close to her. Old man, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan was very fierce. He stretched out a golden palm and grabbed the old woman's neck, directly pulling her over. Even someone as powerful as the old woman who had reached the half-saint realm was no match for him. At such a close distance, no one could contend against the indestructible golden body. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she struggled intensely. However, the result was without any suspense. Being attacked by the human race's divine physique was definitely a nightmare. Pfft! Yi Fan ripped off her head, causing blood to spurt high into the air. He then smashed her primordial spirit into pieces and threw all the flesh and bones out of the mecha. Who is causing trouble in the Pure Land? Someone in the distance discovered the tragedy here, and many people flew over. Especially the manor next to it. That was the residence of Luo Luo and his subordinates. Just now, the old woman's cry for help had already alerted the people inside. An ominous glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Seeing a group of people surrounding him, he piloted the black mecha and rushed into the manor with large strides, starting a massacre. Immediately, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew everywhere, and white bones stained with traces of blood flew everywhere. This was a terrifying massacre. How could this group of people stop Yi Fan? Not only could they not kill him, but they were also killed instead. In an instant, they all scattered and fled for their lives. Yi Fan's expression was cold. Time was limited, and he couldn't delay for too long. He tore open the void and directly rushed into the distance, looking for Chao Qing to settle the score. This person was very gloomy and cruel. He had dealt with him many times, and this time, he didn't hesitate to invite the Black Shadow Man to slaughter him for his precious blood. This made him truly angry. Within a picturesque mountain forest, there were a few majestic and beautiful palaces. The gray-clothed old man said, "That outsider really has some ability, being able to silently retreat from the Pure Land." However, this time, he still reached the end. The Black Shadow Man's tracking technique can be said to be number one under the heavens. He has most likely lost his life now. I don't care about anything else. I only care about whether or not his golden blood can be brought back. Chao Qing's expression was cold like an ice sculpture. There shouldn't be a problem, the old servant said. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the mountain forest. A palace was shattered, and a 7-zhang tall black gold mecha appeared, hacking over with a dagger in its hand. It's him. He actually came back alive. The gray-clothed old servant's eyes released two cold glints. A layer of ice appeared around his body, and snow filled the sky. King Chang's sounds rang out as an 8-zhang tall blue mecha appeared. He entered and quickly equipped himself. This mecha was incomparably powerful. Its entire body flickered with a light blue metallic luster, and its lines were extremely smooth. One could tell with a single glance that it was a terrifying war tool, much stronger than Yifan's black mecha. Young master, leave this place first. I will kill him with 1,000 cuts. The old servant's voice was cold. Extract his imperishable golden blood for me. I want to step on his corpse to evolve into the most powerful body. Chao Qing's voice was gloomy as he decisively left. Old man, Chao Qing, none of you should even think about leaving. Yifan raised his hand, shooting out a huge beam of light towards Chao Qing's direction. The gray-clothed old servant reacted quickly. The 8-zhang tall light blue mecha instantly shifted horizontally, raising a curtain of light to block this attack. Brat, you've run again and again. This time, you've delivered yourself to our doorstep with golden divine blood. You're dead for sure. The old servant taunted. Xiao. Yifan didn't say anything. His expression was cold as the black dagger in his hand streaked across the sky, releasing a black light. Divine marks filled the sky as magical power quickly spread. Chang. The old servant's lips curled into a sinister smile. The blue demon blade in his hand collided with the black dagger, instantly cutting it in half. Yifan was shocked. They were both ancient mecha, but the other party's was clearly much rarer and much more powerful. It was a super war tool, far more powerful than his own. Brat, offer up your precious blood and you can die. The old servant pounced. Whether it was the magic power fluctuations or the sturdiness of this mecha, they were both excellent. Pa! Yifan blocked with his black arm, but it was instantly deformed. A large part of his arm was dented by the light blue mecha. Whether it was magic power or sturdiness, they were both inferior. In the following clashes, the black mecha was continuously heavily injured, and Yifan felt quite shocked. He felt that he had to take this ancient holy mecha, as it was a rare war magic treasure. The black mecha was dented in many places, and many runes had been destroyed. Whether it was in terms of magic power or melee combat, it was a complete defeat. Dang! The light blue mecha driven by the old servant was slender and powerful. It was full of a sense of beauty and power. It was exceptionally strong, and its magic power attacks almost destroyed all of the great Dao runes on Yifan's mecha. Rumble. Moreover, the most important thing was that the blue demon blade in his hand was very terrifying. It almost split Yifan's mecha in half. Sparks flew in all directions, and lightning danced in the air. Kacha. Whoosh. Yifan drove the black mecha like a cheetah and rushed out. Its back was almost disintegrated. The black mecha was much weaker than the Super Saint mecha. He was in the war tool, but he was almost affected by the overwhelming saint magic power. His expression changed. Yifan came to the depths of the mountains. His target was Chao Qing. Because he sensed that he had not gone too far, he temporarily broke away from the light blue mecha and chased after him. Bang! One of Yifan's mecha's arms was cut off by the blue demon blade. The Dao marks shattered, and a lightning storm surged, flattening a mountain range. It was also at this time that he discovered Chao Qing. He merged with the void and was hidden in the sky. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to discover him, but he had cultivated the secret techniques of the Celestial Court, and his assassination techniques were rare. Pooh! Yifan attacked. Great Dao ripples spread out, shattering the sky. No, young master. The old servant discovered Yifan's evil intentions and hurriedly stopped him. He opened up a light blue screen of light to stabilize this area, but he was still a step too late. In the sky, Chao Qing spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was in tatters, and he almost turned into a pile of meat paste. Who knew how many secret treasures on him were destroyed, but he still managed to block this divine might. Kill him. Slaughter him. Chao Qing was furious. His expression was sinister as he quickly fled. The gray-clothed old servant roared. He controlled the light blue mecha and used all of its abilities to the extreme. He almost dismembered Yifan's mecha, and it was soon broken into pieces. Brat, you're finished. The old servant laughed sinisterly. Ah! Suddenly, Yifan roared, using the last of the black mecha's saint-level Dao patterns to release this shout. The ancient sacred mecha could display the power of a saint, and it used its supreme Dao marks to activate this mantra. He took advantage of the old servant's relaxed vigilance and thought that victory was certain to be won to attack him. It was like a demonic voice piercing into his brain, shaking him silly. His consciousness was in chaos, and he almost collapsed. Bang! Yifan attacked quickly, actually pouncing on the light blue mecha. He was like a falcon spreading its wings and soaring in the 9 heavens, incomparably swift and fierce. He wasn't a moth flying into a flame, because he had long wanted to use this attack. The great Dao ripples of the light blue mecha were temporarily interrupted. He used his origin technique and wanted to enter. Origin techniques were very mysterious. He could use its supreme profundities to enter the Saint Spirit Stone embryo with his physical body. Now that he had reached the acme of perfection, he could naturally force his way into the ancient sacred mecha. Before, the old servant's mind was in a daze. He naturally wouldn't dare because he had terrifying saint-level magic power. But now, things were different. It was temporarily chaotic and interrupted. Even so, Yifan was still taking a risk. If the old servant woke up halfway and the great Dao marks of the saint appeared, he might be able to destroy him. The main reason was that this mecha was extremely powerful, making him feel that it was very troublesome. He had encountered danger several times, so he had no choice but to do this. Moreover, he wanted to obtain this undamaged war tool. This way, he would be full of confidence and be able to sweep through an entire region. In the end, everything went smoothly. Yifan used the ancient sacred mecha to release the heavenly swastika, targeting the enemy's consciousness and almost shattering the old servant's immortal platform. He transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and successfully entered the mecha. A cruel smile appeared on his face. You. The gray-robed old servant finally woke up. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Yifan's physical strength was. Old fellow, didn't you want my life? Yifan mocked. No. The gray-robed old servant screamed and fought with all his might. However, the result was ruthless. With a pfff sound, Yifan broke his neck, causing blood to flow everywhere. Finally, an ice-cold corpse was tossed out of the mecha. Yifan entered and successfully obtained this super-ancient sacred war tool. What happened? Who is behaving atrociously? Who exactly is it that dares to come to my pure lands of heavens and start a massacre? In the surroundings, countless people flew over, surrounding this mountain region. Many experts appeared. It's him, it's actually this brat. Good, you finally appeared. I'm going to take your life to avenge my grandson. The half-sage Xian Linfeng laughed sinisterly. Other than this, Luo Luo's grandfather, who was in seclusion, also appeared. His expression was extremely gloomy. After learning that his grandson and the old woman had died, his eyes were spewing fire. A group of powerful experts appeared, including the experts from the Brahmin race, surrounding Yi Fan. Fan Xian also arrived. Her legs were as white as a snake, her beauty capable of toppling cities. Chao Qing stood beside her. His expression was extremely cold, but he didn't say anything. Yi Fan wielded the blue devil blade and controlled the mecha, rushing towards Chao Qing, wanting to take his life. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Fan Xian shouted. Kill him. Yi Fan pointed his blade at Chao Qing. No, I won't allow you to be so impudent and kill the innocent. Stop him for me. Fan Xian shouted. A group of experts acted, blocking his path. Chapter 1147. Fan Xian's expression was unsightly. He ordered a group of experts to stop Yi Fan and stop him from killing. He shouted, Yi Fan, do you know what you are doing? I'm just trying to kill Chao Qing, said Yi Fan calmly. Fan Xian's expression was cold. In the pure land of heaven, no matter who you are, you can't start a massacre like this. If you have any disputes, you can bring them to the table. In the pure land of heaven, the Brahmin race had absolute authority. No one could provoke them. All disputes had to be resolved according to their will and rules. He killed me not long ago. I took this light blue mecha from his servant, said Yi Fan. Put down your weapon. Wait for my uncle to come back. He'll give you an explanation. Not far away, Brahma appeared. His red hair was thick, and his expression was solemn. No, this is between me and him. There's no need for anyone to judge. Yi Fan didn't back down. Impudent. This is the pure land of heaven, not the outside world. No one can break the rules of the Brahmin race here, shouted an old man angrily. What happened today was very serious. Battles between ancient saints and mechas were usually only fought when enemies invaded from the outside. But now, they were happening inside the pure land of heaven. It was intolerable. Yi Fan, you're in the wrong. I don't want things to get out of hand. In a few days, I'll give you a fair explanation, said Fan Xian. In a few days? Yi Fan shook his head. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long. You should know that there are always people targeting me. If I miss today, I won't have a chance to kill Chao Qing. What do you mean? Do you want to break the rules of the Brahmin race? Said an old man with an unfriendly expression. Yi Fan, think carefully. Do you really want to disregard everything? Today, you're being unreasonable. I won't allow you to kill Chao Qing. This is the pure land of the Brahmin race. Fan Xian's expression was frosty, and her tone was strict. Beside her, Chao Qing didn't seem to be affected at all. He was calm and collected. His silver hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep. He didn't say anything, as if what happened had nothing to do with him. Am I being unreasonable? Yi Fan sneered coldly. His gaze swept over everyone present, and then he stared at Fan Xian and said, You only saw me kill him. Don't tell me you don't know that he was the one who sent people to kill me? And he almost succeeded. I was merely retaliating. Fan Xian's expression was cold as he warned him to get out of his mecha and wait for Fan Zhou and the other giants to return. Little brat Yi, you're too full of yourself. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you've gotten the fan universe's recognition? You can't do whatever you want in heaven. A very senior expert of the Brahmin race shouted. The Chao clan was a very large clan, and had a lot of influence on the Eternal Lord planet. No major organization would dare to offend them, and Chao Qing had come for Fan Xian. The Brahmin race naturally tried their best to rope him in and usually took good care of him. This time, he was able to bring 2 types of auxiliary divine minerals from the Chao family to refine the strongest constitution evolution fluid. His status was evident. Now that he was in trouble, even if the Brahmin race knew what was going on, they couldn't allow Yi Fan to kill him. Therefore, they had to protect him. Little brat, you're seeking your own death. It would have been fine if you had been hiding like a turtle, but now you dare to come out so arrogantly. Death is at hand. Xian Linfeng's eyes were filled with hatred as he sneered. He wanted to take revenge for his grandson Xian Mo. Looking at the important figures of the Brahmin race, he said, now that I've attacked him, you have nothing to say, right? He's seeking his own death and is challenging the dignity of your race. I'll take care of him for you. The group of experts present didn't say anything and just watched coldly. Many people stared at Yi Fan, sealing off all directions to prevent him from escaping. He must die. Luo's grandfather's expression was also gloomy. He couldn't wait to refine Yi Fan right away. He hated this young powerhouse in front of him. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan saw the situation. Although the Brahmin race wanted to recruit him and desired his indestructible golden blood, they couldn't let him kill Chao Qing. They didn't hesitate to capture him. Xian Linfeng was a powerful half-saint who came from the Eternal Lord Star. He had an illustrious status and extraordinary strength. Now, he was riding a silver-white mecha with a holy sword in his hand. Now that Yi Fan had reached the 8th layer of the Tao's severing realm, his strength was extremely tyrannical. He could fight anyone below the level of a saint, and he even felt that he might be able to shake an ancient saint. Although he hadn't tried it before, he had such a feeling. Now that he had obtained the blue gold mecha, he was even more fearless. Chi! He met the attack head-on. His body turned into a beam of blue light. Although he was 8 meters tall, his movements were agile and swift, leaving behind a powerful afterimage. The air exploded, emitting strange sounds. As soon as they clashed, Yi Fan and Xian Linfeng exchanged more than 100 blows. A battle between super ancient saint mechas also depended on the strength of the pilot. The stronger the pilot, the more real and sharp the holy might they displayed. Pop! A light blue brilliance flashed, and the blue demon blade in Yi Fan's hand turned into a field of dazzling fireworks. The blade light covered the sky and submerged the entire sky. A crack appeared on the silver sword in Xian Linfeng's hand, and sparks flew in all directions. Black holes appeared in the sky as holy might erupted. They almost rushed to the outer realms and were tens of thousands of meters above the ground. In the fierce confrontation, Yi Fan clearly had the upper hand. He went from being unfamiliar with mecha control to being incomparably skilled, and his attacks were becoming increasingly fierce. Pfft! Xian Linfeng's expression changed. He raised his left arm slightly, and a beam of destructive light shot out. This was the martial divine light, and it was enough to penetrate a planet. If one was hit, it would be difficult to survive. Yi Fan let out a low roar as he operated the light blue mecha, fully displaying its power. First, he moved tens of thousands of meters horizontally, like an ancient saint crossing the sky. Then, he crossed his hands and shook them. The light blue traces of the great Tao spread out like ripples, filling the sky. Xian Linfeng shook violently, and the energy shield of the mecha couldn't block it either. It shattered like a crystal, and the mecha shook violently, almost crushed to pieces. Stop him. Fan Xian's expression changed. He didn't expect that Yi Fan, who had just started using mechas not long ago, would be so terrifying and defeat Xian Linfeng. One had to know that Xian Linfeng was a person with an illustrious status and strength. He came from the Eternal Lord planet, yet he was defeated by Yi Fan. The two experts of the Brahma race controlled their mechas and rushed into the sky, attacking Yi Fan. At the same time, Luo's grandfather, Luo Maluo, also entered a green mecha and rushed into the sky. The speed of the three of them couldn't be said to be slow. Moreover, they activated their firearms midway, shooting out 3 beams of destructive light towards Yi Fan, wanting to shatter him. Yi Fan used his mecha to display the power of an ancient saint and displayed a rather terrifying side. He activated the Rho formula, and like a flickering light, it was almost impossible to catch a trace of him. Clang! He held the blue demon blade in his hand and cut Xian Linfeng's battle sword in half. Saint-level fluctuations filled the air, and the sky exploded as a large expanse of primal chaos mist appeared. He didn't show mercy and continuously slashed out with dazzling blue light. The demon blade in his hand shone brilliantly, illuminating eternity. Kacha! A terrifying sound of metal cracking rang out. His blade had cut Xian Linfeng's mecha in half at the waist, disintegrating this tool of war. It couldn't display its might anymore. Luo Maluo and the two experts of the Brahma race had arrived. They attacked with all their might and attacked fiercely, wanting to destroy Yi Fan. Just now, Xian Linfeng was frightened out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately rushed out of the mecha that had been cut in half and wanted to flee. However, Yi Fan was unstoppable. He was getting more and more proficient in controlling this tool of war. He forcibly killed his way out of the encirclement of the three mechas. Where do you think you're going? He held the blue demon blade in his hand, and his entire body flickered with an ocean-like luster. He took a step forward and chased after Xian Linfeng. Xian Linfeng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. It was true that he was a half-saint, but facing an ancient saint mecha, he was clearly not enough. He fled in terror. All of this had exceeded his expectations. Pfft! Yi Fan's blade slashed down. The blue demon blade that was dozens of feet long drew a faint light and slashed at Xian Linfeng's body. When such a huge blade fell, it didn't seem like a slash, but more like a hammer smash. Xian Linfeng immediately turned into a pile of blood paste and shattered bones. His primordial spirit didn't even manage to rush out. His body and soul were both destroyed. This brat is showing off his abilities. He's too terrifying. He's a natural battle saint. Even such a powerful half-saint was killed by him. Many people of the Brahma race were shocked. In the next instant, Yi Fan turned around and rushed straight at Luo Maluo. He intentionally avoided the two experts of the Brahma race and focused on the half-saint who was controlling the mecha. Not good, we can't subdue him. Hurry up and ask the doyens to move out and bring the most elite tools of war here. Fan Xian's expression changed. Every Empyrean saint-grade mecha was precious. Creating one required an unimaginable price. To be able to cause a sizable clan to decline, there was a limit to how many Empyrean saint-grade mechas could produce. The battle in the sky was ongoing. Yi Fan was fighting 1 against 3 with ease. He had become increasingly powerful, and the battle blood in his body was boiling. Golden blood chi pervaded the air and dyed the light blue mecha a golden color. At this moment, he had an urge to use his physical body to fight against the Empyrean saint-grade mecha. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. He successfully broke through and stood at the 8th layer of the Dao Severing Realm. His strength had increased by a large margin. He felt that he could fight against Empyrean saint-grade without the help of a mecha. Clang! Yi Fan displayed his might. Golden blood chi pervaded the air as he slashed out with his blade, chopping off the right arm of Luo Maluo's mecha. A small explosion occurred there as lightning interweaved and the void collapsed. Luo Maluo was terrified. This young man's terror was beyond his imagination. He was trembling with fear and couldn't hold on any longer. He turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you want to kill me? Yi Fan chased after him. The two experts from the Brahma race also felt a chill in their hearts. In this battle, they couldn't even stop a single person. The other party was becoming increasingly fierce and terrifying. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. A loud sound rang out. Flames rushed into the sky and great Dao runes flickered. Then, a large area collapsed. Yi Fan wielded the blue demon blade and chopped down on Luo Maluo's mecha. He was shaken out and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Pfft! A blue light flashed past. Another half-sage exploded. Not even his bones remained, and his primordial spirit turned into ashes. He had been killed by Yi Fan. A long whistle came from the depths of the heavenly hall. The race's veteran experts moved out. They controlled their mecha and turned into several beams of flowing light as they rushed over. Yi Fan's expression changed. He didn't have much time left. He had to kill Chao Qing before the others arrived. Otherwise, his chances would be slim. Swoosh. He entered the ancient sage war tool and used the travel formula in the sky. His power increased by a large amount. It could be considered teleportation as he appeared on the ground. Stop, Yi Fan. It's not too late to retreat. My uncle will give you a fair explanation when he returns. You can't kill Chao Qing now. Fan Xian shouted. How could Yi Fan stop now? He rushed over with a few steps and hacked out with the blue demon blade. A blue ocean of splendor poured out in torrents. Stop him. Fan Xian's expression changed. She ordered loudly. Yi Fan actually wanted to kill the enemy in front of her. She ignored him. The two mechas in the sky descended and attacked ruthlessly towards Yi Fan's back. They wanted to crush him to pieces. Yi Fan moved sideways. His footsteps changed unpredictably. He turned into a blue beam of light, flashing left and right. Every time he changed, he would cross tens of thousands of zhang. It was terrifying. Chao Qing's expression finally changed. He had never met such a person before. Yi Fan dared to run amok in the Brahmin race's territory. Was he not afraid of the revenge of these marauders? He was simply too unscrupulous. Chao Qing dodged quickly. Someone who was not afraid of the Brahmin race, the scariest power in the fairy feather star ocean, had to be a madman. There was no point in saying anything. He had to escape first. At that moment, he turned into millions. There were shadows everywhere. Some flew into the sky, some dug into the ground, and they rushed in all directions. It was a dazzling sight. A normal person would have frowned. Such a secret technique was terrifying. Every one of them was real, and it was impossible to tell them apart. However, Yi Fan had studied this technique. In order to understand the Three Pure Ones technique, he had been studying all kinds of cloning techniques for so many years. It could be said that Chao Qing's display in front of him was like a child's play before an expert. Moreover, the source sky eye was different from other sky eyes. It could see the source. Chao Qing detected the real body at the first moment. He moved forward with the blue demon blade and slashed forward, intending to crush him. Suddenly, a horrifying sense of danger appeared. Chao Qing took out a few secret artifacts. They flew towards him and exploded immediately. The power was shocking. It can hurt sages. These are ancient sage forbidden artifacts. Yi Fan was shocked and quickly dodged. At the same time, he slashed in the void and opened up a dimensional space. He used the secret technique of the ancient chaos that he had obtained from Wang Tang and performed the eternal banishment. A cross-shaped crack appeared, swallowing the exploded forbidden artifacts and sending them into the mysterious dimensional space. But even so, the horrifying power of the forbidden artifacts was still revealed. Black holes appeared where they were, and the dimensional space was shattered. Let's see where you can run to this time. Yi Fan shouted. Tisk. A dazzling light rushed out of Chao Qing's skull. It was a man dressed in green. He looked very heroic. He shouted, "Who dares to hurt my descendant?" A strong holy aura swept across everyone. It was like a vast sea rising and falling, shocking everyone. It's the ancestor saint of the Chao clan, Chao Tianjun. Many people were horrified, revealing looks of shock. They never expected him to appear here. I want to kill him. Yi Fan did not even frown. He still walked forward with large steps and slashed forward with the blue demon blade. You want to stop me with just an imprint? Roar. Chao Tianjun roared angrily. He let out a world-shaking roar and pounced towards Yi Fan. This was an intense confrontation. It happened in the blink of an eye. In the end, Chao Tianjun's imprint disappeared and he was killed by Yi Fan. Everyone was shaken. In the distance, deafening roars could be heard. The experts of the Brahma race had finally arrived and started to attack from far away. Yi Fan, you better think this through. This is the pure land of the Brahma race. I won't allow you to kill Chao Qing. Fan Xian shouted. Then there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan raised his blade and slashed down. Attack him with all your strength and save Chao Qing. Fan Xian shouted. Pfft. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. A beam of blue light descended and cut Chao Qing into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed Fan Xian's short skirt red. Even her flawless legs were dripping with blood. Chapter 1148. Yi Fan was decisive and ruthless. He killed Chao Qing right in front of Fan Xian. Blood sprayed high into the air and splattered in all directions. The people in front of him all had traces of blood on them. Fan Xian's white and slender legs had a few drops of blood, which made her look incomparably seductive. You actually dared to kill Chao Qing. How reckless. Everyone, attack and kill him. Fan Xian's face was frosty. At this time, two ancient Saint Mechas had already rushed forward, protecting her and the important figures of the Brahmin race behind them. They were afraid that Yi Fan would go crazy and kill them all. Those who kill will always be killed. Is he allowed to kill me, but I can't retaliate and kill him? Yi Fan said expressionlessly. Now that the light blue mecha had appeared, the evidence was conclusive. This was a super saint mecha belonging to the Chao clan. It was obvious what had happened before. The Brahmin race knew that it was Chao Qing who had acted. In the past, they had tried to kill Yi Fan several times, but they still protected him. Fan Xian didn't hesitate to give the order to kill him. Now, there was nothing more to say. A long whistle tore through the air. This was a powerful divine will fluctuation, coming from afar. 5 mechas appeared, flashing with terrifying divine light. These were the most mysterious and powerful super saint war tools of the Brahmin race. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Whenever they appeared, there would be a rain of blood. Today, they actually used these saint tools for Yi Fan. It was clear how much they valued him. Yi Fan turned around and left. He didn't want to fight to the death with the Brahmin race. It was not worth it at all. He didn't want to continue killing here. He had already killed all the people he wanted to kill. He rushed into the sky, but what awaited him was a huge energy shield that sealed the entire Pure Land. He couldn't escape. Yi Fan quickly activated some of the runes on the light blue mecha, preparing to jump through space. This mecha was very mysterious. It was a rare saint artifact of the Chao clan. Its various functions and great Dao runes were extremely shocking. With a clanging sound, a starry door was opened. However, before he could rush in, the cold starry door suddenly collapsed. Forbidden space domain. The Brahmin race had sealed space and sealed all void laws. There was no way to escape, and the starry door was ineffective. Yi Fan's expression changed. This wasn't a good sign. The other side was determined to keep him here. This was a bit troublesome. It would be difficult to deal with so many experts. Fan Xian shouted, he's an ascetic cultivator with a strange formation platform. Maybe he can break through space. Hurry and use the ancient god's pill sealing formation to seal this place. Yi Fan's expression changed. Fan Xian had seen the chessboard formation platform before, so he understood it well. He took the initiative to set up a great formation, preventing him from escaping. In addition, all types of firearms interweaved at the same time, turning into streaks of blazing radiance that submerged the skies. This was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan was surrounded by a heavenly net. Every streak of light was destructive, able to blast out large amounts of black holes, able to destroy small planets. Right now, they were all concentrated on him. I don't want to break off relations with you, but don't force me. Yi Fan shouted. There's no need to say more. Capture him. We can't let him escape. Fan Xian's expression was ice cold. Xiao. Yi Fan rushed into the sky. He used the Xing technique to move through the concentrated martial divine light. He avoided layer after layer of danger and arrived in the sky dome. Hong Long. He wanted to shatter the light barrier and escape. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Brahmin race. Brat, where do you think you're going? My race was kind enough to nurture you with the most powerful evolution liquid, but in the end, you actually dared to do this. An elder rushed over in a powerful mecha. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He didn't retort. The Brahmin race treated him well on the surface, but there was no such thing as kindness without reason. He was well aware of their schemes. He had always been on guard against them. What they wanted was nothing more than his imperishable golden body. The Brahmin race wanted to extract his golden precious blood when he was successful and use it to increase their own constitution to become the most powerful in the universe. From a certain perspective, he was now a precious medicine that was being nurtured. Once he matured, he would be plucked, and he might not even be able to keep his life. Of course, if he was loyal enough to the Brahmin race, he would still have a way out. He might even be entrusted with an important position. After all, this type of powerful constitution was too rare. But was he that kind of person? How could he be willing to be a slave? If he didn't have freedom, he might as well just die. There would definitely be a great life and death conflict in the future. He had seen the terrifying gaze of the Brahmin race's giant fan Zhou. He stared at his imperishable golden body as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. He had a vague feeling that his golden precious blood might not even be their ultimate goal. Dang! Yi Fan fought against this ancient mecha. He continuously clashed, forcing the other party to retreat again and again. The blue demon blade released several thousand zhang-long beams of light, leaving behind cracks on the other party's body. Two more mysterious war machines rushed over from behind and surrounded him. Both of them used their most powerful methods, attacking ruthlessly and fiercely. Yi Fan's movements were bold and unrestrained. He could display the fluctuations of a saint within the light blue ancient sacred armor. It spread in all directions, free and unrestrained, sweeping through everything in his way. The three Brahmin race mechas couldn't even defeat him. If he didn't care about their feelings and didn't kill them, he would have already destroyed one of them. Little bastard, you truly are an ingrate. You used my race's most powerful evolutionary liquid to advance, yet in the end, you still want to betray us. We cannot let you live. An elder roared angrily. Yi Fan calmly said, I have already been lenient. Moreover, I saved your clan's Brahmin immortal, allowing you all to obtain the absolute beginning life stone. Just based on this, I have the qualifications to use the precious liquid. I don't owe you all anything. The two most precious divine minerals this time were the Heaven's Mandate Divine Rock and the Absolute Beginning Life Stone. The latter was especially heaven-defying. If they didn't have it, it was unknown when they would be able to refine the precious liquid. It could be said that this time, Yi Fan had contributed greatly to the Brahmin race. Without him, they wouldn't have obtained the Absolute Beginning Life Stone. Everything would have been for naught. He had the qualifications to use the most powerful precious liquid. Young man surnamed Yi, we admit that you've contributed quite a bit, and you can indeed enjoy the third stage of the precious liquid. However, you've provoked a great disaster today. You shouldn't have killed Chao Qing. There's still time to turn back now. Leave that mecha, and everything can be discussed, said another elder. The battle continued and became increasingly intense. Several mechas soared into the sky and surrounded Yi Fan. Their attacks were world-shaking as black holes appeared one after another. Yi Fan didn't want to wait helplessly for death. He shook his head and said, I want to go out and take a stroll. I might come back after a while. An elder said in a low voice, no matter what, you can't leave. You took the most powerful purifying liquid and now you want to leave? There's no such thing as a free lunch. If he stayed, he most likely wouldn't survive. The Brahmin race wanted his immortal precious blood, but they also needed to give the Chao family of the Eternal Lord Star an explanation. Therefore, it was reasonable to use its value. Handing over a useless corpse was most likely the best choice. Therefore, Yi Fan couldn't stay. He had to leave no matter what. If you treat me as a friend, then let me go. I will repay you generously in the future. We might have a good chance to cooperate in the future, Yifan said. An elder in the mecha shook his head and sneered. He was just an outsider. He didn't have any foundation or power. Wasn't it a joke to talk about cooperation? In their eyes, the most precious thing about Yifan was the golden blood in his body. However, they were about to get it, so there was nothing to talk about. There was no need to cooperate. If I stay, I will die without a doubt. The Chow family is so powerful, so they definitely won't let me go. So, you want me to die to appease their anger? Yifan said in a low voice. You can't leave now. We'll talk after the big shots come back. A cold and emotionless voice came from a golden mecha. Yifan laughed. His voice was cold as he said, You guys are quite heartless. You want to use my value and throw me out as a scapegoat? Don't think that I don't know you want the golden blood in my body. Since the conversation had reached this point, both sides had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no need to hide anything anymore, because it was meaningless. That's right. You're right. We want your immortal precious blood. A cold and straightforward voice came from a crimson mecha. Then I have nothing to worry about. If you attack again, don't blame me for being heartless. I won't care about our friendship anymore. Yifan said coldly. What friendship could we have with you? We only gave you the evolutionary liquid to make your golden blood purer. To put it more bluntly, we want to fatten you up like a pig, and then slaughter you. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, the smell of gunpowder in their words had reached its peak. A middle-aged man spoke extremely coldly. He controlled a green mecha and swooped over. He first used a terrifying firearm, and then he stabbed forward with a green spear. This was a battle between ancient saints. Great Tao symbols covered the sky. This was a type of symbol, and even more so a manifestation of the heaven and earth's recognition and power. When he spoke up to this point, Yifan's eyes also became cold. Two astonishing beams of light shot out from his eyes, burning like torches. He stared at everyone and swept out with the blue demon blade, fighting a great battle against the enemies. Zheng zheng zheng, 10,000 swords shot out simultaneously. Sounds rang out continuously. One of them brandished a holy sword and slashed out a sea of swords. Tens of thousands of sword radiance converged together, producing a landslide and tsunami-like rumbling sound. The Brahmin race's mechas used Kawu as the vanguard as cover. Each of them held a cold weapon engraved with great Tao symbols and rushed forward together. They shattered the universe, and chaotic energy surged violently. Clang! The blue demonic blade in Yifan's hand was like a ripple, clear and translucent. However, the radiance that swept out was destructive. He charged forward valiantly, targeting one person to attack, cutting that person's mecha apart. Pfft! In the encirclement of several people, he actually injured one of them, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood inside the mecha. That war tool was covered in cracks. The expressions of everyone on the ground changed. In the encirclement, Yifan actually didn't die. Instead, he actually seriously injured one of the experts. This kind of divine bravery made everyone feel restraining fear. Don't let him go. Stop him. Fan Xian shouted. She asked the other ancient saint mechas that hadn't moved out to immediately join the battle. In an instant, divine light shot out in all directions. The divine laws of order turned into chain-like beams of light that densely covered every inch of space. The great battle suddenly became countless times more intense. A total of 7 super ancient saint war tools surrounded Yifan and carried out a destructive attack. They were all the most terrifying divine artifacts, and they wanted to suppress and kill him. Chapter 1149. Yifan rushed over, wanting to escape from the pure land of heaven. This was the territory of a group of plunderers, and they possessed tremendous strength. If this continued for a long time, he would definitely suffer greatly. However, at this moment, there were 7 ancient saint-level war tools surrounding him. The situation was incomparably grim. He was surrounded by so many experts, and breaking out wasn't easy. Chong! scarlet radiance was like blood. The half-saint on the other side controlled a super war tool, holding blood-colored swords that were several zhang in length. They hacked forward, over 10,000 great Tao symbols densely covering the sky, covering Yifan below. Yifan used the blue demonic blade to block. It was like a pool of autumn water, sparkling and translucent, releasing tens of thousands of zhang of radiance. It was like a dark blue ocean as it rushed out, interweaving with the tens of thousands of divine chains of order. Rumbling noises rang out. This was a great battle. Both sides didn't hold back at all, bathing in blood as they fought with their lives on the line. It was either you die or I die. It was intense and majestic. The others couldn't help much. This was a great battle between ancient saints. Holy might surged, and even the sky dome collapsed. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Primal chaos fragments shot out in all directions. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Yifan, if you turn back, you still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you will definitely be eliminated today. A heroic middle-aged man controlled a golden mecha. His attacks were the most ferocious as he faced Yifan head-on. The only reply he received was a blue demon blade. Yifan's eyes were extremely cold. At this point, what else was there to say? It could only be a battle of life and death. A large golden bell appeared above the golden mecha's head. It was several zhang tall, golden and translucent, grand and imposing. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, fish, insects, and beasts were engraved on it. This was an extremely strange scene. The ancient Saint Mecha had a large golden bell above its head, releasing holy might. It seemed a bit out of place. Dang! The large bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, shaking tens of thousands of Li circles of golden ripples appeared in the sky, spreading outwards. Wherever they passed, all tangible things would be broken. The bell waves were terrifying. This was the embodiment of an extremely profound understanding of the Great Tao. This was a half-saint who was not to be trifled with. Naturally, he was able to unleash the full power of this mysterious ancient sage mecha. Yifan wielded the blue demon saber and slashed out, creating hundreds of cross-shaped cracks in a row. He slashed open the dimensional space and devoured all the golden bell ripples. Chi! However, there were simply too many enemies, and all of them were the most powerful ancient sage mechas. As a result, he was unable to deal with them. Just as he stopped the bell wave, a green spear pierced through the sky and swooped down like a green dragon. It was over 100 li long and exceptionally sharp. This was an extremely shocking spear strike that vividly displayed the might of the Grand Tao. It was as if it carried along an ancient universe as it pressed down, and the azure-colored spear light rumbled as it covered a vast expanse and suppressed everything. Dang! Yifan was exceptionally valiant. With the blue demon saber in hand, he slashed out horizontally, cutting apart the cosmos-like azure divine patterns of the Great Tao. It was as if he was splitting the heavens and earth apart, slashing out a world and scattering the chaotic energy that filled the sky. The collision between the blue blade and the azure spear was deafening. A sphere of dazzling light appeared in this place. The sky was destroyed and turned into an abyss of destruction that made even the ancient sages frown. And this was only Yifan's instantaneous battle. There were still 6 similar experts surrounding him. One could well imagine what kind of dangerous situation he was facing. A battle between ancient sages. None of them were saints, but when they controlled these mysterious war tools, they became incomparably terrifying. When one reached this realm, the battle was exceptionally intense. Yifan's expression was cold and indifferent. There were no fluctuations in his heart. He forced himself to maintain a calm and unperturbed state in order to face all possible dangers. His eyes flourished with divine light as he stared at one of them. Hung Long. His aura suddenly rose, and the immortal treasured blood in his body boiled. His blood energy dyed the entire light blue mecha golden, and his battle prowess increased by a large margin. Yifan rushed toward the person whose mecha had cracks intertwined and attacked him. He wanted to kill him first while being surrounded by so many experts. The light gold and light blue intertwined armor was overflowing with color. The slender body of the mecha was full of a sense of smoothness. He was agile and swift, moving like a beam of floating light. Clang, 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 after dozens of collisions, he moved forward while wielding the saber. He continuously slashed down, causing more cracks to appear on this person's mecha. It was on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, inside this war tool, blood traces appeared all over the body of the Brahmin race's half-saint. He was severely injured, and the external forces were transmitted in, making him increasingly unable to endure. Boom! Yifan's golden blood energy flourished even more, causing the ancient mecha to almost completely turn into a golden body. It was dazzling and dazzling. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Capture and kill him. This is precisely the golden blood. We must obtain it. A middle-aged man inside a black war tool coldly shouted. Heh, it seems like he is even more astonishing than we imagined. This kind of bloodline is most likely the immortal golden blood of the previous generations, and not the later generations. Its value is inestimable. Another person inside a silver-white mecha revealed a wave of excitement and bloodthirst. Yifan felt the pressure suddenly increase. Two of them were nothing to be afraid of, and he could cut them down. However, the green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white mechas that arrived later were extremely difficult to deal with and difficult to destroy. Moreover, when combined together, they actually emitted 5 elements divine light. Kill! He roared loudly. He had to kill a half-saint. Only then would he be able to hurt them. Only the deterrence of death could make them not dare to go too crazy. Hung Long. A black mountain appeared. Yifan could now release holy might, and at this moment, he used the embracing mountain seal. The power displayed at this time could be said to be absolutely astonishing. The black mountain pressed down on the sky, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. Its power was boundless, and the black aura was monstrous. He still rushed towards the cracked mecha. Everyone's expression changed, and they tried to help, but they could not block the holy runes that filled the sky. Kacha! The black mountain fell, smashing the ancient saint mecha in front of him and causing it to stagger. Then, it was sent flying horizontally. Immediately afterward, the arms that were crossed in front of it to block the mountain exploded. Bang, dang, chi! At the same time, Yifan also suffered a heavy blow. The other 6 people attacked together, leaving terrifying grooves on his mecha's body, almost splitting it in half. Yifan's expression was cold. He activated the line formula and avoided the heavy blow. He waved the 6-path fists and continued to attack. He was determined to kill that person. A deafening sound rang out. Yifan entered this powerful war tool and used holy might to activate this kind of fist intent. It was simply peerlessly terrifying. He and the mecha seemed to be burning. Golden battle chi surged, and he punched out again and again. Kacha! The sound of metal shattering rang out. Everyone was stunned. The war tool of the ancient saint in front of them had been completely destroyed. Yifan punched out again and again, first penetrating it, and then turning it into powder. Fragments of divine materials flew everywhere. The half-saint had already realized that the situation was not good. He rushed out and wanted to escape, but how could he be faster than Yifan's 6-path fists? He was beaten into a mist of blood, and broken bones flew everywhere before turning into ashes. So powerful. Everyone on the ground was shocked. 5 elements interlink, destroy him. The people in the green, yellow, red, black, and white mecha shouted at the same time, their expressions solemn. There was light flowing between them, as if they could borrow strength, and they could coexist. A terrifying aura filled the air, and in an instant, it was many times stronger. This was the Brahmin race's super ancient Saint Mecha, far surpassing ordinary war tools. It was peerlessly precious, and even the powerful looters of the heavenly hall were limited in number. The people of the Brahmin race were all shocked. Only when a great enemy invaded, or when there was a great threat to the heavenly hall, would the 5 elements coexist, and the 5 types of divine light would fuse together. Now, it was used to deal with a single person, which was rarely seen in 100 years. Fan Xian's expression was extremely cold. He called out to the chief elders of the race, and then he personally boarded a several thousand zhang long holy ship, giving the order to use the most powerful divine martial light to deal with Yi Fan. This kind of enormous holy ship's power was boundless, able to destroy a planet with a single strike. If it really hit Yi Fan, there was no way he could survive. Yi Fan felt an intense sense of danger. All the pores on his body opened up, and yin energy poured in. His eyes flickered, and the heaven's origin eye shot out 2 beams of light that were several hundred li long. He saw that Colossus, currently absorbing the world's essence, and a peerless divine light was about to shoot out. Xiao! Yi Fan took a step forward, changing heaven and earth with the Rho formula, teleporting over 100 li. A destructive divine light pierced through the place where he was just standing, and primal chaos fragments shot out in all directions, destroying everything. The remaining 6 mechas chased after him as fast as lightning, chasing after Yi Fan. The situation was extremely bad. The enormous holy ship was parked in the distance, possessing an incomparable deterrent force. Meanwhile, the 6 ancient mechas were attacking from the front, putting him in a very passive position. Are the ancient deities' heaven-sealing formation patterns really that powerful? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Just now, he was too tired to deal with them, so he didn't have time to bring out the chessboard formation platform. He didn't try it, so he couldn't be sure if he could pass through. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous. He had no other choice, so he quickly brought out this kind of formation pattern. With a honglong sound, a large crack appeared in the sky, and then it was propped open, barely opening a realm gate. However, it was extremely unstable. What? Where did this ascetic come from? His formation platform can actually penetrate the ancient deity's symbols, this. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan was even more shocked than them. The chessboard's formation pattern was extremely unstable, and it could collapse at any time. However, this was still a damaged emperor pattern. The ancient deity's formation pattern was also damaged. It was truly terrifying. So, Yi Fan turned around and rushed in, disappearing into the realm gate. Many people were alarmed and furious, but they couldn't stop him in time. Kill him at all costs. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes were ice-cold, flickering with ruthless light. She prepared to use her most terrifying weapon to pierce through the void realm gate. He already went in, so we might not be able to kill him like this. Let's chase after him and obtain all of the golden blood in his body. We can't waste a single drop. Within the mecha flickering with green divine light, the middle-aged man spoke coldly and coldly. 5-element divine light flickered. Green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white, the 5 victory tools linked up and entered the realm gate that hadn't closed in time. Because they were tangling with Yi Fan just now, they were close to this gate, so they could rush in immediately. Meanwhile, the 6th ancient mecha also didn't hesitate in the slightest. It also flew in and began to chase after Yi Fan, wanting to recover the undying precious blood. This is the supreme human medicine we raised, it definitely can't be lost. A few of the Brahma clan's direct descendants had the same thoughts, loudly warning. Fan Xian's snow-white legs were slender and elegant. Her fair and beautiful face had a cold expression, making her look like a peerless temptress. She said, "He can't have gone far. That kind of formation platform is damaged and can't cross the boundless cosmos. It only entered this star domain. Quickly scan it, we will control the sacred ship to capture and kill him." Yi Fan appeared in the ice-cold and dark cosmos. All around him was a deathly silence, a vast and boundless emptiness. In a single breath of time, this kind of silence was shattered. Several super saint mechas with 5-element divine light flowing around them appeared, and then the 6th war tool also rushed out, surrounding him once again. "Heh, you guys really chased after me. You didn't disappoint my expectations." Yi Fan's teeth were snow-white, flickering with ruthlessness and callousness. He was extremely calm and unperturbed. After leaving the pure lands of heaven, in this free cosmos, he completely let go of himself, not fearing any enemies. You are very arrogant, but you are only a human medicine we raised. It's time to slaughter you. I hope you can still act like this when we extract your golden blood. The middle-aged man in the scarlet ancient mecha said sinisterly. I can't wait anymore, I really want to test your holy might with my physical body. Yi Fan's battle intent was high. He really wanted to leave all of these mechas behind and make the Brahma clan's flesh ache to the point of going crazy. Chapter 1150. The half-sages of the Brahmin race all had gloomy faces. Who would dare to speak to them like that in this part of the Star Ocean? This outsider was unbridled and wanted to treat them as prey. How many years has it been? Perhaps the fairy feather Star Ocean has been peaceful for too long. Many people have forgotten the dignity of the Brahmin race marauders. It has been a long time since I have met such an insolent young man like you. This was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. While they were speaking, they had already begun to fight to the death. Ancient sage mechas flashed with a cold metallic luster as they soared into the sky like lightning bolts. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy was emitted. A half-sage stood outside the battlefield, controlling a fiery red war tool. It looked as if it was made of phoenix blood and gold. Its entire body was as red as blood. The bow in its hand was knocked and an arrow was aimed at Yi Fan. This was a powerful divine weapon. It absorbed essence energy from all directions and almost dried up the void of the universe. The starlight in the distance was like a vast expanse of white water, surging over. In his hand, the huge ancient bow was emitting a blinding red light. It was like a sun, absorbing the galaxy and essence energy. Blood-colored runes were flashing on it. A mysterious blood arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was engraved with many divine runes. It was overflowing with ancient meaning, powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! The arrow flew out like a shocking river of blood. It was especially eye-catching in the dark universe. It flew for hundreds of miles and chased after Yi Fan. It would not stop until it hit its target. This was a huge divine arrow with peerless power. Everywhere it passed, the universe shattered, the light of the primordial era gushed out, and the law of primal chaos shot everywhere. Pfft! The golden blood energy shook, and the light blue mecha trembled. Its arm had been pierced, and it could not avoid this attack. Hey! This kid's mecha has been damaged, but he is only so-so. Let's finish him off quickly and take away his golden blood to avoid any accidents. Ah, not good. One of them cried out, noticing that things weren't good. Yi Fan's mechanical arm that was shot didn't explode. Dao patterns swirled about, actually opening up a dimensional space there, devouring all of the great Dao symbols left behind by the holy arrow. Yi Fan used a secret technique to dissolve it. Moreover, he was very close to a golden mecha. Borrowing the power of the arrow, his body became one with the arrow, and he rushed over to kill the enemy. Crack! The blue demon saber in Yi Fan's hand shone brightly, suppressing this enemy below. The saber radiance surged like the sea, and the Dao patterns were endless, completely sealing the sky. This was a fatal blow. He was determined to get rid of one of the semi-saints immediately and risk damaging his mechanical arm. Clang! A large golden bell appeared in front of him. It was several zhang in height, and on its surface were engraved the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, fishes, bugs, and beasts. It was simple and imposing, blocking the demonic blade. However, Yi Fan's attacks were incomparably swift and fierce, like a torrential waterfall, like a raging storm or tsunami. All kinds of seals were struck out. His palm and fingers turned into a black mountain and blasted the big bell away. Meanwhile, the demonic saber in his other hand penetrated every nook and cranny, drowning the place with dark blue saber chi. Ah! The golden mech was very powerful. It was one of the 5 elements' divine armors, and in terms of performance and other aspects, it was only above Yi Fan's war tools. However, it was still unable to withstand such a fierce attack. Kacha! A cracking sound rang out. The golden mech cracked and was on the verge of disintegration. Powerful holy might pervaded the air, and the semi-saint inside suffered the impact. Many of his bones were broken, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. 5 elements coexist, divine screen, block. A middle-aged man roared at the side. His divine sense was like thunder, shattering the pitch-black void of the universe. Green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white mysterious mechs flickered with divine splendor, instantly illuminating this part of the universe. They could actually coexist and fuse together with light, blocking Yifan's attack together. At the same time, a monstrous force gushed out and counterattacked. Yifan's expression changed, and his heart was greatly shaken. This 5 elements divine light was indeed miraculous. He was so close to finishing off a great enemy, and he missed a chance to kill. Swoosh! He turned into a beam of floating light and retreated several dozen to 100 li, confronting them in the ice-cold sky. A strange sound rang out from the distance. That almost shattered golden mech was actually healing. Symbols flickered about, and it seemed extremely strange. It was as if it hadn't suffered any serious damage. Yifan was shocked. He had heard before that this was the king of ancient sacred mechs. It was extremely sinister and possessed self-healing abilities. It was the most terrifying. Green, yellow, gold, scarlet, black, and white, 5 mysterious mechs. Now, their radiance blended together, coexisting with each other as if they were one. They actually possessed this type of mysterious power. It was the same as the king of ancient sacred mechs. Not long after, the cracks on the golden mech completely disappeared. It was as if it was reborn, becoming a flawless whole. It completely healed. Youngster surnamed Yi, do you think you are that strong? How much can an outsider understand about this starry domain? There are plenty of methods to deal with you. A middle-aged man said coldly. We will only know the result after fighting to the end. If the 6 of you can't kill me, then today, I will break your Brahmin clan's bones and make your clan feel bitter regret. Yifan looked at those half-saints with disdain. Your words are excessively arrogant. Fighting in this starry sea, an outsider like you will die without a burial. A half-saint sneered. Before coming here, Fan Xian had already told them that as long as they could tie down Yifan, she would be able to quickly use her mothership to scan for traces of him. Then, she would come over with the super holy ship that was tens of thousands of feet long and launch a destructive attack. In a great battle in the boundless starry sea, that kind of leviathan was absolutely unmatched. It could destroy stars one after another. It was extremely difficult to stop. Yifan saw that they weren't in a hurry to take action. He immediately sensed something and guessed that they were definitely waiting for reinforcements. The universe was boundless, but this starry domain civilization was extremely developed and splendid. Even if they were far away from the heavens, the people behind them would most likely still be able to find this place. He revealed a cold smile and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? You forced me to unleash a great slaughter. Today, I will dye this starry sky red with your blood. This starry sea is the world of us marauders. Do you think you can escape?" The person in the silver mecha launched an attack. Yifan's expression was cold. His footsteps were illusory and dreamy, leaving behind a trail. He didn't bat an eyelid as he used a secret art to embed pieces of wood into the void. This was the heaven-deceiving formation pattern carved on the path understanding tree. Now, Yifan was using it to seal off the aura of this place. He wanted to isolate it from the outside world and didn't want Fan Xian to discover it immediately. Come. Yifan accepted the challenge and fought fiercely with them. I don't believe you can defy the heavens. A half-saint sneered and attacked even more fiercely. We'll only know after we try. Let's see who can kill who. Yifan said coldly. He saw that the 5 elements divine armor could automatically regenerate, so he didn't dare to lower his guard. Even though the enemy was troublesome, the 6 experts weren't anxious at all. They were calm and unperturbed. Not to mention their own strength, they reckoned that it wouldn't take long for the mothership to arrive and steadily kill Yifan. Young man, your appearance has given us a pleasant surprise. As an indestructible precious medicine, anyone would be tempted. Our race gave you the evolution liquid to purify your bloodline, yet you dared to go against it. Now, you're like a fattened prey. It's time to slaughter you. The voices of the half-saints were ruthless, sinister, and cold. They wanted to disturb Yifan's state of mind and suppress him forcefully. They wanted to use blood to write down the dignity of the Brahmin race. Is that so? We'll see the results soon. Let's see who will be slaughtered. Yifan's expression was cold. The five-colored mecha was very difficult to deal with. They attacked in tandem, attacking and defending as one. Moreover, they could regenerate themselves. They were powerful and swift. He rushed toward the sixth mecha, which was slightly weaker, and prepared to eliminate this person first. Rumble. He raised his battle prowess to the extreme and launched an all-out attack. A golden treasure trove appeared behind him, and all kinds of mysterious weapons appeared together. Golden divine treasures. Yifan piloted the ancient sacred mecha. Now that he used this kind of heaven-reaching secret technique, it was simply a great disaster for the enemy. This was a golden world. There were golden heavenly swords, golden ancient bells, Tao cauldrons, 9-layered pagoda, everything that should be there was there. They were all exuding holy might as they appeared behind him. In this place, there were no Brahmin race experts watching over him. There was no huge mothership threat. There was no restriction of the pure land of heaven. This place was vast and boundless. He could be unrestrained and use all his trump cards without any misgivings. The golden light was dazzling. He piloted the ancient sacred war tool and used the heaven-defying ancient emperor divine technique. Naturally, the holy might was much stronger than before. The sixth mecha bore the brunt of the attack. Many cracks appeared on its body when it faced the attacks of the golden weapons. It almost collapsed on the spot. He quickly dodged, and the other 5 mechas quickly came to support him. However, it was still a bit too late. Yifan attacked powerfully and didn't hold back at all. Far away from the heavens, there were no more great threats. He could fight with all his might. Dang! The golden ancient bell leisurely smashed the shoulder of the mecha. Clang! The golden heavenly sword hacked down, directly cutting off one of the arm of the 6th mecha. Boom! The 9-layered pagoda pressed down. Primal chaos surged and smashed into his chest, causing his metal battle body to completely cave in. Then, it began to disintegrate. This kind of attack was too ferocious. Yifan continuously attacked. Hundreds and thousands of attacks were launched. All kinds of golden divine weapons moved together, forming an eternal light. How could the 6th mecha block it? Under the attacks of all kinds of weapons, ear-piercing shattering sounds rang out. Even the ancient sacred war tool couldn't block it. A loud sound rang out. It was as if a resplendent firework had bloomed. It was also as if a huge volcano had erupted in the cosmos. It made people's hearts tremble. This mecha was completely destroyed and turned into a ball of flames. The half-saint inside cried out in fear, but he couldn't break free. Pooh! A golden heavenly sword swept over and minced him into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere, and his divine sense turned into smoke. The remaining 5 people's expressions changed. Yifan's battle prowess exceeded their expectations. He was far stronger than when he was in the heavenly Pure Land. It made them feel a bit uneasy. 5 elements coexist. They stood together. 5-colored divine light circulated, hazy and mysterious. They evolved into 5 different worlds to fight against Yifan together. You guys said that once I'm fat, I can be slaughtered. However, I feel that it can be done the other way around. Yifan walked forward. Behind him was the golden world of divine treasures. It was brilliant and dazzling. Young man surnamed Yi, let's see how long you can be arrogant for. In the end, you are just an imperishable precious medicine of our clan. One of the middle-aged men said. He felt that the mothership of Fan Xian should be arriving soon. Chapter 1151. Swish. A fiery red holy arrow shot over, exceptionally eye-catching in the darkness of the universe. Wherever it passed, thousands of runes would be extinguished, and the holy inscriptions would interweave. Behind Yi Fan, the golden divine treasure shone with resplendent light, causing the sky to rumble. All sorts of divine weapons flew out, colliding with the holy arrow. Resplendent light, eternal light. A great battle erupted between the two sides, a life and death struggle in the starry sky. The expressions of the few half-sages from the heavenly halls were unsightly. Because after waiting for half a day, the Brahmin immortal and the mothership still hadn't appeared. Clearly, they hadn't discovered this place, and this made them feel somewhat puzzled. Dang! A huge bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. This was a type of terrifying energy fluctuation. There was a golden holy bell hanging above the head of the golden Mecca, and at this moment, the bell waves were unceasing, defending against all sorts of attacks from Yi Fan. The golden ripples were formed by thousands of runes. These were ancient saint-level laws. They transformed into all sorts of light and flew out, densely engraving themselves in the void of the universe. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be badly battered. It would be difficult for them to endure such a terrifying saint weapon. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He brandished the Six Paths fist, causing the bell to rumble, as though it would shatter at any moment. This was a terrifying scene. His Mecca was dyed gold, and behind him was a boundless world of treasures. He was currently fighting for supremacy, sweeping everything before him. All sorts of divine light revolved around him. In this ice-cold cosmos, he became the only resplendent one, as though a god had been reborn. This brat is freakishly powerful. Could it be that when the ancient cultivators developed to the extreme, they would be unrivaled? The few half-sages couldn't help but frown, feeling astonished in their hearts. They recalled some of the records of their ancestors. According to the ancient records of the Eternal Kingdom, there were extremely terrifying characters among the ascetics who had barehandedly torn apart their divine mechas. They were unrivaled in the universe. Chi! The black mecha of the Brahmin race displayed its might. It wielded a battle spear that flickered with black light, piercing through the starry sky like a black dragon that traversed hundreds of miles, pressing towards Yi Fan's immortal platform. A ray of fire burst forth, and a golden heavenly sword appeared in front of Yi Fan's mid-brows. This was an attack made with the help of an ancient saint-level war tool. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword blocked the attack. Clanging swords rang out and snow-white light streaked across the universe. The silver mecha soared like a terrifying specter, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The fluctuations from the saint weapon destroyed a large area of the void, not leaving Yi Fan's vitals. Boom! The crimson mecha raised its left arm and activated its thermal weapon. A beam of divine light annihilated a large area of the sky. At the same time, the crimson sword in its left hand attacked. The golden divine treasure behind Yi Fan opened up, and it was like a mysterious country. All kinds of weapons flew out and slashed at this great enemy. This was just a microcosm. In reality, it was like this every moment. Yi Fan fought against 5 experts by himself. All kinds of weapons and secret techniques attacked like thunder. The originally desolate universe was boiling at this moment. Millions and millions of strands of holy radiance flowed, and any one of them could destroy a living being. This was a great battle, and it had reached its climax. The 5 people on the other side were all shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so powerful, far exceeding their expectations. If it wasn't for the few of them having secret techniques, they would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, 5 kinds of light interweaved and connected together. It was as if 5 worlds were interacting. They rotated continuously, dispersing Yi Fan's attacks into nothingness. Boom! Yi Fan's fist intent was so powerful that it locked onto an ancient saint mecha. It cracked twice, but in the end, it healed itself and was unscathed. This was the power of the 5 elements. Any heaven and earth could be interpreted by the 5 elements. Naturally, it was extremely mysterious. This was a secret that the Sanskrit had excavated from the ruins of ancient gods. Hey, are you still waiting for the mothership to descend? Sorry, I've already sealed this place. Not only can you lock up the void, but I can too. Yi Fan laughed coldly, disturbing their hearts. Their hearts sank. They finally understood why they hadn't received any reinforcements even after waiting for so long. The uneasiness in their hearts immediately became even stronger. With the 5 of us together, you will never be able to break through. We can be destroyed and reborn. Let's see how long you can fight for. A cold voice sounded from within one of the mecha. The 5 of you only know how to hide together and passively defend. Could it be that you don't dare to fight to the death with me? Yi Fan spat. In reality, both sides were constantly fighting to the death. The other side was just advancing and retreating together, so they weren't afraid to fight. At our level, it's useless even if you provoke us. Today, we are going to wear you down. Our mecha can heal itself, but yours will continuously be exhausted. A half-saint replied. Since you all are so cowardly, I'll use my physical body to accompany you all a few times. After speaking, Yi Fan appeared in the void, standing there with his head held high. Within the 5 mecha, the eyes of the great experts flickered. They were all shocked. A Dao Severer actually dared to face holy might like this? If he really dares to come out, then we'll kill him first. The universe rumbled. 5 streaks of light shot over. If they hit him, the consequences would be hard to predict. Whoosh! Yi Fan's physical body shook and tore apart the void. Instantly, he appeared hundreds of miles away. All kinds of light danced and curled around his body. Golden blood chi filled the sky. It's his true body. He really dares to leave his mecha. This is a rare opportunity. Let's slaughter him. A half-saint laughed sinisterly. He transformed into a streak of light and rushed over. Destroy his mecha. This is the price he has to pay for his arrogance. He's courting death. Another person cried out. He was overjoyed and incomparably excited. For mechas chased after Yi Fan's physical body. As long as they caught him, the golden blood on his body would change owners. Meanwhile, one mecha rushed towards Yi Fan's war tool. Clang! Clang! Dao swords rang in unison. The golden bell shook violently. The ancient pagoda rose and fell. Yi Fan's physical body displayed a secret technique. He transformed into a streak of light and retreated. His speed was no longer below that of a saint. He maintained a certain distance and used the boundless divine treasure to protect himself very tightly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation came from afar. It was incomparably violent, and a furious roar could be heard. We've been tricked. His true body hasn't left the mecha. The black mecha had encountered great trouble. The battle spear in its hand had been broken as it retreated step by step. The 4 mechas turned around. They were all astonished. The light blue mecha was filled with golden blood chi. It was obvious that Yi Fan's true body was still inside and was attacking their companions. Not only did Yi Fan display the golden divine treasure, but he also used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist will. At this moment, his divine bravery had reached its peak. The black spear shaft was broken inch by inch. Meanwhile, the ancient saint-level divine armor was continuously collapsing. It was destroyed beyond recognition and was about to disintegrate. This kind of attack was too violent. 5 elements as one. The few of them all shouted. For streaks of light flew up, and a streak of black light also rushed out from the black mecha. They merged together and formed a perfect 5-color divine light. Clang! This divine light that had fused together was filled with boundless chaotic chi. It was even heavier than the stars. It pressed down so much that even Yi Fan fell back. He revealed a shocked expression. Boom! Tens of thousands of ancient runes jumped out. Each and every one of them was profound and profound. It was these runes that formed the 5-color divine light. This was a mysterious power of the ancient gods. Now, it had successfully fused into the ancient Saint Mecha. Yi Fan collided with it repeatedly but was unable to stop it. The tattered black mecha escaped and the 5 elements mecha merged back together. The 5 people on the other side had gloomy expressions. They had almost been tricked and killed just now. Their expressions were very ugly as they glared at Yifan. Yifan's Dao body returned and stood beside the light blue mecha. He wanted to fight together with it. He frowned and felt that this was very troublesome. Attack. Finally, he made up his mind to attack fiercely. The 5 elements divine light could heal itself, but he believed that it couldn't continue indefinitely. There would come a time when it would dry up. Mountain embracing seal. The huge black mountain was like the sky. It smashed down ferociously, causing the 5 mechas to tremble continuously. However, the cracks that appeared quickly healed. Moreover, the 5-colored divine light swept out continuously, posing a great threat to Yifan. The golden divine treasure was unleashed, yet the 5 elements world was like a reincarnation cycle. The power of the 5 elements collided and fused into one, blocking him and preventing him from attacking. Yifan felt a headache coming on. He had used all kinds of methods, yet he actually couldn't break through this kind of defense. Moreover, the other party could defend and attack at the same time. It was a terrifying threat to him. The 5 wisps of mysterious power left behind by the ancient gods are showing signs of awakening. The few of them were pleasantly surprised. Their expressions were cold as they began to counterattack. Boom! The 5 mechas were actually going to fuse together. This was a shocking change. The 5-colored divine light they emitted burned even more brilliantly, sweeping Yifan away and making him somersault a few times. Every beam of 5-colored divine light was an exceptional divine sword. With clanging sounds, their power became even greater, almost causing the sky to collapse. Yifan's expression was grave. He circulated the army formula several times, but it was almost dissolved. The ancient god's mysterious power was very terrifying and difficult to control. Continue to activate it. He didn't believe it and used the army formula again. With a rumble, the 5 mechas finally trembled violently and almost separated. The 5-colored divine light was instantly somewhat scattered. Yifan's eyes shone brightly as he took this rare opportunity to attack. All kinds of wondrous techniques were unleashed as he attacked fiercely. 5 elements as one is limitless. Limitless life Tao was a terrifying power. The few half-saints roared loudly and fought back with all their might. However, Yifan's army formula began to show its might. After the first success, it became increasingly smooth. He forcefully separated the 5 mechas and controlled them to collide with each other, making it difficult for the divine light to fuse together. However, this consumption was huge. He felt that there were 5 special mysterious power seeds in the 5 mechas. They were extremely mysterious and had the aura of gods. The luster of Yifan's mecha dimmed quite a bit. He had used too much magic power, and the consumption of the army formula was astonishing. It could be said to be exceptionally terrifying. Boom! The 5-colored divine armor collided, and the 5 rays of divine light were completely separated. Finally, they couldn't be fused together. Attack and kill him together. The few half-saints shouted. They knew that the situation was far from good. They attacked Yifan with their divine light, wanting to fuse with him and destroy him. Kill! Yifan also roared. There was no way out now and he could only advance. He could clearly feel the power of the ancient gods. These 5 mechas couldn't threaten him, but the secret power within them was too terrifying. This was the final battle. Whoever fell into a disadvantageous position would be destroyed. Both sides fought to the death. Heaven overturning imprint. Yifan's right hand slapped down and transformed into the Celestial Emperor's precious imprint. It was unstoppable and collided with the scarlet mecha. A resplendent light was emitted and an ear-splitting explosion sounded. The scarlet ancient mecha and Yifan's mecha's arm were crushed together, turning into a field of runes and shattering a large black hole. He was not the slightest bit afraid. His other hand displayed the Battle Saint technique and the Eternal Universe Emperor furnace flew out. It was a fiery red field. Now that he was using the methods of a saint, its divine might was vast and mighty, almost turning this part of the universe into ashes. Boom! The golden mecha exploded, causing another terrifying shockwave. Clang! Next, an ancient mirror appeared. The Void Emperor mirror emitted a brilliant light and shone on the black mecha like a celestial light. It quickly melted and exploded with a boom. In such a short period of time, he had destroyed 3 ancient mechas. However, his own mecha had almost disintegrated and lost half of its body. Hand over your life. The other 2 mechas roared and rushed forward together. However, what awaited them was a self-destructive explosion. At the same time, Yi Fan used the army formula to make the 2 mechas collide violently. When everything was calm, Yi Fan and the Tao body stood in the dark universe. The green and white mechas were in tatters on the other side, but they weren't completely destroyed. Brat, let's see where you can run. How can you fight without a mecha? The 2 half-saints rushed over. I don't have a mecha, but my body is enough. Let's see how I can fight against you. Yi Fan was fearless and rushed up. He would be scared if his opponent wasn't damaged. But now, his mecha was in tatters and most of the talismans on it had been destroyed. Its holy power was extremely weak. Clang! Yi Fan used the army formula to make them collide again. Sparks flew everywhere and the mechas were badly damaged. Swoosh! His Tao body rushed to the front. His body fought with the mechas and the waves of divine power were terrifying. The half-saints in the 2 mechas didn't believe it. Damn it! Is this still a human body? How can it fight against the body of an ancient sage? They were all shocked. Kill him. The 2 mechas moved and used all kinds of horrible methods. However, their bodies were deformed and their movements were slow. They couldn't emit any divine light, which made them sweat profusely. Kill. They had no choice but to activate their other Tao marks in an attempt to crush Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan's Tao body rushed forward. His physical body was no weaker than a real ancient saint's. With a snap, he tore off the arm of a mecha. Yi Fan's real body revealed a cold smile. The 2 mechas couldn't hold on any longer. Many talismans engraved on them had been destroyed. He also rushed over and started to fight with his body. The 2 half-saints used their magic power with great difficulty. However, Yi Fan and the Tao body were very close. Yi Fan attacked fiercely. His pure physical strength was terrifying to the extreme. He destroyed all the important parts of the mechas. Is this the power of an ascetic? It's too terrifying. The 2 half-saints' faces were ashen. Yi Fan and the Tao body used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist together. The golden fist smashed the 2 ancient sage mechas into pieces. No! The 2 screamed in pain. This was simply a nightmare. Yi Fan's body made them despair. He could break anything. Didn't you want to kill me as an immortal precious medicine? In the end, I'm the one who will send you on your way. Yi Fan shook his head. No. The 2 half-saints screamed in fear. However, in front of Yi Fan's golden fist, there was nothing they could do. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. They turned into a bloody mist. Yi Fan looked at the broken ancient sage mechas and then looked at his hands. He was a little uneasy. After obtaining the strongest evolution fluid and successfully breaking through, his battle strength had indeed increased a lot. He believed that if he could gain more and enter the 9th minor step of the Tao's severing realm, he might be able to fight against the undamaged ancient sage mechas with his pure physical strength. In other words, he would be able to challenge a sage. I need the evolution fluid after the 3rd stage. The broken pieces of the mechas were everywhere. They flashed with a cold metallic luster. In this messy place, there were 5 seed-like brilliance flickering, flowing with the aura of deities. This is... Yi Fan's heart stirred. In the depths of the universe, on a huge mothership, Fan Xian's expression was filled with shock. She looked at the 5 soul marks on a crystal wall disappear. She was full of shock. She said with a trembling voice, "They're all dead." They were all killed. Chapter 1152. The enormous mothership floated in the pitch-black cosmos. Fan Xian's complexion was snow-white. She clenched her teeth, her expression incomparably unsightly. The ancient Saint Grade 5 Elements mecha had been destroyed, and the 5 great experts had all been wiped out. How could this be? Her appearance was unmatched. She looked at the 5 soul patterns that had disappeared from the crystal wall, feeling extremely unsatisfied and uncomfortable. He was clearly just a Dao Sever, and no matter how astonishing his bloodline was, he was still far from ancient saints. However, he displayed such terrifying power, and caused such serious consequences. It was hard for people to accept. We must seize the 5 secret force seeds. They were found in the ruins of ancient deities. I don't know how they are now, but they might be useful in the future, said an elder. They had obtained great benefits from the ruins, such as the ancient pill refinement method and the damaged formation that sealed the heavens. Meanwhile, the 5 element seeds couldn't be considered all that dazzling at first. At first, there wasn't anything special about them, but in recent years, they swept out with 5 elements divine light, and only then did they gradually blossom with brilliance. The losses this time are too disastrous. The expressions of the people on the mothership were all gloomy. The heavy price made people feel suffocated. These were elite and mysterious ancient divine mecha, and the loss of any one of them was enough to make an ordinary family suffer greatly. Even though the foundations of the Heavenly Hall's plunderers were powerful, they still couldn't withstand such losses. This was a disaster that made people want to vomit blood. The price is too great. Fan Xian's snow-white face was filled with anger, shock, and even more regret. In order to deal with Yi Fan, they actually caused such terrifying consequences. The gains didn't make up for the losses. To be more precise, they didn't obtain anything, and the losses were disastrous for nothing. Under the ice-cold starry sky, Yi Fan quietly stood there, many metal fragments floating around him. The 5 seed-like splendor flowed about, gradually dimming. 5-colored divine light. This was the most original thing among the 5 mecha, and one could tell with a single glance that it was a rare item. The splendor was disappearing, continuously dimming. The ancient deity's aura was becoming weaker, about to return to nothingness. Yi Fan used the army character formula, absorbing the 5 streaks of divine light. They curled around the tip of his finger, and he lowered his head to carefully observe them. Every seed was sparkling and translucent, and there were ancient deity runes on them. They were glistening with a mysterious strange power, gently fluctuating, spreading like ripples. It can't last long. It won't take long for them to dry up. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and his yuanshan flew out. The little golden person opened its mouth and sucked in all 5 seeds. Immediately, the little golden person's body flickered with the radiance of the 5 elements. One after another, ancient runes flickered on the surface of the small golden person's body. He quickly resonated with them, capturing every strand of aura and branding them in his heart. These 5 secret force seeds grew dim, quickly disintegrating within the golden little figure's body, unable to exist for long. However, there were many divine chains of order that interweaved, and in the final moment of disintegration, the most fundamental thing was revealed. Capture it, we must engrave it. The golden little person released great radiance, firmly remembering every single ancient symbol, arranging them in his sea of consciousness, earnestly comprehending them. This was the 5 elements, the world's most terrifying power. By grasping it, one could control all things in this world, standing above all sages. This is a type of divine skill of the ancient gods of eternal kingdom. It turned into a secret power seed and was preserved. I obtained it. Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. Any source of life, any star field, or even the entire universe could be explained by the 5 elements. This was a supreme power. The 5 elements were the root, constructing the world, transforming it into the universe and the galaxy. This was the foundation. How could Yi Fan not be surprised to obtain such a divine skill seed? He constantly analyzed, repeatedly deduced, and wanted nothing more than to completely grasp it. This was the secret skill of the ancient gods, so it was naturally broad and profound. He quickly entered a state of enlightenment, his mind completely immersed in it, and his whole body emitted the divine light of the 5 elements. The 5 secret force seeds dispersed, and the various symbols on the surface of the small golden person's body also disappeared. Everything returned to nothingness, but Yi Fan remembered the perfect imprint of the origin. The previous secret force was the divine power left behind by the ancient gods. Now, it had finally been annihilated, but the most precious imprint had been passed down. As long as Yi Fan was strong enough, he could condense his own divine power in the future. The most precious thing is not the Empyrean 5 elements mech itself, but the 5 secret force seeds within it. This is really delightful. Yi Fan could not help but laugh out loud. Although the light blue mech was destroyed and he did not obtain a single piece of the 5 elements mech, he was still in a good mood. After all, the mech was an external object. It was like an ancient sacred weapon that was stolen. It could only be used, but it was not the foundation of one's cultivation. However, this 5 elements divine light was different. It could improve his cultivation and increase his combat power. If he could advance a little further, he would not need the mech. He would be able to block it with his bare hands and tear apart the ancient sacred weapon of war. I want to break through. Just one more step and I can go anywhere in the entire star field. Yi Fan did not leave this place. He believed that Fan Xian and the rest would definitely be searching for him in the fairy feather star ocean. Instead of going out and risking his life, he might as well stay here and cultivate. He had set up the heaven-deceiving stratagem and could not see through this place. Even the various space carriers with high-level star field deities' eyes could not detect him. Time flowed like water. For half a month, Yi Fan's body glowed with the 5 elements divine light from time to time. He swept away the pieces of the mech in the distance and collected them again to continue his training. Clang clang clang, another half a month passed. The sound of swords rang out and 5 swords rose up behind him. They lined up in a row and were filled with a chaotic aura. It was a majestic sight that shook the entire star field. Yi Fan studied the secret techniques of the ancient deities and finally had some understanding. He opened up the 5 elements divine light again and gathered the secret force. With a sweep, everything in the universe was destroyed. He fumbled around and tested it again and again. The result was amazing and he displayed extraordinary combat power. Once the 5 elements divine light appeared, it could be used for both offense and defense. Yi Fan found that the 5 elements divine light could be used to sweep away enemies and everything in the universe. The effect was amazing. Yi Fan was still in seclusion. He studied it seriously and consolidated his Tao fruit. He wanted to improve it further. Only after another month did he let out a long sigh and stand up. This is as far as I can go. I need to slowly study it and experience it in actual combat. He was already very satisfied with this. He had unexpectedly obtained a divine technique that was not inferior to the secret technique of the ancient sovereign scriptures. It was a peerless ultimate technique. Yi Fan put away the talisman carved from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree and unsealed the heaven-deceiving stratagem. He returned to the outside world and floated in the universe, preparing to enter the Eternal Lord planet. If there is the 3rd stage of the evolution fluid, then there must be the 4th stage. If I can get my hands on it, I might be able to shorten 100 years and directly advance to a higher realm, he muttered to himself. In this star field, the evolution fluid was a treasure. All the major forces attached great importance to it and were all thinking of ways to refine it. It could be said to be a heaven-defying shortcut. Different star fields had different paths. This was the difference between the great civilizations, and they all had their own strengths. However, Yi Fan knew that to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid was an extremely difficult and illusory task. This was because in the fairy feather star ocean, even the 3rd stage of the evolution fluid had not appeared for many years. The 4th stage was simply a myth. According to the records, someone in the fairy feather star ocean had successfully extracted it 5,000 years ago. It was too long ago. The fairy feather star, the original demon star, and the divine land are 3 smaller star fields that surround the Eternal Lord planet. I believe there must be an exciting divine liquid in the center. Yi Fan was hopeful. The journey in the star field was very monotonous. Yi Fan planned to go to the Fairy Feather Star first and then go to the Eternal Lord planet. The pure heavens was not a real-life star. It was just the base of the plunderers in the Fairy Feather Star ocean. The Fairy Feather Star was the origin of this smaller star field. Boom! Suddenly, a huge light beam was shot from the front. This was an extremely powerful thermal weapon. When traveling in the void of the universe, it could destroy a large number of meteorites in an instant to ensure that the route was smooth. Now, someone was using such a weapon to deal with Yi Fan. It was extremely terrifying. If he was hit, he would most likely be in big trouble. Swoosh! Yi Fan moved 10 miles to the side and avoided the light beam. A huge warship came from the depths of the dark universe and launched a fierce attack on him. The people from the heaven are really persistent. They have so much patience and have not retreated. Yi Fan was surprised and then frowned. His feet moved with the row word art, changing unpredictably. He moved in the darkness and attacked forward, wishing to board this enormous ship. It's really him. Stop attacking. Perform the space jump immediately and return to the mother ship. The person in charge of the ship ordered. This was a huge warship that could perform long-distance space jumps. It was sent into the starry sky to search for Yi Fan. In the past 2 months, the Brahmin race had invested a lot of manpower and resources because they were really angry. Even the pure heavens could not bear the loss of so many ancient sage mechas. They did not obtain the immortal blood and suffered heavy losses. They went for wool and came home shorn. What? He appeared. I want to meet him personally. The leader of the heaven, Fan Zhou, said. I'll go too. Fan Xian clenched her fists. Her pretty face was cold. In the next moment, the huge mothership jumped into the stargate and appeared in the starry sky. It quickly chased after the coordinates where Yi Fan had appeared. He can't escape. Search for him. Fan Xian's expression was cold. This serious expression gave her a unique charm. She stared at the screen in the main control room and gritted her teeth. Not good. There are changes in the heaven. The Qi family of the immortal feather star has ambushed our pure heavens. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded. The whole mother ship was in chaos. Damn it. They attacked right after we left. They have been planning this for a long time. An elder of the Brahmin race on the ship roared. Oh no, they stole part of the evolution fluid. When the news reached them, Fan Zhou, Fan Xian, and the others' expressions changed. They immediately ordered to reinforce them. They could not let them escape. Qi Meng is among them. She was captured by us for a period of time. She is very familiar with the pure heavens. Later, when their ancestor came, we were pressured to let her go. I never thought that she would be the one leading the way. Yi Fan flew up from a meteorite. Seeing them leave, he looked pensive. He then set up a chessboard formation platform and crossed the starry sky. He wanted to follow them and take a look. He wanted to fish in troubled waters because he lacked an ancient sage mecha. It was very inconvenient to travel in this country. Boom! The flames of war reached the sky. Blazing light burned. A great battle was going on in the starry sky outside the heaven. Countless battleships and ancient sage mecha were fighting. At the same time, there were also mother ships fighting. Great Dao runes and beams of light flooded the area. It was terrifying. This is a good chance. Hey! Yi Fan used the deceiving heaven formation to hide his aura. He then used the secret technique of the celestial court to hide himself in the void. He was invisible. He moved toward the huge battleship and prepared to land. Chapter 1153. Yi Fan boarded a giant ship. The cold metal flowed with fine symbols. The fusion of the great Tao and technology made it extremely sturdy. This was a rare material that had been refined hundreds of millions of times. Divine laws interweaved. From time to time, enormous flames would erupt. Terrifying energy surged. The void was densely packed and extremely dangerous. It had become a land of destruction. The battle between the two sides had reached its climax. No one noticed him. All of his aura was concealed by the formation patterns as he mixed into the battlefield and waited for an opportunity. Chi family, you've gone too far. An elder from the Brahmin race roared angrily. His divine senses spread into the cosmos as he controlled an ancient mech to charge forward. Yi Fan stared at this war tool. His eyes flickered with light as he said, "Not bad, but it's too difficult to seize it." So. A fiery red ancient mech flew up and rushed towards the Brahmin race's elder. It brandished a flaming divine blade and was like a divine phoenix bathed in immortal flames. The fluctuations of the saint level were boundless. A sea of divine force appeared between the two. More than 30 small spaceships exploded in succession, metal fragments flying in all directions. Then, black holes appeared one after another, separating the two sides and turning them into the source of destruction. A grand battle began. It was carried out everywhere. The giant motherships were the most terrifying. They could easily destroy large amounts of planets. They could also activate light screens to protect their own fleet. Hong. A 500 zhang long ship exploded, metal fragments flying in all directions. Many small warships were affected and destroyed one after another. Yi Fan frowned. A large-scale battle in the starry skies was cruel as expected. Death could arrive at any time. Chi family, you will pay the price. The Brahmin race's people roared. The Chi family's people retorted. They sneered and said, "Heaven's plunderers, you can only blame yourselves. First, you stole our heaven's mandate rock. Later on, our clan's sacred ancestor descended and made an agreement with you. Only then did you agree to give us the evolutionary liquid. Only then did the war end." This time, they went smoothly. They broke into the plunderer's pure land and directly seized a portion of the precious liquid. If not for the evolutionary liquid being divided into several portions and not stored in one place, they would have directly plundered it all. Hong. In the distance, the mechas of the ancient sages were engaged in a great battle. Near them, the symbols of the ancient gods flickered. Both sides were engaged in a life and death battle. Firearms, weapons of the Great Tao, and all sorts of other weapons were brought out at the same time. This was a chaotic place. From time to time, there would be spaceships exploding, turning into fireworks like sparks that were exceptionally resplendent in the starry sky. The battleship that Yi Fan boarded was 3,000 zhang long, and its interior was very spacious. There were experts guarding it, but there was no ancient sage mech. He wandered around and searched through a few battleships. Unfortunately, none of them existed. Ancient saint-level mechas were too precious, and the Brahmin race did not have many of them. The remaining ones were probably on the mothership. Yi Fan waited patiently next to the mothership. He stroked his chin and said, "Don't tell me they've been overwhelmed after I destroyed the 5 elements armor and can't send them out." In the end, he boarded the mothership. He was confident that as long as the saint did not appear, he would be safe. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded. The moment Yi Fan entered, many symbols flashed. He had been discovered. He was not discovered by a scan, but by a person. This caused his hair to stand on end. It seemed like an ancient sage, a person with flesh and blood. "You're quite bold to dare to board the mothership." The middle-aged man who looked like he was valiant raised his fist and punched over. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. He really felt the aura of a saint. He had never thought that he would meet such a huge person the moment he appeared. He had no choice but to brace himself and fight. At this moment, he raised his physical strength to the limit. Since the other party was attacking him with his physical body, he did not want to injure him badly. No, it's far from the real body. When the two clashed, Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Although the other party's mana waves were terrifying, they were not as invincible as he had imagined. Could this be a clone? "Brat, could you be that indestructible golden body?" You can actually fight against my clone. The middle-aged man revealed a strange expression. This was a battle physique cultivated from the flesh and blood of an ancient saint. Moreover, a strand of his primordial spirit had entered it. His physical body was definitely at the ancient sage level. Although his mana was lacking, it was still stronger than a half-saint. As long as you're not a real ancient sage. Yi Fan relaxed completely and took the initiative to attack. Boom! A great battle erupted. The ancient sage's expression changed. He opened a screen of light and opened the super training field inside the mothership. Otherwise, he was afraid that the holy ship would be destroyed. What happened? Inside the mothership, the important members of the Brahmin race were shocked. When they saw what happened, all of them were dumbfounded. The battle physique created from the flesh and blood of an ancient sage was actually suppressed by Yi Fan and was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Swoosh! Behind Yi Fan, the five-colored divine light swept over, and the ancient sage ancestor tumbled twice, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Fan Xian was almost petrified. Her small cherry-like mouth was wide open, and her eyes were wide open. She had never thought that Yi Fan would be so powerful. Impossible. This is a battle physique created from the flesh and blood of an ancient sage. How can it not stop him? Brahma cried out. This is too inconceivable. Even the Brahmin race's giant Brahma was muttering to himself, his eyes blazing with light. There was not a single person who wasn't shocked. This toppled their understanding. A Tao-severing realm expert could beat an ancient sage until his flesh bled. This was like a fantasy story. He has the true indestructible golden body, not a few generations later. His golden blood is very pure, the ancient sage battle physique said in the middle of the battle. He had been artificially created, and his divine sense was a true strand of a saint's. He had vast knowledge and experience, and after suffering a great loss in a real battle, he naturally understood. Stop him, we have to make him stay. Fan Zhou was trembling from excitement. The first generation indestructible golden body was far more powerful than the later generations, and its value was immeasurable. Every single drop of refined golden blood was comparable to the most powerful precious medicine. This type of physique was difficult to produce even out of billions of people in 100,000 years. The first generation had nothing to do with their parents, and it was completely natural. Hurry, don't attack the Qi clan anymore. Let them leave and do everything we can to make him stay. Fan Zhou ordered. If it was the first generation indestructible golden body, its blood would be incomparably precious, and its value would multiply several times. It was even more precious than the lost portion of the evolution liquid. If it is refined with all of its power after a few generations, the precious blood's divinity will flow out. However, the true first generation is different, and it can continuously produce golden divine blood. An elder from the Brahmin race said excitedly. Then, he ordered everyone to seal up this information and not let it leak out. Yi Fan was rather gloomy. He wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he did not expect to block a disaster for the Qi clan. He was being targeted, and the fleet of battleships was about to be freed. Hey, you guys don't have to go that far, right? I'm just here to see if there are any ancient sacred mechas. I'm not here to raid your base like the immortal Feather Qi clan did. Yi Fan did not dare to continue fighting, and he charged out. Stop him, don't let him leave, a group of people shouted. At the same time, two ancient sacred mechas returned from afar, and they were about to enter the mothership to deal with Yi Fan. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yi Fan swung his golden fists, and the ancient sacred's physical body was pushed back, and blood spurted out of its mouth. This was his current combat ability. He did not use magic, and he only fought with his physical body. After obtaining the evolution liquid and breaking through to the 8th heaven of the severing Tao, he became this powerful. I'll beat you up. I'll beat your ancestors. Yi Fan cursed. The group of people all felt dizzy. They were so hateful that the roots of their teeth were itching. From a certain perspective, the battle body created from the flesh and blood of a saint really was one of their ancestors. However, when Yi Fan said this, they all felt very uncomfortable. Bang! The saint's physical body was beaten until it bled, and its body was covered in wounds. It was actually suppressed by Yi Fan, and everyone was shocked. Finally, the two ancient sacred mechas returned. Yi Fan immediately turned around, took out the Matrix platform, and stepped into the space gate. He left the mothership, and he did not want to be surrounded and killed by all the forces from the heaven. Chase, don't let him escape. The mothership started to move, and it scanned the entire sea of stars. What made them dizzy was that Yi Fan immediately rushed out and disappeared into the fleet of Qi clan battleships. Behind him, Fan Zhou and his people could only chase after him. The Qi clan was puzzled. Just now, the people from the heaven had retreated, and they did not expect that they would suddenly come back and start a fierce battle. I don't want to be the scapegoat of others. You guys can carry on. However, I am going to the immortal feather star, and I can hitch a ride. Otherwise, I won't know where I am, Yi Fan said to himself. He rushed towards the Qi clan's mothership. This time, he was more careful, afraid that he would provoke another ancient sacred beast. Fortunately, no accidents happened. This guy has many secrets. He entered the immortal feather Qi clan's holy ship. This is going to be tricky. The battle body created from the flesh and blood of the ancient sacred beasts had a light beam that was hundreds of miles long, and it could see everything clearly. They could not make any noise. Otherwise, if the indestructible golden body fell into the hands of the enemy, the losses would be even greater. They could only resist the urge to curse and chase after him. The leaders of the Qi clan also had the urge to curse. They realized that the people from the heaven had gone crazy, and their attacks were even more ferocious than before. Yi Fan entered the mothership and did not find any monsters. However, he did not dare to wander around unscrupulously. He planned to hide and leave immediately when he reached the immortal feather star. Little friend Yi, as long as you return to the pure land of the heaven with me, I will immediately betroth Fan Xian to you. If there is any trouble, I am willing to die. Fan Zhou swore. With the help of the battle body created from the ancient sacred beast's flesh and blood, he sent a divine thought into Yi Fan's ears. Although it was dozens of miles away, he could hear it clearly. On the side of the Brahma clan, everyone was shocked, especially Fan Xian. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her face was full of shock. I am serious. Fan Zhou said. Let me think about it for half a year. Yi Fan said lazily. He entered the Qi clan's mothership and was very relaxed. He knew that the people from the heaven did not dare to let him be exposed. Inside the holy ship, it was very spacious. There was an armory, a dining area, and a resting area. It had everything. This was a large base, and there was space law inside. It was many times larger than it looked from the outside. Unknowingly, he came to the resting area and entered a room that looked very luxurious and comfortable. In his opinion, there was a war going on outside, and no one would be resting here. Both of you go ahead and fight. I will rest here and recover my energy. When we reach the immortal feather star, I will automatically leave this car. Yi Fan lay on a soft bed. The pillow, which was carved from the 9 heavens sacred jade, was emitting a precious light. The quilt, which was refined from the feathers of the golden crow, was warm and comfortable. All of this was extraordinary. Half a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Someone had come, and they were actually rushing towards this room. The door opened, and a slim figure appeared. She was beautiful, and her hair was shiny. She was wearing a feather robe, and she looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. You. Who are you? Why are you lying on my bed? You have entered the wrong room. The Qi clan leader said that this room is temporarily occupied by me, Yi Fan said shamelessly. Nonsense, you. Get up. The beautiful girl was angry. Chapter 1154. This was a young woman. Her appearance was dreamlike, beautiful to the point of being unreal. Her fine black hair flickered with starlight, and her entire body was like this as well. Immortal radiance flowed about her, causing her pure white skin to appear even more sparkling and translucent. Who are you? What right do you have to order me around? Yi Fan was lying on the bed calmly. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye and did not seem to want to get up. Qi Meng was speechless. She did not expect this guy to be so calm. He had come to her bed, but he was still so calm. It was as if she had walked into the wrong room. Who are you? Get up. How did you sneak in here? A beautiful woman was a beautiful woman. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her beauty was illusory. Even this slight reprimand had a different kind of charm. Her beautiful body was glowing, and her jade-like body seemed to be covered with a layer of moonlight. She looked ethereal, and very fairy-like. Didn't I tell you? The Qi family leader has lent me this room temporarily. You can choose another room, Yi Fan said seriously. Nonsense. Qi Meng could not take it anymore. More black lines appeared on her forehead, and her eyebrows were twitching. She gritted her silver teeth and said, "This is the first time I've seen a B***starred like you. You dare to tease me? Do you want to be thrown into the depths of the barren universe forever?" In this galaxy, there was a special punishment for controversial felons. All their relics would be taken away, and they would be stripped naked. Then, they would be thrown into the depths of the universe and left to fend for themselves. Unless one was a saint, it would be difficult for any cultivator to cross the boundless universe. Most cultivators would die of exhaustion, especially in the Eternal Kingdom, which relied on external artifacts. Don't be so cruel, okay? I'm just hitching a ride. Once I reach the immortal feather planet, I'll leave immediately, Yi Fan said lazily. He was lying on the soft bed, feeling very comfortable. He had been living the life of a monk for so many years, and it had been many years since he had laid on a bed like this. He looked at the woman in front of him and guessed her identity. This was because there were only two most resplendent immortal pearls in this sea of stars. One was the heavenly palace's peerlessly beautiful Fan Xian, and the other was the fairy-like Qi Meng. Suddenly, Qi Meng's expression froze, and she said, "You're Yi Fan, the foreign ascetic cultivator who wreaked havoc in the heavens and caused the Brahmin race to lose face?" She was quite sharp. Although she had never seen Yi Fan before, she quickly made the association and judgment based on recent events and confirmed his identity. Yi Fan said, "That's right, it's me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You guys have a grudge against heaven, so we should be allies. That's why there's nothing wrong with me commandeering your bed now. Let me take a nap." Qi Meng was very pure and very beautiful. She was as indistinct as a fairy, making people feel that she was too high to reach. However, at this moment, she was grinding her teeth. It was as if she had been banished to the mortal world and was tainted by the aura of the mortal world. She gritted her teeth and said, "You really make people want to beat you up." Yi Fan's name had spread throughout the heavens recently, and even she had heard about him. He had single-handedly destroyed many of the Brahmin race's ancient sacred meccas. It was so shocking that even some of the big shots of the immortal feather star were shocked. This was a powerful ascetic cultivator that everyone wanted to rope in. But now, no matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a good person. He seemed a little sloppy. Boom! The mothership suddenly trembled and shook violently. It was obvious that it was under attack, and it was very fierce. "Hey, pretty lady, is your mothership okay? The Brahmin race is risking their lives. Don't fail to steal the evolution fluid and get sunk here," Yi Fan said. Qi Meng rolled her eyes at him and looked at him carefully. No matter how she looked at him, he did not look like an ascetic cultivator. He did not have that kind of tenacity, coldness, and steadiness. Instead, he looked very frivolous. Very quickly, she thought of a rumor that said this ascetic cultivator had a special physique. The Brahmin race wanted to get their hands on him. She could not help but look surprised. Qi Meng was suspicious and said, "The battleships behind us have already given up, but they are suddenly chasing us relentlessly. It can't be because you are here, right?" Nonsense. Nonsense. It was clearly you who stole the evolution fluid, and you blame it all on me. I am your ally, so don't be so suspicious of a good person, okay? Yi Fan still had an indifferent and frivolous look on his face. What kind of person is this? For no reason, he came to my bed and still acts like he is in the right place, Chi Meng muttered. Then, she raised her head and threatened, no matter what, you had better get up and leave this room. Otherwise, all the firepower on the mothership will be aimed at this place. She was like a fairy, elegant and beautiful. Her whole body was covered with the light of the stars and the moon. She was surrounded by a divine aura, which was intoxicating. At that moment, her expression was very flirtatious. All right, then I will go take a look elsewhere. As an ally, you should play the role of a host and treat me well. Lead the way, said Yi Fan. He had the mentality of a game. At worst, he would just pat his butt and run away. There was nothing to worry about at the moment. You really think of yourself as a guest and barged in without reason. Hurry up and apologize, or else you will be destroyed in this battle. Chi Meng threatened fiercely. Yi Fan opened the door and walked out with her. He really thought of himself as an ally and acted very familiar with her. Miss, who is he? Why is he here? A few young experts walked over and appeared in the corridor. After seeing Yi Fan, they were all shocked. Some of them were guard commanders, while others were old friends. Oh, sorry to disturb you. Although we have just boarded the ship, we are all allies, said Yi Fan. You? Who are you? Where were you just now? Why did you suddenly appear? A young man asked suspiciously. I just rested in Miss Chi's room for a while. Now, Miss Chi is going to show me around, Yi Fan said. Nonsense. You can take a nap in this room? The group of young people opened their eyes wide. Yes. Yi Fan spread his hands and pointed to the door behind him that was not closed. A few people suddenly saw the messy bed and were tongue-tied. Then, they glared at him, as if they wanted to bite him. You went to Miss Chi Meng's bed? A young man's face was as white as snow and he clenched his fists. Beside him, there were two people who almost fell to the ground. At first, Chi Meng did not speak. She wanted to judge what kind of person Yi Fan was based on his various reactions. But now, she could no longer hold it in. When she heard this, her body could not help but tremble. She was so angry that she almost fainted. Going to her bed? If this scandal were to spread, the entire fairy feather star would be shaken. There would be many people who would cry. She would not be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the sea. The veins on Chi Meng's forehead were bulging. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This is a special intruder, and he is also a B** starred. You guys keep an eye on him and bring him to trial. Guys, don't be nervous. I just accidentally entered your mothership when I was crossing the star region. I was just joking. In fact, the Heavenly Palace is also my enemy. 2 months ago, I killed several of their ancient sacred mechas," Yi Fan explained. It was rare for him to be so serious. A few young people pointed all kinds of firearms and great path weapons at him. They were questioning him seriously and gritting their teeth. It took a long time for their expressions to soften. I knew it. How could he get into Lady Chi's bed so easily? It turns out that he came in by mistake. One of them let out a long sigh. Another person said fiercely, "Boy, you better pray for your own good. If the news spreads to the fairy feather star and people find out that you have been in Lady Chi's bed, all the young talents in the entire ancient star will fight you to the death." Enough. The veins on Chi Meng's forehead were bulging. Her fair and alluring body was glowing brightly. Her beautiful eyes looked like they could kill. She warned everyone not to talk nonsense. It was not a big deal at first, but if they continued to pester him, it would only make things worse. If the news spread to the fairy feather star, it would be explosive news. Especially those bad newspapers and starry sky websites, they would definitely do their best to add fuel to the fire for the sake of popularity. After a round of questioning, Yi Fan's freedom was almost taken away by the few old men. He wanted to rush out immediately, but an important person arrived. Everyone changed their minds and allowed him to continue hitching a ride. The war in the universe was still going on. The Brahmin race was dead set on them. The Chi family did not dare to make a large-scale space jump. They were afraid that the Stargate would be destroyed along the way and they would suffer heavy losses. Xiao Meng, you guys go back first. It won't be a problem for us to restrain the enemy's mothership. We can definitely get rid of them, but just in case, you guys should take the evolution fluid back to the mother planet first to prevent any accidents, one of the giants ordered. Yi Fan was lucky enough to leave with Qi Meng and the others. They took a smaller spaceship and rushed into the open Stargate, disappearing without a trace. Hey, did you really kill the Brahmin race's 5 elements armor alone? That is the famous king of massacre, the war tool of the ancient sages. The group of people who left were mainly young people with sensitive identities. One of them could not help but ask. Yi Fan smiled and said that it was a fluke. I heard that you killed Chao Qing before this. He is a noble son of the eternal main planet. Not many people dare to provoke the Chao family. Yes, it is definitely a terrifying force. It even has a place in the Eternal Kingdom. The group of people was discussing. Is this real or fake? Why do I feel like I don't believe it? Aren't the ascetic monks a bit too powerful? Some people were skeptical. Boom! The spaceship, which was more than 100 feet long, rushed out of the Stargate and into the starry sky. There was a planet with life not far ahead. It would not take long to travel there. Oh, we are back. Everything went well. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. However, Qi Meng's expression quickly changed. She stared at the big screen. In the cold space ahead, a huge mother ship appeared, blocking the way. This was another mother ship of the Brahmin race. It had actually stopped outside the fairy feather star and had come to their doorstep to stop them. It looked like it had just made a space jump and had been guarding here. D**M*, we are being watched. Don't worry. We are already at the doorstep of the fairy feather star. They will not dare to stay for long. As long as we avoid them, we will be safe. The group of people could not calm down. Everyone was very nervous. Boom! A huge divine light shot out. It was as fast as lightning. It was so fierce that it shattered the starry sky. Whoosh! The 100-feet-long spaceship was very agile. It dodged the attack and flew away quickly. Boom! The attacks from the Great Path God's sigil and the hot weapons were getting more and more intense. Beams of light intertwined in the void, drowning the place and turning it into a sea of fire. Oh no, they have blocked the way. If we continue to escape, we will only get further and further away from the fairy feather star. Many people were worried. I will stop them. You guys get ready to break through. Qi Meng stood up, took out a mecha, and prepared to fight. No, how can we let the lady go? I will stop them. The other 3 young men stood up and said at the same time. They were not ordinary people. They came from prominent families and all had mechas. They had only come to pursue Qi Meng. 2 of them rushed out, but they were hit by the blazing light and had to retreat. Although they had the ancient sage mecha, it was difficult for them to unleash their full power. Who can lend me a mecha to help you retreat? Yi Fan asked. He still did not look serious. The group of people looked at each other. Thinking of his battle record, they were all tempted. But was it true? Yi Fan did not wait for them to say anything. He stood up and pushed Qi Meng's mecha out of the hatch. He then entered the mecha and charged forward. Boom! More than 10 beams of divine light shot out. The hot weapons and the Great Path God's sigil were used at the same time. Whoosh! Behind Yi Fan, the 5-colored divine light flashed and shot up to the sky. It swept away all the attacks. He entered the ancient sage mecha and unleashed his power. He faced the front alone. It's him. In the mothership in front, Fan Xian stared at the five-colored divine light and clenched his fists. Chapter 1155. Fan Xian's fiery red hair was very beautiful and fluttered like flames. She was graceful and elegant like a fire elf, but at this moment, her knuckles had turned white from clenching so tightly. Facing Yi Fan once again, the other party used her clan's five-colored divine light. The divine might was so great that it shattered the dozen or so light beams fired by the mothership. She had complicated feelings toward this person. She was the one who brought him back to the clan and could have put him in an important position. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? Chi! A beam of bloody light flew out from the mothership. This was a divine technique supported by the ancient saints' runes. It was an attack of the Great Tao, and it was aimed at Yi Fan. This was a strike comparable to an ancient sage, capable of shattering a small planet. It was as if a river of blood had streaked across the pitch-black sky. Several 100 million ancient characters were densely packed together, and every single one of them was blood-red. This is the burning devil blood sacrifice. I hope it can ignite his golden blood and make him temporarily lose control. Fan Xian said calmly. In order to deal with Yi Fan, the Pure Lands of Heaven had made a lot of preparations. They even found an ancient technique to deal with people with special bloodlines. As expected, even Yi Fan felt a bit of heat inside the mecha. The golden blood in his body was boiling as if it was burning. He was moved and said, "Not simple. What happened in the Eternal Kingdom in the past? Could it be that they created a special technique to deal with the indestructible golden body?" His expression didn't change as he circulated the swordsman's secret character. The blood in his body quickly cooled down, but his blood energy didn't decrease. He was sure that this forbidden technique couldn't do anything to him. Clang! Behind Yi Fan, five-colored divine light rushed out and turned into five treasured swords. Green, yellow, red, black, and white lined up in a row. Chaotic energy filled the air, and each of them seemed to be able to crush an ancient star. They were extremely heavy and powerful. Crack! The five-colored divine light swept out, and the five treasured swords slashed horizontally. The hazy auspicious energy scattered, and the blood-like light beams and the tens of thousands of characters all dimmed down. Moreover, the sword radiance clanged as five beams of sword energy swept through the army. They directly slashed out for hundreds of miles and attacked the giant mothership, wanting to sink it. How greedy! Do they want to destroy our mothership? A veteran expert from the Brahmin clan said angrily. The others all had ugly expressions on their faces. The rainbow divine light originally belonged to them, but now, it had fallen into Yi Fan's hands and was being countered. This made them all feel terrible. Boom! 5 streaks of sword chi slashed down with boundless divine might, causing the expressions of the people on the mothership to change. The mothership's shield flickered and the runes cracked a little. This guy's power is too great. Is he really just a Tao Slayer? To be able to fully unleash the might of an ancient sage mecha, it's comparable to a sage. The group of people at Chi Meng's side were all shocked. A few youngsters revealed peculiar expressions, feeling that this fellow was too fierce. It seems like the rumors are true. The Brahmin race, which is as powerful as the heavenly halls, was really defeated. They suffered heavy losses, and this was caused by a single ascetic monk. Within the 100-zhang-long spaceship, the expressions of the youngsters were complicated. They were all elites, but none of them could display such power. Yi Fan's performance was truly shocking. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Behind Yi Fan, 5 treasured swords rushed into the heavens, releasing brilliant light. He actually took the initiative to attack the giant mothership. Boundless sword energy drowned out heaven and earth. Damn it, this fellow is truly powerful. He hid his true cultivation before. The people of the Brahmin race were helpless. They felt regret and hatred. They had allowed such a powerful youngster to walk on the opposite side. Hung Long. The mothership was trembling. It was actually being threatened. Open the energy barrier and protect the hull. Fan Xian gave the order with a solemn expression. A giant screen of light opened up, protecting the entire giant mothership within. Countless ancient runes flickered, lighting up on the body of the ship. These were the remnant runes of the ancient deities, and they could be used for protection. Yi Fan was shocked. It would be very difficult to break through. The reason why the mothership was so powerful was that it had the highest performance. Unless it was the throne of the Mecha, ordinary weapons of the ancient sages would not be able to break through it. He only relied on one Mecha, and yet he was able to force the people of the heavenly halls to be so cautious. This is really incredible. The people of the immortal feather star exclaimed. Even Qi Meng's beautiful eyes blinked, revealing a look of surprise. Yi Fan did not dare to be arrogant. He was very careful, using the row formula. Every time he moved, he would move dozens of miles, and he would choose to attack. Damn it, he is provoking us. Crush him, someone in the mothership said coldly. Yi Fan had a premonition of danger, and his movements became even more careful. Once the opponent's energy barrier opened up, it would be very difficult to break through. But the mothership could still launch attacks outwards without any hindrance. Smash him. This is too hateful. He is humiliating us. We cannot let him live, someone from the Brahmin race said angrily. In the distance, Yi Fan twisted his body in the blue mecha. His movements were agile, and he kept making all sorts of gestures at the ancient ship. This made it difficult for them to suppress their anger. Let me go out and tear him apart. A strong fighter with a head full of fiery red hair said. It was obvious that he had a bad temper, and he was about to rush out with his mecha. Don't be angry, Fan Xian said. He won't be able to hold on for long. The power of the mothership is unparalleled. He can only buy us some time. I really can't stand his provocation, the strong fighter with a fiery temper said. He is actually using the five-colored divine light to carve words to provoke us. I want to join the battle. An elder stepped forward and said, I admit that you are very strong, but even the five elements mecha were defeated. Do you think that you are stronger than their combined strength? Our race's ancient sages mecha are almost gone, and we cannot lose another one. I just want to give it a try. You all can carve divine patterns on the mecha. If I lose, I can immediately take it back. It won't be lost. The middle-aged man insisted on fighting, unable to swallow this anger. Many people in Heavenly Hall were discontent, all of them asking for permission. In the end, an old monster nodded, allowing the expert with the bad temper to control the ancient sage's mecha to fight. Xiao! A streak of purple light rushed over, fast to the extreme. This was an extremely powerful war tool. The mecha's body was sparkling and translucent, its lines smooth and almost perfect. He held a dragon spear in his hands that looked like it was carved from a purple diamond. It was extremely sharp and dazzling, stabbing towards Yi Fan. There were no words, only a battle. Hong! It was just the aftermath of this spear. In the distance, an enormous group of meteors collapsed, radiance sweeping through the cosmos, ultimately turning into dust. Chang! Yi Fan pulled out a water-blue longsword from his back. It was several zhang long, and like a ghost, it attacked forward, fast to the extreme, leaving behind streak after streak of blue light. Chang! His sword hacked out, sending the dragon spear high into the air. The five-colored radiance behind him even more so flickered, 5 streaks of heaven-reaching sword energy hacking down, actually hacking off an arm. His movements were concise and swift, extremely ferocious and powerful. Everyone became stupefied. It wasn't that they didn't know that this foreign ascetic cultivator was strong, but they never expected him to be valiant to this extent, attacking like this as soon as he took action. Hurry, activate the formation patterns, drag him back. Inside the mothership, Fan Xian hurriedly gave the order. A streak of light appeared, forming an extremely resplendent divine gate, forcibly dragging the purple ancient sage's mecha inside. When Yi Fan saw this, light flashed past his eyes. The 5 precious swords on his back became one, turning into 5-colored divine light, tearing at this war tool. Everyone was shocked. He only relied on a single mecha, yet he could seize prey from the several thousand zhang long mothership, continuously pulling at it. The five-colored divine light is too mysterious, worthy of being the secret force seed of an ancient deity. In his hands, it truly shone with stunning brilliance. Fan Xian couldn't help but admit this fact. A violent tremor sounded. The mothership activated divine patterns, energy surging. Yi Fan had no choice but to give up, unable to compete against the giant ship. However, he didn't stop here, attacking fiercely. Half of his body stood within the divine gate, a fist smashing outwards, 6 streaks of fist intent blasting apart one of the purple mecha's legs, and then he even more so reached out his hand to tear off the other leg. Too valiant. The people on Qi Meng's side cried out in alarm. Damn it, kill him. This bastard is too hateful. Even Fan Xian couldn't help but stomp his feet in anger. Ever since Yi Fan appeared, the heavens had continuously encountered bad luck. The only fortunate thing was that the purple mecha had been seized back, its source not lost, so it was easy to repair. No wonder he is a powerful ascetic cultivator from outside the region. His valiance is boundless. Qi Meng couldn't help but cheer with her people. Seeing this, Fan Xian felt even more uncomfortable. She and Qi Meng were equally famous in this starry sky, and there were many enmity between beautiful women. Yi Fan had turned around and had betrayed the Brahmin race and her, and now he was helping Qi Meng, which made her feel terrible. We must capture them alive. Activate your strongest attack. Fan Xian ordered angrily, in a bad mood. Let's go. Qi Meng ordered. At the same time, she sent a telepathic message to Yi Fan, telling him not to continue fighting. No matter how strong an individual was, it would be difficult to destroy a mothership like this. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. The ascetic cultivator lives up to his name. No wonder he dared to kill Chao Qing. He is really powerful, to be able to destroy the Brahmin race's divine armor so easily. Among the rising stars, perhaps only a few freaks from the Eternal Lord Star can be a match for you. The people from the Immortal Feather Star shouted. Through the spaceship's signal, they deliberately transmitted it to the enemy's mothership. The people from Fan Xian's side were so angry that their faces turned green. Even so, Yi Fan still had a small spaceship to escape. It was impossible for him to be a match for the huge mothership, so he fought and retreated. Oh no, the people from the Immortal Feather Star Ocean are here to rescue us. Not long after, Fan Xian's expression changed. She had discovered the disturbance in the distance. This B** starred. She stared at Yi Fan on the big screen, watching him attack. She was extremely angry, but she had no choice but to order a space jump and leave. On the 100 Zhang spaceship, the people cheered. The enemy had retreated, and they were finally safe. They had a good impression of Yi Fan, and they invited him on board. Of course, there were some people who frowned and did not look good. After all, Yi Fan's performance was too godly, and he had shown in front of Qi Meng, which made them feel threatened. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan was waving at them from afar. He was saying goodbye to them, and he did not return. Why did he leave? He made such a great contribution, why did he just leave? Even Miss Qi Meng admires him. With such combat power, the Qi family will definitely try their best to rope him in. The people were shocked, and they could not help but discuss. Qi Meng was surprised at first, and then her expression changed. The smile on her face disappeared immediately. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and said, "This B** starred. He stole my ancient sage mecha." The group was stunned at first, and then they all had different expressions. Their expressions were very interesting. No one had expected Yi Fan to do such a thing. They had been prepared to welcome the hero back, but in the next second, he had turned into a bandit and stolen an ancient sage war tool. "Everyone, I have saved you. Take the mecha as my reward. I am leaving now, and we will meet again if fate allows it." Yi Fan waved at them from afar, and then disappeared with a whoosh. This B** starred is too ruthless. Losing an ancient sage mecha is enough to hurt a very strong family. His reward is too generous. The group did not know whether to thank him for saving them or curse him. This guy is a B** starred. Even Chi Meng, who was usually very gentle and delicate, could not help but grind her teeth and curse like a little devil. Yi Fan used the chessboard's matrix to cross the starry sky and rush to the immortal feather star, which was the home planet of Chi Meng and the others. In the past, the stargate on this ancient planet had exploded many times, causing many casualties. Since then, stargates were not allowed to be built on the ground. Normally, they had to go deep into the starry sky. Therefore, when Chi Meng and the other spaceship returned, they appeared in outer space. The chessboard's matrix that Yi Fan controlled was not restricted, and it did not take long for him to appear on this life planet. What a beautiful planet, he could not help but exclaim. The mountains were surrounded by fairy energy, the lakes were like gems, and the plains were like jade. The whole planet was fresh and beautiful, and the spiritual energy was dense. It was very beautiful. In particular, he saw a lot of modern cities, skyscrapers, and rows upon rows of them. It was a very visual impact. Moreover, there were many huge divine islands floating in the sky. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, the spirit springs were gurgling, and the palaces were floating. Golden crows, cheelants, rocks, and other divine birds and strange beasts could be seen. This was a modern planet with an ancient mythological atmosphere, which gave people a very different feeling. Yi Fan did not know how many people there were on this planet. When he was in mid-air, he saw many huge cities. As he flew, he saw many desolate places. Hey, besides the modern cities and ancient divine islands, there are also ancient barbarian cities and some ancient ruins. Yi Fan was surprised. He found that there were some ancient cities and castles in the primitive desolate places. These should be the only remaining ascetic cultivators. In this starfield, there were people who specialized in cultivating the treasures of the human body. It was just that there were very few of them. They had completely declined. In fact, most of them were crafting equipment and could not be considered as pure ancient cultivators. Yi Fan was very cautious. He knew that the people in this starfield were always on guard against races from outer space. If he was not careful, he would be detected. After putting away the mecha, he changed his appearance and used a few days to understand it. Then, he changed into a new legal identity. He even had the crystal soul seal of this starfield to show his identity. It's like a dream. It's so modern. I thought I had returned to Earth. Walking in a city that was even more modern and dreamy than Earth, Yi Fan sighed. Before going to Eternal Lord Star, I should relax. Yi Fan wandered around. The fiery sun, the white beach, and the blue seawater all looked so beautiful and pleasant. Sunshine, beach, sea. How many years has it been since I felt like this? Yi Fan hugged a coconut and lay on the beach. It felt very surreal. There were many people in the distance, most of them mortals. They were enjoying the sunshine, the beach, and the sea. On this ancient path, there was such a place. It was like returning to Earth. It made Yi Fan feel surreal. Yi Fan stretched his limbs and lay on the white beach. He faced the sapphire sea and completely relaxed. He treated himself as a mortal, as though he had returned to the past. Robber. Thief. Return my mecha. Not far away, a pure and beautiful girl with a great figure walked over. Her angry look made people want to pinch her flawless white cheeks. How did you find me? Yi Fan's face was gloomy. Chi Meng actually found him. She was wearing cool clothes suitable for the beach. Her delicate body was as white as ivory, and her clear eyes were staring at him. Chapter 1156. The white sand beach, the blue seawater, the gentle sea breeze, and the hot beauties walking by naturally made people feel relaxed and happy. Yi Fan had a ridiculous feeling. This was the other side of the universe, but it felt like he was on the beautiful coast of Earth. It made him doubt whether it was real or not. However, he couldn't care about this now. Trouble had come knocking on his door. Chi Meng was standing in front of him. She was wearing cool shorts, a tight corset, and a pure white body. Her hair was soft and shiny, like the condensed starlight. Her big eyes were very lively, and she was grinding her teeth at him. Beauty, do I have such great charm? Is it worth it for you to not be willing to follow me for thousands of miles? You really flatter me, Yi Fan said lazily as he lay on the beach. With Qi Meng's identity and status, the people she came into contact with were all refined and courteous talents who were very respectful to her. It was rare to see such a sloppy guy. Thief. In the end, she spat out these two words with a trace of a little devil's smile. Yi Fan touched his chin. These two words were really a little destructive. After roaming the world for so many years, she was known as the indestructible golden body in this star field. But now, she was regarded as a thief. How shameful was that? You dare to come here alone? Isn't it the same as a little white sheep voluntarily throwing itself into the mouth of a lion? Aren't you afraid that I will kidnap you? Yi Fan said with a mischievous smile. Qi Meng glanced at him vigilantly. She moved her snow-white feet slightly and took a few steps back. She looked like she was guarding against a wolf or a thug. She whispered, "That's true. There are not many good people among thieves." Yi Fan was speechless. This girl was obviously not afraid of him. What she said was completely to mock him. If she was really afraid, she wouldn't have shown herself. Qi Meng playfully blinked her big eyes and said, "I have used a special mysterious forbidden tool to capture your soul wave. I can upload it to the Starry Sky Network at any time. At that time, the entire Eternal Kingdom will put you on the wanted list. It's useless even if you change your appearance. I'm not from this star field. If I can't do it, I'll just leave. It's no big deal." Yi Fan had a look of indifference on his face, and then he threatened viciously, saying, "Before I leave, I'll take away this most resplendent immortal pearl of yours. I believe there are many fat-bellied uncles or bald uncles who will like a girl like you. I believe you can be sold for a good price. If they know your identity, they will be even more excited. Maybe they can even trade it for an ancient mecha. Go to hell." Qi Meng was so angry that she almost pounced. Being able to enjoy the dance of the most beautiful woman in this star domain in front of this blue sea, blue sky, and sandy beach is indeed a delightful thing. Yi Fan took out a celestial cherry from the fruit basket and bit into it. The juice was fragrant as he looked at her contentedly. "Are you really an ascetic? Why do I feel like you grew up in the scoundrel battalion?" Qi Meng blinked her big eyes and asked seriously. "What do you think a cultivator should be like?" Yi Fan naturally knew that she was mocking him. This girl looked delicate and pure, but her mouth was very unforgiving. Qi Meng tilted her head and thought about it seriously. A monk should walk barefoot in a world of ice and snow or magma without frowning. He should train his will through all kinds of hardships. He should move forward alone in the midst of hardship. He should be serious in speech and manner and strict in self-discipline. He cannot be a thief. "Are you scolding me again?" Yi Fan found her lively and interesting. "I'm not scolding you. Give me the mecha. Otherwise, you won't be able to control it." "It has the mark of my race," Qi Meng said. Yi Fan had already guessed why she was able to find him so quickly. This ancient sacred mech was extremely mysterious and complicated. It had long developed intelligence and had an inseparable connection with the Qi family. "Heh, I can polish this ancient sage war tool and remove the imprint on it. On top of that, you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. If I don't accept such a huge gift, the heavens will not tolerate it." Yi Fan stood up. His expression was evil and he did not look like a good person. "I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to do anything on the immortal feather planet, I believe you won't be able to leave," Qi Meng said, wrinkling her nose. "Tell me. What do you want?" Yi Fan refused to return the mecha. "I'm here to ask for the ancient sacred battle matrix." "Why are you so shameless?" Qi Meng mumbled. She frowned and thought for a while. "It's fine if you don't return it, but you have to show me enough sincerity. My uncle wants to see you." "No way," Yi Fan said, laughing. "You want to see his parents so soon?" You're too impatient. We haven't known each other for long. Chi Meng stared at him and waved her fist. She made a throat-cutting gesture to give him a warning. My uncle is inviting you with sincerity. There is no motive. He just appreciates your fighting power, Chi Meng said seriously. Yi Fan frowned. After what had happened to the Brahmin race, he did not want to join any powerful factions. This was a cruel and realistic world. There was no gratitude or hatred for no reason. Once he got involved, there would be endless karma. How about this? You can talk in private. You don't have to go to my race, Chi Meng said, taking a step back. Yi Fan looked into the distance. There were dozens of experts hiding there. They had followed Chi Meng here. This was why she dared to approach the imperishable golden body so casually. Your spiritual senses are really scary. Even from so far away, you can still detect me with the ancient talisman of the Great Path. Chi Meng was surprised. She asked the people in the distance to leave to show her sincerity. Yi Fan did not say anything. He thought about it carefully and walked forward with Chi Meng. They entered a coconut grove. There was a spiritual spring there. There were many beautiful buildings. An old man had been waiting in a stone pavilion for a long time. This was Chi Meng's uncle. He was a big shot in the Chi clan of Fairy Feather. He had come personally to ask Yi Fan to join them. As a first-rank guest of the Chi clan, his status would be extraordinary. Yi Fan naturally did not want to join them. He had no interest in these things. He had come to this ancient planet for the evolution fluid. There was no point in using it. At the same time, he had reason to believe that they knew he had the imperishable golden body. It was hard to say whether they would have the same goal as the Brahmin race. Chi Kun said, "Don't worry, little friend. We will not be as heartless as the Brahmin race. Compared to your golden blood, we appreciate your talent and potential more. We believe that you will become a peerless ascetic cultivator." Yi Fan smiled. He shook his head and said, "Do I need to join the Chi clan?" What he meant was obvious. What benefits could he get? What was the point of joining them? He would rather be free and unrestrained. I know you are thinking about the evolution fluid of a higher level. I believe you have experienced its charm. It can save you decades, or even hundreds of years of hard work, and you can easily advance a level. You have to know that in this star area, only the top forces can refine the best evolution fluid. That is because the materials are all rare divine minerals from ancient times. Our Chi clan is about to succeed. If the heaven did not snatch the destiny rock, the divine fluid would have been flowing. This time, we have found an ancient planet with traces left by ancient deities. I believe we will be able to gather the materials soon. In the near future, the fourth stage of the evolution fluid will appear in the world again after thousands of years. Chi Kun was very eloquent. He laid out his bargaining chips and let Yi Fan choose. There was something here that he needed the most. The fourth stage of the evolution fluid was indeed a powerful temptation. How could Yi Fan not be moved? He had come here for this. However, he did not want to take the risk. This clan definitely had an ancient saint. He did not want to provoke them before he successfully crossed the tribulation. I can obtain the fourth stage of the evolution fluid just by joining? Yi Fan was not convinced. Of course not. The materials we need are in a strange place. It will be difficult to excavate them, so we need the help of a powerful ascetic like you. Chi Kun smiled. Let me think about it first. Yi Fan did not want to join. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If he wanted to excavate the divine mineral, he might lose his life at every turn. I naturally will not force you. Think about it carefully. Chi Kun handed him a jade crystal wall. He told him that if he had any ideas, he only needed to crush it and he would rush over. Hey, you have to take good care of my ancient sacred Mecca. Don't make it too bad, Chi Meng said. She did not ask for it back and left with Chi Kun. The immortal feather star was a source of life. Like the original Demon Star and the Divine Soil Star, it was not very vast. Together, they protected the Eternal Lord Star in the Central Star area. The Chi clan was known as the Immortal Feather Clan. On this ancient star, they were not the most powerful clan. No one dared to provoke them. Tens of thousands of years ago, their clan had a supreme immortal body. They were invincible in the Eternal Kingdom. Because of this star was named after the clan. The Brahmin clan had a Brahma battle body, which was also world-shaking. They also appeared in this star area. However, they could not name this star because they came from the Eternal Lord Star area. The Eternal Lord Star was too vast. It had produced many terrifying people. No clan could completely rule it. There were many kings, and it was like the Big Dipper star area. The Immortal Feather Clan was located in a vast wasteland. There were many divine islands floating in the air. It was a forbidden land, and no one dared to enter. Big brother, you have a lot to worry about. Why don't you just capture that boy? I heard that the Brahmin clan used evolution liquid to nourish his body. Now, it is already fat and can be refined into golden divine blood. This is a great gift. Why don't you do it? On a divine island, a middle-aged man sat on a stone chair with a cold look in his eyes. He faced the clouds in front of him. There was a waterfall there, rumbling, and the island was suspended in the air. It was a spectacular sight. Chi Kuan's expression darkened. He said, "Little brother, if you dare to act rashly, don't blame me for not considering our brotherhood. This young man is not simple. The battle talent he has shown is even more precious than his indestructible golden blood. Things that can be grasped in the palm of your hand are the most precious," Qian said with a cold smile. Chi Kuan warned him solemnly. "I will not allow you to do this." He saved Chi Meng and the other young people. "If you act rashly, others will say that we are biting the hand that feeds us." He stood up, flicked his sleeves, and flew away from the island, disappearing into the horizon. "Hey, what do you mean by biting the hand that feeds you? Reality and the situation are stronger than you," Qian said. "Report, the Chao family is here, and they are asking to see Lord Jiu," someone reported to the island. Qi Yun's heart jumped. He said, "Oh, people from Eternal Kingdom? That family is a giant. They are super powerful, and they can look down on everything. They are respected as nobles. Chao Qing is dead. They heard that the murderer might have come to the Immortal Feather Star. They most likely want to ask Lord Jiu for help. The leader is a beautiful woman." "Good. Please, meet them," Qian said. Chapter 1157. Yifan left the seaside and appeared on a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. This place was covered in snow and ice. Cold mist was everywhere, and it was bone-chilling. He studied the mecha here and finally erased the Qi family's imprint. As for the jade disc, he threw it by the seaside. He had no intention of contacting Chi Kuan. He saw a huge mothership flying through the sky towards the depths of the desolate sea. Its aura was monstrous. It has the Chao family's insignia. Is it here for me? Yifan was very alert. He pondered for a while and then flew towards the seaside. When he was hundreds of miles away from where he had thrown the jade disc, he stopped and opened his celestial eye to observe and wait. Ever since he killed Chao Qing, every time someone mentioned it, they would sigh at how powerful the Chao family was. Naturally, Yifan paid attention and had a deep understanding of them. This was a large and terrifying clan. Among the great powers of the Eternal Lord Star, they played an important role. They were a powerful overlord. Otherwise, Chao Qing would not have been able to send 2 auxiliary divine materials to the Brahmin race. The seaside was beautiful and nothing had happened. Yifan waited for half a day and no one came. However, he did not leave. Instead, he buried the crystal wall in a cliff in the no man's land. He set it up repeatedly and carved the deceiving heaven matrix. Of course, he left a flaw on purpose. The crystal wall could avoid the scanning of the mothership, but it could still send out a wisp of chi that allowed others to deduce his location. Then, he started to wait patiently. On the second day, an undetectable ripple came from the distance. Dozens of battleships appeared. They were like dark, leaden clouds. Many people flew out and started to make arrangements here. They are really careful. They stopped when they are still 500 miles from the seaside. Yi Fan revealed a sinister murderous smile. They were definitely coming for him. The group used a special method to hide themselves. Then, they advanced 200 miles and started to make arrangements about 300 miles away from the crystal wall. They buried many forbidden weapons. This was a great Dao killing formation. If it was activated at the same time, there would definitely be heaven overflowing baleful energy that would be able to flatten everything within a range of 300 miles, completely shattering it. I want him alive. This brat has an imperishable golden body, and his body has golden blood. It will be extremely useful. A youngster licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Yi Fan murmured to himself from afar, "People of the Chao clan, you're really overbearing. I killed Chao Qing and provoked a group of experts. They didn't hesitate to cross the starry sky to come here. Do they want to extract my golden blood? Oh, this brat really has some tricks up his sleeve." Even the mothership couldn't scan this place. He could only deduce the aura of the crystal wall here, a middle-aged man said to himself. Yi Fan watched them coldly from the side. With the secret art of the celestial court, he hid a dozen miles behind them and watched them quietly. What kind of role did the Qi family play? Were there people guiding them? He muttered to himself, his gaze somewhat cold. 1,000 miles away, a huge mothership sank into the sea. It was closely monitoring the situation in this direction, ready to provide assistance at any time and carry out a destructive attack. He's just an ascetic cultivator from the outer realms. Does he really think he's one of those terrifying existences from ancient times who could summon the wind and rain, devour the sun, moon, and stars? Unless Wan Qing comes back to life, no one can behave atrociously in the eternal star region. A youngster from the Chao clan sneered. Clearly, his status was not low. He was Chao Qing's cousin, and his name was Chao Feng. Alright, the ancient killing taboo divine patterns have all been buried underground. After we activate them, we'll definitely flatten this place and destroy that brat's soul. We must pay attention to the heat, or else we'll waste the golden blood for nothing, a middle-aged man said. This was one of Chao Qing's uncles, Chao Delan. Don't worry, leave him alive. We'll beat him until he begs for mercy like a dog and kneels on the ground, Chao Feng said with a chuckle. Killing him isn't enough to display our might. We should keep his blood and use it wisely. Even his bones, flesh, and blood are treasures for refining weapons. It's worth preserving, another youngster named Xiao Jin, who was also from the direct line of descent, spoke up. This time, the Chao clan had mobilized such a large force. They naturally had to give an explanation. Chao Qing had died, and they had lost an important ancient Mecca. Such a great enmity had to be avenged. Activate it. The middle-aged Chao Delan waved his hand. The people from the Chao clan all revealed cruel smiles. They moved together, activating the divine patterns buried underground. This place instantly changed. In an instant, wind and clouds surged, and a vast killing intent surged thousands of zhang. Boom! Black clouds pressed down, and killing intent covered the sun. Giant divine statues rushed up one after another, all of them as black as ink. They crushed forward, definitely capable of creating a rain of blood and a foul wind. Yi Fan's expression changed. If he was trapped in this great formation without the rose symbol art, he would most likely be killed and turned into a mist of blood. You guys are truly vicious. Since this is the case, I won't be polite either. He transformed into a specter and appeared beside an important character of the Chao clan. With a slash of his finger, the head of that person was decapitated. Fresh blood sprayed 2 meters into the air, and with a flip of his hand, he shattered the immortal foundation of that person. After that, he rushed towards the next person. In a simple and direct manner, he used the killing arts of the celestial court, vanishing without a trace, reaping lives. Pooh, pooh, almost instantly, 8 people died. All of their heads flew into the air. They died so suddenly that no one even saw the killer. It was as if there was a malicious spirit secretly stealing their souls. Retreat quickly. Chow Dellen shouted. Heh, you guys want to leave after coming here? Didn't you guys lay down a great formation for me? Yi Fan rapidly arrived before Chow Dellen and attacked mercilessly. This was a half-sage, and it was impossible for him to wait helplessly for death. He resisted fiercely. However, a 5-colored divine light flashed behind Yi Fan, sweeping him away. After that, a green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white treasured sword appeared, all of them shrouded in chaotic chi as they slashed over. Pooh! Even someone as powerful as a half-sage was not enough. He was immediately beheaded, and blood splattered everywhere. His body and soul were both destroyed. It's him, the ascetic with golden blood. He was the one who killed Chao Qing and seized the Brahmin race's divine power seed. Chao Jin shouted and fled for his life. No one had thought that the unforeseen event would happen so quickly. The person they had trapped to kill had actually appeared behind them and was not in the formation at all. Qi Yun, that old bastard, set up a trap for us. This ascetic must have received the news long ago and turned around to kill us, Chao Feng shouted on the other side. He no longer had the high-spirited and arrogant attitude he had before. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Sure enough, there were people from the Qi clan involved. With a single step, he caught up to Chao Feng and twisted his neck. With a ka-ba sound, he beheaded Chao Feng, ending his life. Pooh! At the same time, there was a flash of bloody light. Yi Fan's finger pointed out and pierced through the space between Chao Jin's eyebrows from a kilometer away. Blood blossomed everywhere, and his corpse fell from the sky. In the distance, the battleships rumbled as they discovered the abnormality here. They all moved over, and huge beams of light shot over with divine might that could shatter the sky. Yi Fan transformed into an Azura with a faint cold light in his eyes. He moved quickly, and a golden world opened up behind him. The golden divine treasure appeared, and all kinds of divine weapons flew out. They were dazzling and incomparably terrifying. Many people from the Chao family were shot through and couldn't board the battleship in time. Their corpses lay there, and blood flowed everywhere. Ah! Miserable screams rose and fell. Yi Fan was like a god of death. Everywhere he passed, there was a rain of blood and foul winds, and he started a boundless massacre. Once a divine technique like the golden divine treasure was used, it was as if the source of destruction had been opened. He was invincible. Many people cried out in fear. In order to avoid him, many people were forced into the monstrous killing formation in front of them. They stepped into the danger zone they had set up themselves, and immediately, miserable screams rang out incessantly. Boom! Yi Fan faced the battleship and used his corporeal body to fight against the metal hull that was 300 meters long. He tore it apart with his bare hands, causing many people from the Chao family to turn pale with fright. The indestructible golden body is actually terrifying to such a realm. Quickly, run! This was a great defeat. The Chao family was caught unprepared and suffered a huge loss, suffering heavy casualties. Yi Fan gave chase. Once the 5-color divine light shot out, a 400 meters long battleship was swept by him and struck into the dangerous formation in front of him, instantly shattering into pieces. Boom! Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. He destroyed 4 battleships with his bare hands, and his golden fist smashed the ice-cold metal hull into pieces. The Chao family was shaken, and many young people were so frightened that their faces were drained of blood. To them, this was truly like a legend. Was he still human? More than a dozen battleships were sunk. Buzz! Suddenly, violent energy waves came over. That mothership that was hidden in the sea 1,000 miles away rushed into the sky and shot a beam of scarlet light at Yi Fan, traversing 1,000 miles. This was definitely a thunderous strike. If one was really hit, even an ancient saint's body would be penetrated. Yi Fan used form transposition and traversed more than 10 miles away. His eyes flickered as he looked at that gigantic object. Its entire body was flickering with green light, and it was thousands of meters long. It was like a giant steel city, eternal and immortal. Almost in the blink of an eye, it closed in on 800 miles with unbelievable speed and crushed Yi Fan. Moreover, at the same time, 4 ancient Saint Mechas flew out and rushed toward Yi Fan. One of them held a blood-red dragon spear, one bent a purple saint longbow, and one pulled out the golden axe on its back to attack the great enemy together. Swoosh! Yi Fan retreated again and quickly entered his blue ancient Saint Mecha before disappearing from the void. He had used the secret technique of the Celestial Court to launch a sneak attack. Kacha! With a flash of 5-colored divine light, 5 primal chaos treasured swords behind his back soared into the sky and almost cut a purple mecha in half at the waist. So powerful, even more terrifying than I imagined. A woman and an old man in the mecha looked at each other in shock. They quickly activated the forbidden array and summoned the other mechas back. The 4 powerful ancient saint war machines came and went quickly. They were sucked into a divine gate, but Yi Fan did not let them go. He chased after them and attacked fiercely. With the help of the 5-colored divine light, he attacked with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, breaking the thigh of a golden mecha, the arm of a red mecha, and the bow of a purple mecha. Then, he pulled them out with brute force. This. In a one-on-one fight, only an ancient saint can fight him. Maybe only a few monsters from the main planet can fight him. Everyone on the Chow family mothership was shocked. All of them were dumbfounded, and a chill ran down their spines. Swoosh! Yi Fan disappeared again. He controlled Shi Meng's ancient Saint Mecha and used the secret technique of the Celestial Court to merge with the void. He also used the heaven-deceiving array to hide his aura. Even the mothership couldn't detect him. Damn it, he escaped. We came here with so many people, but we suffered such heavy losses. It's hard to swallow this. Someone clenched his fists in anger. Boom! However, what shocked them was that Yi Fan didn't run away. He actually approached the mothership, and the 5-colored divine light swept out, cutting off a corner of the ship's hull that weighed several tens of tons. Clang! A terrifying sound rang out. Yi Fan swung the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, smashing everything in his way. He tore off a large piece of the hull and wanted to break in. This is not a human. Quickly, activate the energy shield. Everyone was stunned. This was a god of death, an evil spirit that broke free from the shackles of hell. He was invincible and even dared to attack the mothership. Boom! The energy shield activated and protected the entire mothership. Even an ancient saint's attack could not do anything. Yi Fan had no choice but to retreat. He stood in the air and faced them coldly. Inside the ship, a young man was about to go mad with anger. His name was Chao Tian, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, he almost destroyed one of our mothership's great Dao runes propulsion systems. This is a divine treasure, and it was actually shattered. Now, the situation is very bad. We need to return to the main planet immediately. If we are targeted by other forces, it will be very dangerous." Beside him, an enchanting and beautiful woman also looked terrible. Her name was Chao Lin, and she was Chao Qing's sister. She did not expect to suffer such a great defeat when she came to denounce him. "We have underestimated him. This is a very dangerous and terrifying monk. We cannot underestimate him in the future," an old man sighed. "Return." Chao Lin gave the order reluctantly. On this day, the immortal Feather Star was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. A person and a mecha had defeated the Chao family's mothership fleet. What a glorious achievement. This is crazy. Is this true? This monk named Yi Fan is too powerful, isn't he? This is an unbelievable battle. He can't possibly be able to compete with the freaks of the main planet, can he? Is this the rise of another legend? The immortal feather star was shaken, and everyone was shocked. After the battle, Yi Fan's expression was very cold. While the outside world was in an uproar, he began to take action again. He asked around and had a detailed understanding of the Qi family. He then found out what kind of person Qi Yun was. It was he who had provided help to the Chao family. This time, he had almost fallen into the killing formation. Yi Fan responded to this and began to search for Qi Yun's youngest son. In the end, he dragged him out of a brothel in an ancient city in the Great Wasteland and shocked him half to death with his supreme divine power. Go and tell your old man that I am not afraid of him. If he provokes me again, I do not mind looking for him to settle the score, Yi Fan warned. Bang! On a divine island of the Qi family, Qi Yun smashed his teacup into pieces. Looking at his beloved son who was seriously injured, he stood up, gritted his teeth, and said, "This is the immortal feather star. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up." Suddenly, Qi Kuan's voice came from afar, ordering him not to act rashly. He said, "Little brother, don't cause trouble for me." Qi Yun's expression was livid. He did not say anything until Qi Kuan was far away. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you have the indestructible golden body, so what? Can you compare to Wan Qin?" Chapter 1158. The Chao family played an important role on the Eternal Lord planet. A stomp of their foot could make anyone tremble. They were a powerful force. They came with a fleet of motherships, but they were defeated by a single person and a single mecha. The immortal feather star was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it. No matter how they tried to find an excuse, it seemed too dreamy and unreal. It is said that he is an ascetic from the depths of the universe. I did not expect him to be so powerful. Could he be another divine fetus after Wan Qin? The Chao family will not let this go. They have lost a lot of faith on the immortal feather star. They will most likely send an army to fight. Everyone was shocked. They all felt that this incident was unreal. The news also reached the heavens. All the important people were stunned. They realized that Yi Fan's potential was limitless and that he was talented in battle. Fan Xian and some of the clan members frowned. The inextinguishable golden body had missed them. It was famous on the immortal feather star and would attract the attention of many powerful forces. Even if the Chao family went to kill it, it would be useless. There might be other powerful forces who would extend an olive branch. I think it is necessary to make up for it, Fan Zhou said to himself. He looked at his clan members. A true inextinguishable golden body was not a few generations later, but the first generation. No one could predict how much potential it had. The Eternal Lord Star was a vast ancient star. It was vast and had a large population. Since ancient times, many people had been born there. There were even ancient gods. The Chao family dominated a region. Few people in the eastern region could match them. Now, some of the giants were angry. In front of the huge palace, many people were silent and did not dare to say anything. This was an ancient palace that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was floating in the sky. It was the symbolic building of the Chao family. It was surrounded by space carriers, islands, and mountains. Pa! An old man smashed a diamond table in the palace and shouted, "Useless! You have disgraced the Chao family." A space carrier and a large fleet were defeated by a Dao slayer. What use do you have? The people below were trembling, but no one dared to say anything. This result was too embarrassing. There was nothing to say. Think of a way to wash away your humiliation. Don't let the Chao family become a laughingstock, or else I'll feed all of you to the dragons. Another giant roared angrily. That day, a gale swept out from the Chao family. A group of people left, wanting to get rid of Yi Fan. All types of methods were used. The immortal feather star received the news very quickly. The people of the Chao family were furious and decided to enter the immortal feather star en masse. They wanted to cause trouble for Yi Fan. The news spread like wildfire. For the past few days, Yi Fan had been very low-key. Although he had shocked the immortal feather planet with his battle, he did not dare to be arrogant. Instead, he went into hiding and visited various historical remains to find what he needed. This was a historical site known as the Evergreen Pond. It was a pond made of bluestone, and there were a few stone pavilions beside it that had traces of time on them. Clusters of lotus flowers grew in the pond, looking like jade. They were flourishing, not withering in the past 20,000 years. It was said that Wan Qing had once bathed here, and the lotus flowers had sprouted overnight. After such a long time, the pond had not dried up, and its spirituality was still there. I think Emperor Qing must have been incredible at that time, reaching a shocking level, Yi Fan said to himself. He was convinced that Wan Qing was Emperor Qing. Regardless of whether it was in the Brahmin race's heaven or the immortal feather star, he had been seriously looking for traces of his ancestors. He believed that this could be a stop on the ancient road of the galaxy. Otherwise, why would Emperor Qing have appeared? After such a long time, he had been searching carefully and asking some people indirectly. He had learned some unusual information. Throughout history, there had been groups of monks who seemed to have passed by this area. If I want to know more, maybe I should go to the eternal main star. Yi Fan believed that there should be more traces there. Splash! He dived into the pond and swam downstream. Wisps of spiritual energy rose up in the water, forming a myriad of colors. This place was very suitable for cultivation. Yi Fan could not help but be amazed. The ancient demon emperors were extraordinary. They must not have become emperors 20 million years ago, but they could leave such immortal traces. Hey, handwriting! Yi Fan was surprised. On a piece of green stone at the bottom of the pond, he saw a line of words. They were not ancient words, nor were they divine words. They were words from Earth. Master Pang was here. Seeing this sentence, Yi Fan's expression became strange. Then, his heart beat violently, and he revealed a look of ecstasy. Such a person with such bad taste, such tone, such handwriting, immediately pointed to one person, Pang Bo. He really passed by here. Yi Fan suppressed his excitement. Without a doubt, this line of words confirmed his guess. Emperor Qing had passed by here, and Pang Bo had passed by here. This was a stop on the ancient road of the galaxy. Oh, I have to be more careful and look for traces of them. Maybe some of them have not left yet, he said to himself. There were no treasures at the bottom of the pond. Yi Fan rushed out of the water and continued to the next relic, following the legend of Wan Qing. Hey, the Chao family is here. They have issued a sky-high reward. Whoever can provide clues and capture that monk will be rewarded handsomely. This news swept across like a gust of wind, stirring up the clouds in all directions. The people of the Xinyu Star were very interested. The Chao family made a comeback. Last time, they were dispirited. This time, the fleet of battleships roared. It was like a dark cloud pressing down on the sky. They rushed toward the planet, full of murderous intent. Yi Fan looked from afar and saw that the silver battleships were densely packed like a steel jungle. There were 3 motherships that had come just for him. It could be said that they had mobilized a large force. They really think highly of me. Yi Fan was surprised. He knew that this could be a big crisis. The Chao family had come to the Xinyu Star with great momentum. In the next half a month, they attacked in all directions, looking for traces of him. However, they had not found anything. Could it be that he has already left? The people of the Chao family were suspicious. Chao Ling frowned. Her enchanting and beautiful face revealed a thoughtful expression. Then, she said with certainty, when I retreated the last time, I had people activate the power of the galaxy net to monitor this part of the galaxy. Any appearance of the starry door would be detected. As for directly flying to the outer region, it is even more impossible to hide. We can be sure that he has not left this ancient planet. Increase the bounty. A middle-aged man said. Not long after, the Xinyu Star was in an uproar. The Chow family was actually willing to use a supplementary divine ingredient to refine the strongest constitution evolution fluid for a monk. They are indeed rich and overbearing. Few other big forces can compare. Is this a battle of pride? Is it purely to vent their anger? What do you know? I heard that the monk has an indestructible golden body. Even after more than 10 generations, it is still amazing. The golden divine blood that can be refined is priceless. With the Chow family's all-knowing methods, it will definitely be of great use. It is definitely worth it. Many people were whispering, causing a huge uproar. Very well, if the Chow family is willing to pay, I am willing to help. Go and collect the bounty. On the Chi family's divine island, Chi Yun laughed coldly. Not far away, in a quiet bamboo forest, his most beloved son was recuperating. More than half of his bones were broken, and his vitality was greatly damaged. This made him extremely angry and annoyed. You are an outsider monk, and you dare to behave so atrociously on the Xinyu star? I will make sure that you will regret ever being born. Chi Yun was furious. He ordered people to go to the ancient sacred Mecca warehouse and retrieve a secret map of the Great Path. He studied it for a long time. This was the talisman used to construct these war tools, and it contained a huge secret. My clan's ancient sacred Mecca is not so easily taken away. Now, analyze it carefully for me. I want it to explode together with this war tool. A group of elders buried themselves in front of the talisman and studied it carefully. From time to time, the talisman of the Great Path would flash. They were conducting all kinds of experiments, preparing to crack the ancient sacred map. Chi Meng came to visit and said, "Ninth uncle, what are you doing?" "Big uncle told me to tell you not to act recklessly. Yi Fan saved our lives. If you make a move now, others will look down on us and say that we are biting the hand that feeds us." "My dear niece, what are you thinking?" "Don't worry, I am not that kind of person." Chi Yun smiled as he sent Chi Meng off. In heaven, the Brahma clan received the news that the Chow clan had made a move. Fan Xian frowned and said, "This is not good. If he is captured, won't the indestructible golden body pass us by? Oh, we can try some other methods to draw him over. Do you still remember the ascetic cultivators that appeared several years ago? Why do I feel like they came from the same place?" Fan Tian spoke with an evil tone. His fiery red hair was a dazzling scarlet red. "That's right, there might really be a connection." The Brahma clan's big shot, Fan Zhou's eyes lit up and he stood up. On the Xinyu star, on a divine island of the Qi clan, Chi Yun laughed coldly. His eyes were sinister as he stared in a certain direction and said, "Let the ancient sacred Mecca explode. If he is smashed into pieces, we will go and extract the golden divine blood. If we fail, we can also expose his whereabouts and sell him to the Chow clan to collect the reward for the divinity minerals. No matter what, he would not be at a disadvantage. This time, he would have a great harvest." The group of people rushed toward a vast wasteland. "Oh, he should be in the depths of the mountains. Get ready to activate it. Let Chi Meng's ancient sacred Mecca of war disintegrate and destroy this so-called indestructible golden body for me." Chi Yun's expression was sinister. He did not hesitate to destroy a divine artifact in order to severely injure Yi Fan and destroy his physical body. In the depths of the mountains, Yi Fan was restless. He had a feeling that something was about to happen and that he was about to face a great disaster. This was an instinctive feeling that one's cultivation level had reached a certain level. After ascending to the 8th level of severing heaven, this kind of divine instinct had become even more extraordinary. Something is wrong. What is going on? Yi Fan used his powerful divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. Then, he looked inside his physical body that was as pure as rainbow divine glass. He held the green copper tripod in his hand to guard against any mishaps. "It's this ancient sacred Mecca." Finally, his expression changed. At the last moment, this divine artifact of war underwent a transformation. It suddenly became dazzling and was actually about to explode. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. He quickly summoned it out and fiercely suppressed it into the green copper tripod, isolating it from the outside world. The green copper tripod had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even though it was broken, it was not something that could be destroyed by the power of the mortal world. It could suppress an ancient sacred weapon. The blue radiance was blazing, but it could not detonate the divine mecha. Yifan carefully observed and saw that something was wrong. He sneered and erased the destructive imprint, resolving the dangerous situation. So dangerous. This is a divine artifact. If it really shattered and burned in my body, I would definitely not be able to endure it. Even if I don't die, I will still be crippled. How ruthless. Yifan still had lingering fears. This brat's life is really tough. The ancient sacred mecha actually did not explode. What method did he use to endure it? In the distance, Chi-yun was bewildered and had a gloomy expression. Then, he smiled sinisterly and immediately contacted the Chow family, telling them that Yifan was here. The Chow family's mothership was extremely fast. It appeared in a short while and completely sealed off the entire mountain range. All the strongest firepower was concentrated in front. Chapter 1159. The depths of the mountain range were completely peaceful. All types of powerful vicious beasts and barbaric dragons were lying dormant, feeling a type of pressure and danger. Occasionally, strange birds would cry out and flee into the distance. The leaves on the trees fluttered about, fluttering down in a disorderly manner. There was a wave of austere energy, as if late autumn and winter had arrived, sweeping through this place. The atmosphere was tense and suffocating. The fleet of motherships appeared several hundred li away. It was as if millions of evil mountains were traversing through hell, making everyone's hearts almost stop beating. The ice-cold ships flickered with cold light. They were densely packed, surging over like lead clouds. Under the lead of the three motherships, they sealed off this mountain range. Yifan naturally sensed this a long time ago. He opened his heavenly eyes and saw a dark expanse in the distance that made one's heart tremble. Chi! A streak of scarlet light rushed out several hundred li, sweeping towards Yifan. Xiao Lin's expression was cold as she gave the order. The great battle thus began. Wherever the scarlet light passed, mountains collapsed and lakes dried up. It was dazzling and terrifying. Yifan didn't have much of a choice. He entered the light blue mecha and turned into an ancient saint. He held a large blue bow in his hands, his eyes releasing cold light. Chow family, you all are too domineering, bullying others intolerably. Yifan held the large bow with both hands, releasing heaven overflowing fluctuations. This was a divine artifact. It was sparkling and dazzling. The large bow was several zhang long, releasing a terrifying aura. Yifan shifted his position, avoiding the tens of thousands of beams of light. He released a loud roar and drew the bowstring. His entire body shone with endless radiance as he aimed forward. It was as if a volcano was erupting, or as if a vast sea had burst its dike. A biting cold and intimidating aura surged, illuminating eternity, piercing through the river of time. With a light shout, Yifan released the bowstring. Fluctuations that made one's flesh and bones tremble swept out in all directions. The arrow that left the bowstring flew out, the brilliant beam of light like a blue sea. Hong! This arrow struck a 500 zhang long giant ship. Light rushed into the 9 heavens on the spot, producing an intense explosion that shattered heaven and earth. That place was filled with endless black holes. This was a catastrophic result. There were many smaller ships in the surroundings, and they were all affected. Under the scattering of the holy arrow's fluctuations, they all exploded one after another. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Back off. Someone in the 3 motherships gave the order one after another. They propped up the light screen and pressed forward to protect the battleships. Then, they shot out destructive light beams. This type of powerful mothership was enough to shatter this ancient star. Now that it was attacking Yifan, it was naturally a great disaster. It was like a tsunami that swept through the world. Their defense was astonishing. Once the light screen was activated, it would be difficult for outsiders to break through. To the enemies, it could only mean despair. If not for the traversal formula, Yi Fan would have definitely fallen. The divine power of the 3 space carriers was too great. It was enough to sweep across the boundless star field. Wherever they passed, even saints would be shocked. Other than that, there were also 6 ancient sage mechas standing in the sky, swinging their golden divine swords, black dragon spears, purple heavenly sabers, etc. This was a great battle, the sky surging, incredibly ruined. Chaotic energy was even blasted out, unable to endure such terrifying power. As for the mountain range, the moment Yi Fan rose into the air, it collapsed inch by inch and turned into fine powder, leaving nothing behind. Yi Fan, return my brother's life. Qiao Lin was enchanting and beautiful, but at this moment, her face was somewhat distorted. She screamed. She was Qiao Qing's blood sister. Last time, she was the one who came with the mothership, but in the end, she suffered heavy losses and had to leave dejectedly. Yi Fan did not reply and disappeared from his original position. He used the secret arts of the Celestial Court and the heaven-deceiving formation to conceal himself and rushed forward. At close range, he waved his golden fist and forcefully smashed into the light screen of a mothership. A deafening sound rang out, but unfortunately, the wave-like ripples spread out, and he could not attack. This mothership had tens of millions of Tao patterns densely covering its body. The interweaving brilliance could not be broken, otherwise, it would not have been revered as a powerful mothership. Beams of light shot out together, and the sky was colorful and overflowing. All kinds of divine radiance burst forth, looking extremely dazzling. Any beam of light was extremely destructive. Yi Fan retreated, moved horizontally, and charged vertically. He constantly changed his position, controlling the ancient sage war tools to fight back fiercely. The 3 motherships sealed the sky, and a supreme defensive light screen descended, blocking all of Yi Fan's attacks. Meanwhile, they still had a dense group of battleships that could shoot and kill the enemy without restraint. Yi Fan did not want to continue fighting, so he took out the chessboard formation and wanted to escape. However, the other party discovered his intentions, and the 3 motherships rushed out with hundreds of millions of beams of light, cutting the void. This method was simple and effective, completely breaking through the laws with brute force. The Supreme Divine might cut the void into countless pieces, and Yi Fan could travel through space, but he would immediately rush out. Outer Realm Cultivator, you are dead for sure. Return my nephew's life. A middle-aged man shouted, and the attack power of the mothership he was on became even stronger. I will use your golden divine blood as a sacrifice to my brother, grind all your bones into pieces, and sprinkle them in front of his grave. Qiao Lin also screamed, full of resentment and hatred. Yi Fan's expression did not change. He continuously attacked, wanting to break through the blockade, but the light of the motherships was like the sea, sealing and enveloping this place. He could not break through it all. Qi Yun said sinisterly, it seems like he can't make it. He is going to fall here today, and we have to help out. After all, we have received a bounty from others, and that is a type of divine mineral. We cannot let this brat leave alive. A mothership rushed up and joined the battle. The 4 directions were sealed, and Yi Fan's situation became even more dangerous. He had fallen into a hopeless situation. It's the Qi family's mothership. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. Outer Realm Cultivator, are you willing to join us? Perhaps we have a way to save you. Suddenly, someone secretly transmitted a message. An ancient sacred mecha appeared in the distance, watching the battle from the horizon. Who are you, and what are your conditions? Yi Fan asked. I come from an organization called God. Those who can be ranked in it are all peerless experts. They often go to the outer realm to mine divine minerals, and they need an ascetic like you. The mecha transmitted a message. If you want me to join, you have to let me see your strength. Help me sink a mothership first. Yi Fan said. Your request is too excessive. I have already contacted another god, and he said he wants to test you. You must have a stunning performance to be worthy of us taking action for you. The god within the ancient sacred war tool replied. Yi Fan's expression was cold, and he no longer paid attention to this god. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. If he didn't change anything, he would most likely die. 4 motherships compressed the space. Even if he had the Celestial Court's secret concealment technique in the heaven-deceiving formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. 5-colored divine light flashed, and 5 treasured swords slashed out, cutting a large part of the light screen. Unfortunately, it quickly healed, and he couldn't rush out. Boom! The heaven and earth collapsed. Yi Fan struck out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, similarly shattering the light screen. He rushed forward for several kilometers, but in the end, he was swept back by the light screen that appeared again. Your performance is astonishing, and you are qualified to join God. However, we still want to see your potential. If it is stunning enough, you will become our core member. The god transmitted a message. Facing 4 mothership fleets alone was like a legend to any Dao executioner. It could even be called a miracle, which was why even this mysterious organization recognized him. Yi Fan sneered in his heart. No matter what, he had to rely on himself. The other party still didn't help him. Did they want to see his trump card? This was clearly unreliable. Open for me. Yi Fan circulated the army formula with all his strength, treating one mothership, the densely packed fleet behind it, and the blazing light screen as one. He did everything he could to control it, wanting to move it away. Boom! The heavens trembled, the fleet of motherships trembled, and the impenetrable light screen undulated. Everyone was stupefied. Just how enormous and terrifying of a power was this? To control an unmatched mothership fleet from so far away, it was comparable to moving an ancient life star. It was because there were supreme traces of the great Tao here, and every strand could lock down the universe. Who could move it? This was a leviathan that could wipe out stars. Yi Fan did it. The god in the distance was shocked, and he said to himself, could it be that he really has the potential to become a core member? As for Chao Lin, Qi Yun, and the others, they were all dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. This was truly a person who could pull up the stars and moon, and whose aura was unrivaled. Is he human? How did this ascetic cultivator cultivate? It's truly shocking. Many people were tongue-tied, and they were almost dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Boom! Blood seeped out of Yi Fan's mouth. What he was doing now was incomparably difficult. Even someone as powerful as him could not defy the heavens for long. The void was clearly locked down, and the light screen isolated everything, but it was forcibly moved away by him. Some battleships lost their balance and collided one after another. They emitted brilliant light and were continuously destroyed. Boom! Yi Fan threw out the mothership and rushed out of the blockade. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he charged out of the exceptional killing formation formed by the 4 motherships. Too powerful. He can even escape like this? Inconceivable. Many major powers were watching the battle and were incomparably shocked at this scene. Who was that just now? It seems to be that terrifying organization on the Eternal Lord Star, God. Heavens, could it be that this ascetic has caught the eye of God? Yi Fan had killed his way out of the 4 mothership fleets. For many people, this was simply a miracle. Don't let him go. This person is terrifying and has boundless potential. If he escapes, there will be endless disasters in the future. Qi Yun roared. For the first time, he felt fear. The Chao family people hadn't even chased after him, but he had already led the motherships to chase after him. He was even more active than those on the Eternal Lord Star because he was truly afraid. That's right, kill him. We can't let him go. Chao Lin also shouted. The 3 motherships chased after him. But no matter what, they couldn't catch up. Yi Fan escaped danger and rushed through the realm gate. This ascetic is very powerful and has the qualifications to join God. The 2 gods from the Eternal Lord Star looked at each other and made this judgment. Although Yi Fan had spat out golden blood, his physique was astonishing. He recovered in a moment and his vitality was not damaged. That night, he entered the Qi family alone and used secret arts and the heaven-deceiving formation to hide his aura. Like a ghost, he ascended a divine island floating in the air. There were all kinds of divine marks and marks here that could defend against ancient saints. He used the travel formula and safely entered without making a sound. There were no alarms. This person is very powerful. He must be an unrivaled existence among the ascetics. In the future, his achievements will most likely catch up to the ancient gods. We must find him. If we don't get rid of him, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. On the island, Qi Yun's expression was ugly. This time, he had let Yi Fan escape. He was alarmed. He had personally seen how terrifying the other was, and a layer of haze appeared in his heart. He had gathered a group of powerful subordinates and was discussing how to find Yi Fan. He was determined to kill him. There's no need to find him. I'll come myself. Yi Fan stepped on the moon with a cold expression. He walked step by step like a god. You. Qi Yun was shocked. He didn't think he would be so daring as to barge into the Qi clan's forbidden area. One had to know that this place could defend against ancient saints. Immediately, someone rushed into the sky, wanting to gather people and send out a warning. They wanted to use the power of the immortal Feather Qi clan to kill Yi Fan. Not a single one of you can leave. Yi Fan walked several hundred zhang away and intercepted them in the sky. With a pu sound, he removed the heads of 2 people who rushed into the sky. They were dripping with blood as he threw them onto the ground. The remaining people kept quiet out of fear. They were all horrified and felt a chill from head to toe. I'll pay you a visit tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go and sink the Chao clan mothership. Yi Fan was like a demonic god as he pressed forward step by step. His words were cold. Chapter 1160. The bright moon washed the starry sky, and pure white divine light shot out in all directions. Yi Fan was walking on the moon like a god of death. No one outside knew that he had arrived on a divine island of the Qi family. 2 blood-stained heads were thrown to the ground by him, shocking the group of people. Their scalps went cold, and no one dared to act rashly. Cultivator from the outside world, what are you doing? This is the immortal Feather Qi clan, don't you dare act recklessly, someone shouted loudly. His relationship with Qi Yun was not shallow. What am I doing? You already know the answer. Yi Fan stepped on the moonlight, and with a single step, he arrived in the blink of an eye. He punched him into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. He had come to kill. He wanted to find trouble with Qi Yun and get rid of him. There was nothing much to say. An old man came forward and said, "Young man Yi, I heard that you have a good relationship with our clan's pearl, and big brother Qi Kun also admires you very much. What you do will destroy their relationship and lead to serious consequences." You have the nerve to say that? Who sent the mothership and the Chao family to surround and kill me? I saved Qi Meng, and this is how you treat me? Yi Fan's voice was cold. His step landed, and the entire island almost collapsed. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and with a peng sound, the person was sent flying and turned into ashes in the air. Let's talk about it. The immortal Feather Qi clan has no ill intentions. Big brother Qi Kun has already said that he wants to invite you to be a first-class guest, a middle-aged man said. But in reality, you want to kill me. Yi Fan stared at everyone. The middle-aged man continued, this. In short, the immortal Feather Qi clan is willing to be on good terms with you. Some unpleasant things may have happened today, but it was only the actions of an individual. We can talk about it. If we were to talk about it, I wouldn't have come to this divine island. I would have gone to meet Qi Kun directly. Is there anyone on this island who wants me to visit? Yi Fan mocked. This was Qi Yun's base camp, and the troops he had gathered were of the same mind as him. They had all boarded the battleship to kill Yi Fan, so there was nothing to talk about. Sir Qi was indeed impulsive today, but fortunately, he did not make a big mistake. Please calm down, little brother. We are willing to compensate you. The middle-aged man was Qi Yun's niece's son-in-law. Yi Fan coldly glanced at him and no longer spoke to him. Instead, he stared at Qi Yun and said, "Old thief, how long are you going to hide? Do you think you can escape this calamity?" Qi Yun's veins were throbbing. Just now, his niece, son-in-law, and the others had bowed down to him, but it was completely useless. The other party was overbearing, making his expression unsightly. From start to finish, he didn't feel anything. Although he was afraid, he didn't want to lower himself to beg for mercy. With a gloomy face, he secretly sent a message to someone asking for reinforcements. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Yi Fan gave him a sidelong glance. "Expert from outside this region, don't go too far. We admit our wrongs and are willing to pay the price to compensate you. Do you want us to kneel down and beg for mercy?" A hot-tempered fighter said. "Pooh." A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's mouth. He struck out with a fist, and this person turned into a bloody mist on the spot. His body and soul were both destroyed. Your power and arrogance have become a habit. Even in this kind of situation, you still can't put down your airs. Those who don't know might even think that I'm the one begging for mercy. Who exactly is the one on the chopping block now? Many people's expressions changed. The young man on the other side was extremely ruthless. He didn't even frown after killing several people in a short period of time. Now, no one dared to speak carelessly and kept their mouths shut. This time, this old man was wrong. "What do you want?" "My Qi clan can give you some divine ores as compensation." Qi Yun spoke. His expression was indifferent without any expression. "That's not necessary. Your life is enough," Yi Fan said. A few people stood behind Qi Yun. All of them revealed angry expressions and ominous glints shot out in all directions. Hong. They had been preparing for a long time and activated an ancient formation. At the same time, a group of terrifying firearms emitted blazing light and swept forward to launch a murderous attack. "Everyone, let's kill him together. The news has already been sent out, and I believe there will be a great army coming to assist in a moment. Even the ancestral saints will be alarmed," these people shouted loudly. At the same time, Qi Yun entered an ancient sacred Mecca and fled into the distance at lightning speed. He wanted to escape this calamity. "I dared to come here, so why would I be afraid of your tricks?" Yi Fan's expression was calm. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent was unleashed, and the formation markings in front of him were greatly destroyed. After that, 5-colored divine light appeared behind him and swept through all the blazing martial divine light, destroying all of them. He also entered the ancient sacred war tool and used the secret technique of the golden divine treasure. In the next instant, the golden sacred bell, divine sword, heavenly pagoda, treasured umbrella, and other things appeared at the same time. All of them were dazzling as they transformed into streaks of flowing light and rushed forward. This was an attack that didn't discriminate. PFFF, PFFF, streak after streak of bloody light dyed the red divine island red. Those who rushed over to attack Yi Fan were all chopped into pieces. Almost no one could take this attack. On this divine island, there were no motherships or the strongest war tools in the universe. How could these people contend against Yi Fan? They would only be throwing their lives away. He was like harvesting crops. With a sweep, a large expanse of blood blossomed. Everywhere he passed, there was a rain of blood and a foul stench as corpses fell in rows. "Old thief, you still want to escape?" Yi Fan executed the Xing word art and cut off the path forward in an instant. "Everyone, let's go together and stop him. Our great army is about to arrive, and there will definitely be ancestral saints coming out of seclusion," someone tempted and encouraged loudly. "I only need a breath of time to kill people. Why do I need to take so long? Those who obstruct me must die," Yi Fan said ruthlessly. The 5-colored divine light flashed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was executed. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Corpses exploded one after another. They were not on the same level at all. The entire place was surrounded by a large expanse of bloody fog. Qi flew up into the sky, but under the Bing word art, his ancient sacred mecha did not listen to him. He quickly lost control and fell down. You can't mess around. I am the younger brother of the head of the Qi family. I am a direct descendant of the main bloodline. Qi panicked. Everyone was afraid of death, and he had experienced it himself. When the time came, he was completely terrified. The person I am going to kill is you. Yi Fan said coldly. No, if you kill me, you will be in big trouble. If you show mercy, you can go anywhere you want on the immortal feather planet in the future. We will give you endless benefits. Qi Yun's face was pale. Even if I kill you, I can go anywhere I want on this planet. Also, don't think too highly of yourself. I really don't think that you have a high status. You are just an annoying rat. If I kill you, then so be it. Yi Fan said coldly. I will fight you to the death. Qi Yun's face was pale. He wanted to fight to the death and detonate the ancient sacred mecha. Gotcha. Yi Fan had already made his move. It was clean and neat. The 5-color divine light flashed behind him, and he cut the ancient sacred mecha in half. Sparks flew everywhere. Then, he added a punch. Suddenly, the core of the mecha turned into a ball of light and turned into powder. Bang! Yi Fan pulled Qi Yun out and said, I have killed people who are 100 times stronger than you. Old man, how dare you provoke me? No! Qi Yun shouted. He was completely paralyzed. He could not help but beg for mercy. PFFF. Blood spurted 2 to 3 meters into the air. Yi Fan crushed him with one hand, turned around, and left without looking back, disappearing into the horizon. The cold moonlight shone down. The divine island was a mess. Dead bodies were everywhere. Qi Yun's people had died, and there were many casualties. This was destined to be a restless night. The Qi family of Xinyu was in chaos. The location of the divine island was a bit out of the way. The island was surrounded by runes that Yi Fan had set up to isolate the space. However, what had happened was quickly discovered. This was a drastic change. Battleships roared, and the ancient sacred mecha's war tools appeared. The place was locked down, and the sky was filled with noise. It won't be long before news of what happened here spreads throughout Xinyu Star. The Chao family will be alerted. Now is the time to sneak in and kill them, Yi Fan said to himself. This was a primitive mountain range. Auspicious air was rising. This place was the base of the Chao family. It was in a very good location. It was said that this was the training ground of the ancient great sage. 3 space carriers were parked in 3 different directions in the huge training ground. Divine air filled the air, and there were small battleships parked on top of each mountain. What a great place! Yi Fan could not help but exclaim. This was a place with soaring dragons and spirits. Auspicious air was overflowing, and divine light was faintly discernible. It was a rare place for cultivation. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. He had to admit that the Chao family had many tricks up their sleeves. To be able to snatch this ancient training ground, they must have spent a lot of effort. Ordinary ancient sages did not have the luck to enter. This was definitely the place where the ancient great sage lived. Now, there were still various runes flashing, and not all of them had been destroyed. This place was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Even ancient sages would have to frown if they came. It would be difficult to attack. If they were not careful and triggered the restriction, they could be killed. Yi Fan entered the space carrier and could use the power of a sage. However, he did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he laughed coldly. What a good place. There are thousands of ordinary dragon veins, and the most important thing is that there are 2 rarely seen main dragon veins intertwined together. They are still alive. Yi Fan was originally thinking about how to break in, but after seeing this kind of terrain, the corners of his mouth almost twitched. This was the most ideal terrain for setting up the Heaven Yin-Yang formation. He really suspected that ancestor Yuan Tian had been here before. That was why he had created such an absolute ancient technique that could evolve into a great killing tribulation. Now, he could almost be said to be the Yuan Taoist master. He was only a hair's breadth away. His understanding and comprehension of the great arts were unparalleled in the world, and no one could compare to him. Yi Fan began to get busy. He quickly set up the formation at the periphery of the mountain range. He wanted to kill without leaving a trace and make the Chao family suffer the consequences. This kind of dragon vein is really rare. Even dozens or hundreds of ancient stars might not have such an exquisite thing, but I actually found it here. All kinds of runes flew out. Of course, the premise was that he used the heaven-deceiving formation as a cover. Otherwise, he would be scanned as soon as he made a move. Yi Fan found that after coming to the Eternal Star region, he used this kind of formation the most. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move an inch, and he would be discovered very quickly. In the depths of the mountain range, the chaotic chi formed ribbons and surrounded this important area. The 3 space carriers were thousands of meters long and had a cold luster. In one of the space carriers, Chao Lin's expression was gloomy, somewhat spoiling her beauty. Her eyes were full of resentment as she said, "He's really lucky to escape from the encirclement of 4 space carriers. I can't wait to catch him and kill him. We have to think of a way. This ascetic is super powerful and has extraordinary escape methods. If he doesn't take the initiative to appear, it will be very difficult to find him." An old man frowned. "We have to capture him no matter what. Didn't Qian make a move? We have to drag the entire Qi family down with us and borrow their great power to kill this little dog." Chao Lin was almost crazy as she screamed at the top of her lungs. They didn't know that Yi Fan had already arrived and had taken the initiative to take action. Before long, Yi Fan carved mysterious runes in the earth veins and on the stone peaks. As long as they were activated, they would instantly cause 10,000 dragons to roar and the divine veins to boil. "Oh, it's enough. Let's enjoy the fireworks and the meteor shower," he said softly. Chapter 1161. An elder in the mothership exclaimed, "That's right. Drag the Qi clan down with us. They are half the masters of this life planet. If they make a move, it will be earth-shattering. Make a good plan so that the Qi clan cannot leave and participate." Chao Lin laughed hysterically after speaking. Her face was ferocious, a far cry from her usual beauty. "Report. We just received news that the ascetic cultivator broke into one of the Qi clan's divine islands. He massacred Qi Yun and the others." A middle-aged man entered the control room and reported. "What?" The elders stood up abruptly. Could it be that the god has taken a liking to him?" They were doubtful. He. Chao Ling let out a sinister cold laugh and said, "This is really perfect. This way, as long as we give it a push, the immortal Feather Qi clan will definitely go into the water and advance and retreat with us. With this local snake, everything will be much easier. I want to cut that little dog piece by piece." "That's right, ha ha ha." The elders laughed. This was a rare opportunity. The Qi clan would definitely be enraged. They just needed to guide them a little and they would be able to achieve their goal. "What are you waiting for? Contact the Qi clan and send them our most sincere condolences. Oh, and don't forget to tell them that we will avenge the dead." Chao Lin laughed viciously. "We have to be careful. He dared to attack the Qi clan. He is extremely daring. It is hard to say if he will not come here to kill us," an elder said with a frown. "I really hope that he will appear. This place has the ancient great sage's symbols, as well as my clan's formations. I'm looking forward to him defying the heavens." Chao Lin licked her bright red lips, revealing her snow-white and dense teeth that made one's hair stand on end. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sky and earth shook. The primitive mountain range shook as if it was going to flip over. Primordial energy erupted, and many spaceships parked on the mountain peaks fell. Not good. Enemy attack. The mountain was in chaos. Spaceships roared, and all kinds of sage symbols shot out in all directions. It was hazy and formed a horrifying ocean. This is the ancient great sage's place of seclusion. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'll make sure they can't leave. Their soul bones will be turned to ash. It would be best if that puppy showed up. Boom! An even more intense collapse occurred. All of the ancient sage inscriptions came to life, and the mountains and rivers began to flow in reverse. The sun and moon began to spin, and the river of time seemed to have been thrown into disorder. Not good, this place is going to collapse. The elders felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, the leaders of the other two motherships were also alarmed. The ancient great sage's runes had been ignited, and this had become their nightmare. Quick, get out of here! Everyone shouted. The great Tao of heaven and earth was burning, the power of the sun, moon, and stars all swirling, about to bury this place. Even the defensive light screen of the mothership was shattering, seemingly unable to hold on any longer. What's going on? Even the runes of the ancient great sage can't stop it? Who is it? Chao Lin's face fell. In the distance, Yi Fan indifferently watched all of this. From the moment the origin heaven yin-yang formation had formed, he knew that this place would inevitably become a peerlessly dangerous land. The runes of the forbidden formation's soul altar flickered, the great Tao roared, and the power was monstrous. The earth veins turned into real dragons, tearing everything apart. Almost at this moment, the primitive mountain range was boiling. The dragon's aura was billowing, and the killing intent was monstrous. In an instant, more than a dozen battleships were smashed and turned into powder. Retreat, retreat quickly! Everyone shouted. This was an impregnable base, and nothing had ever happened on the immortal Feather Star. Now, it had been breached by an unknown enemy, and everyone was terrified. Could it be that the members of the gods have come? Thinking of this possibility, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The three motherships emitted a huge light screen to protect their own fleet. They wanted to fly into the sky, but it was extremely difficult. The ancient great sage's runes were originally meant to protect this place, but now they had been disintegrated by Yi Fan from the inside. The origin heaven pattern changed the direction of the mountains and rivers, turning this place into a land of catastrophe. The great sage's spell formation was burning. This was a disastrous result. The ancient great sage's magical power was so great that it could penetrate the heavens and the earth, summon the wind and summon the rain, and swallow the stars and the moon. It was omnipotent. But now, the great formation was out of control, disintegrating, burning, and heading towards destruction. The remaining great power exploded, attacking indiscriminately. Even the starships could not withstand it. Ah, no! Screams sounded one after another. One after another, the battleships were torn apart. The great sage's light swept across a large area. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen battleships were destroyed, and many strong people were buried. Rush out, leave quickly! People shouted. The densely packed battleships all rushed into the sky, fleeing for their lives. However, the ancient great sage's spell formation was not ordinary. The sky was also intertwined with light. The moment it disintegrated and collapsed, the destructive power spread to every inch of space. The battleships were like moths after autumn, falling in droves. It was a scene of doomsday. No! Chao Lin shouted in the mothership. She was completely crazy. She shouted, "Who is it? Come out. Chao family, enjoy to your heart's content." Yi Fan appeared and stood in the distance. He no longer hid his aura, and the people in the mothership could scan him. Ah! The Chao family was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Bastard, I won't let you go. I'll grind your bones to dust. Chao Lin's facial features were twisted. She did not look like a normal girl. Her eyes were filled with hatred, and she was like an evil spirit with disheveled hair. Charge, kill your way out. The three motherships raised their screens of light and quickly rose into the air, wanting to break free from this terrifying domain. What was the ancient great sage? They were once unrivaled under the heavens. Although their formation had long since been damaged, it had been ignited by someone and turned into a sea of destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The three motherships had all suffered heavy damage and could not care about protecting the surrounding battleships. They could not even care about escaping and could only struggle frantically. This was a great disaster. The densely packed battleships in the sky self-destructed within the formation, exploding one after another under the great sage's light. It was a catastrophe. Blood dyed the sky red was not enough to describe how terrifying it was. There was no blood, no tears, no wailing, only the battleships being destroyed. Every time, a group of strong individuals would fall. However, such a catastrophe was like fireworks in Yifan's eyes. He was not moved at all and watched quietly. Boom! Finally, one of the motherships exploded, which made the catastrophe even more shocking. A few important members of the Chow family in the mothership were killed, and not a single one escaped. Two real dragons, one black and one white, rushed out from the ground. They were tens of thousands of feet long and majestic. The dragon's scales shone with a metallic luster, and their power was astonishing. These were the two main dragon veins underground. They turned into the power of yin and yang of the original forbidden formation, which destroyed everything in its way. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and many battleships were destroyed. In the end, only one mothership flew up into the sky, fleeing for its life. It did not stop for even a moment. It left the immortal feather star and rushed towards the eternal Lord Star. The battleships were destroyed, and the mountain range was devastated. It had been flattened, and there were metal fragments everywhere. Green smoke was everywhere. One mothership escaped, and another mothership was destroyed. The last mothership was broken into pieces and crashed. The great sage's runes were destroyed, and the original forbidden formation disappeared. The dragon veins returned to peace. Yifan entered the wasteland like a demon. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the land was red for thousands of miles. He did not say anything. He first used the secret technique of the golden divine treasure to attack indiscriminately. He pierced through the wreckage of the mothership, which was tens of thousands of feet long, and caused it to split again. Many people did not die, but they were all seriously injured. They crawled out of the broken mothership, coughing up blood and struggling. You came here with so many people. Is this what you wanted? Yifan asked. You. A few important people were so angry that their wounds opened again, and they coughed up blood again. One of the women shouted at the top of her lungs and cursed loudly. The light in her eyes was terrifying. She was scolding Yifan. It was Chow Lin. There is nothing more to say. I will send all of you on your way. I think the Chow family must be very distressed to have lost so many battleships. Yifan made his move and displayed his vision. Boundless light rushed out, and the whole place was submerged. All kinds of miserable cries rose and fell. When it was quiet, everything was gone. Even the wreckage of the mothership had become fragments. The land was bare, and nothing was left of the primitive mountain range or the base. The sky was bright, and the night was over. The morning glow rose, and the Dahuang was very peaceful. The massacre had come to an end. In the distance, two gods were whispering. They were very shocked. They had seen the battle with their own eyes, and they thought that Yifan was qualified to enter the organization of gods. Perhaps he could become a core member. Brother Yi, please wait. They called out. However, Yifan did not stop. He turned into a bolt of lightning, tore open the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the morning, the immortal feather star was greatly shaken. Two terrible things happened that night, and the news spread quickly. Qi Yun had been killed in his seclusion, and the divine island had withered. Everyone was petrified. One had to know that the Qi family was half the master of the immortal feather star, and they were the number one power. Their direct descendant had been killed in their own residence, and it indicated that a storm was coming. It was done by a martial practitioner from outside the city. He entered alone and killed Qi Yun and his subordinates. He is really strong. This kind of thing could not be hidden. Yi Fan had left after the matter was settled, but many people had survived the night before, and the news naturally spread to the outside world. Serves him right. Qi Yun was the most vicious person, and he was finally dealt with. This time, he bit the hand that fed him. Someone saved Qi Meng, but he helped an outsider kill her. It's good that he died. There were all kinds of opinions about this incident, but one thing was common: they recognized Yi Fan's strength, and dared to do such a thing. If the first incident was a storm, then the second incident was a tsunami that swept through the star region. The Chow family's 3 space carriers were destroyed, and the entire immortal feather star was shaken. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those were 3 space carriers, enough to sweep through the star region, but they had been destroyed by one person, and almost completely destroyed. It was Yi Fan who did it. He destroyed so many battleships by himself, and only one space carrier managed to escape. It's too scary. I don't believe it. Was it done by one person? Are you sure it wasn't a group of the strongest warriors in the universe that destroyed the Chow family's base? This. God, it's unbelievable. It's scary. People felt their mouths go dry when they heard the second incident. It was too surreal. Was this done by a person with flesh and blood? It should be a god. The Chow family was defeated, and their losses were even worse than the last time. 3 space carriers were destroyed, and only one space carrier managed to escape. For the Chow family, this was a disaster. Naturally, this matter could not be hidden. Many of the big powers on the eternal main planet learned of it, and they were all dumbfounded. The Chow family's intestines were green with regret. All of this made them feel that it was unreal. Damn it, is that kid human? He destroyed 3 of our space carriers by himself? On this day, the people of the Chow family were going crazy. He has such a strong physique, and such a stunning ascetic cultivator is rarely seen. Do whatever it takes to recruit him. Let him have his pick of beauties and divine items. On the eternal main planet, many of the big powers made such a decision immediately. In the heavens, when the Brahmin clan received this news, they were all dumbfounded, and their expressions were very interesting. He's so strong. Fan Xian said to himself, looking incredulous. He's most likely related to the ascetic cultivator from a few years ago. We can use this as a guide, and perhaps we can bring him back. Fan Zhou said.